The Background by Saki, H. Munro. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London. "That woman's art jargon tires me," said Clovis to his journalist friend. "She's so fond of talking of certain pictures as growing on one, as though they were a sort of fungus." "That reminds me," said the journalist, "of the story of Henry Depley. Have I ever told it you?" Clovis shook his head. Henry Depley was by birth a native of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. On maturer reflection he became a commercial traveller. His business activities frequently took him beyond the limits of the Grand Duchy, and he was stopping in a small town in northern Italy when news reached him from home that a legacy from a distant and deceased relative had fallen to his share. It was not a large legacy, even from the modest standpoint of Henry Depley, but it impelled him towards some seemingly harmless extravagances. In particular, it led him to patronize local art as represented by the tattoo needles of Signor Andreas Pincini. Signor Pincini was, perhaps, the most brilliant master of tattoo craft that Italy had ever known, but his circumstances were decidedly impoverished, and for the sum of 600 francs he gladly undertook to cover his client's back from the collarbone down to the waistline with a glowing representation of the fall of Icarus. The design, when finally developed, was a slight disappointment to Monsieur Depley, who had suspected Lecarus of being a fortress taken by Wallenstein in the 30 Years' War, but he was more than satisfied with the execution of the work, which was acclaimed by all who had the privilege of seeing it as Pincini's masterpiece. It was his greatest effort and his last. Without even waiting to be paid, the illustrious craftsman departed this life and was buried under an ornate tombstone, whose winged cherubs would have afforded singularly little scope for the exercise of his favourite art. There remained, however, the widow Pincini, to whom the 600 francs were due, and thereupon arose the great crisis in the life of Henri Depley, traveller of commerce. The legacy, under the stress of numerous little calls on its substance, had dwindled to very insignificant proportions, and when a pressing wine bill and sundry other current accounts had been paid, there remained little more than 430 francs to offer to the widow. The lady was properly indignant, not wholly, as she volubly explained, on account of the suggested writing off of 170 francs, but also at the attempt to depreciate the value of her late husband's acknowledged masterpiece. In a week's time, Depley was obliged to reduce his offer to 405 francs, which circumstance fanned the widow's indignation into a fury. She cancelled the sale of the work of art, and a few days later Depley learned with a sense of consternation that she had presented it to the municipality of Bergamo, which had gratefully accepted it. He left the neighbourhood as unobtrusively as possible, and was genuinely relieved when his business commands took him to Rome, where he hoped his identity and that of the famous picture might be lost sight of. But he bore on his back the burden of the dead man's genius. On presenting himself one day in the steaming corridor of a vapour bath, he was at once hustled back into his clothes by the proprietor, who was a North Italian, and who emphatically refused to allow the celebrated fall of Icarus to be publicly on view without the permission of the municipality of Bergamo. Public interest and official vigilance increased as the matter became more widely known, and Depley was unable to take a simple dip in the sea or river on the hottest afternoon unless clothed up to the collarbone in a substantial bathing garment. Later on, the authorities of Bergamo conceived the idea that salt water might be injurious to the masterpiece, and a perpetual injunction was obtained which debarred the muchly harassed commercial traveller from sea-bathing under any circumstances. Altogether, he was fervently thankful when his firm of employers found him a new range of activities in the neighbourhood of Bordeaux. His thankfulness, however, ceased abruptly at the Franco-Italian frontier. An imposing array of official force barred his departure, and he was sternly reminded of the stringent law which forbids the exportation of Italian works of art. A diplomatic parley ensued between the Luxembourgian and Italian governments, and at one time the European situation became overcast with the possibilities of trouble. But the Italian government stood firm. It declined to concern itself in the least with the fortunes or even the existence of Henry Deplis, commercial traveller, but was immovable in its decision that the fall of Icarus by the late Pincini, Andreas, at present the property of the municipality of Bergamo, should not leave the country. The excitement died down in time, but the unfortunate Deplis, who was of a constitutionally retiring disposition, found himself a few months later once more the storm centre of a furious controversy. A certain German art expert who had obtained from the municipality of Bergamo permission to inspect the famous masterpiece declared it to be a spurious Pincini, probably the work of some pupil whom he had employed in his declining years. The evidence of Deplis on the subject was obviously worthless, as he had been under the influence of the customary narcotics during the long process of pricking in the design. The editor of an Italian art journal refuted the contentions of the German expert and undertook to prove that his private life did not conform to any modern standard of decency. The whole of Italy and Germany were drawn into the dispute, and the rest of Europe was soon involved in the quarrel. There were stormy scenes in the Spanish Parliament, and the University of Copenhagen bestowed a gold medal on the German expert, afterwards sending a commission to examine his proofs on the spot, while two Polish schoolboys in Paris committed suicide to show what they thought of the matter. Meanwhile, the unhappy human background fared no better than before, and it was not surprising that he drifted into the ranks of Italian anarchists. 4 times at least he was escorted to the frontier as a dangerous and undesirable foreigner, but he was always brought back as the fall of Icarus, attributed to Pincini, Andreas, early 20th century. And then one day at an anarchist congress at Genoa, a fellow worker in the heat of debate broke a phial full of corrosive liquid over his back. The red shirt that he was wearing mitigated the effects, but the Icarus was ruined beyond recognition. His assailant was severely reprimanded for assaulting a fellow anarchist and received 7 years' imprisonment for the defacing of a national art treasure. As soon as he was able to leave the hospital, Henry Deplis was put across the frontier as an undesirable alien. In the quieter streets of Paris, especially in the neighbourhood of the Ministry of Fine Arts, you may sometimes meet a depressed, anxious-looking man who, if you pass him the time of day, will answer you with a slight Luxembourgian accent. He nurses the illusion that he is one of the lost arms of the Venus de Milo, and hopes that the French government may be persuaded to buy him. On all other subjects, I believe, he is tolerably sane. End of The Background by Saki. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London. The Chaplet by H. Monroe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London. A strange stillness hung over the restaurant. It was one of those rare moments when the orchestra was not discoursing the strains of the Ice Cream Sailor Waltz. "Did I ever tell you," asked Clovis to his friend, "the tragedy of music at mealtimes?" It was a gala evening at the Grand Sabaris Hotel, and a special dinner was being served in the Amethyst Dining Hall. The Amethyst Dining Hall had almost a European reputation, especially with that section of Europe which is historically identified with the Jordan Valley. Its cooking was beyond reproach, and its orchestra was sufficiently highly salaried to be above criticism. Thither came in shoals the intensely musical and the almost intensely musical, who are very many, and in still greater numbers the merely musical, who know how Tchaikovsky's name is pronounced and can recognize several of Chopin's nocturnes, if you give them due warning. These eat in the nervous, detached manner of roebuck feeding in the open, and keep anxious ears cocked towards the orchestra for the first hint of a recognizable melody. "Ah, yes, Pagliacci," they murmur, as the opening strains follow hot upon the soup, and if no contradiction is forthcoming from any better informed quarter, they break forth into subdued humming by way of supplementing the efforts of the musicians. Sometimes the melody starts on level terms with the soup, in which case the banqueteers contrive somehow to hum between the spoonfuls. The facial expression of enthusiasts who are punctuating pottage Saint-Germain with Pagliacci is not beautiful, but it should be seen by those who are bent on observing all sides of life. One cannot discount the unpleasant things of this world merely by looking the other way. In addition to the aforementioned types, the restaurant was patronized by a fair sprinkling of the absolutely non-musical. Their presence in the dining hall could only be explained on the supposition that they had come there to dine. The earlier stages of the dinner had worn off. The wine lists had been consulted, by some with the blank embarrassment of a schoolboy suddenly called on to locate a minor prophet in the tangled hinterland of the Old Testament, by others with the severe scrutiny which suggests that they had visited most of the higher-priced wines in their own homes and probed their family weaknesses. The diners who chose their wine in the latter fashion always gave their orders in a penetrating voice, with a plentiful garnishing of stage directions. By insisting on having your bottle pointing to the north when the cork is being drawn and calling the waiter Max, you may induce an impression on your guests which hours of laboured boasting might be powerless to achieve. For this purpose, however, the guests must be chosen as carefully as the wine. Standing aside from the revellers in the shadow of a massive pillar was an interested spectator who was assuredly of the feast, and yet not in it. Monsieur Aristide Saucourt was the chef of the Grand Sabaris Hotel, and if he had an equal in his profession, he had never acknowledged the fact. In his own domain he was a potentate, hedged around with the cold brutality that genius expects rather than excuses in her children. He never forgave, and those who served him were careful that there should be little to forgive. In the outer world, the world which devoured his creations, he was an influence. How profound or how shallow an influence he never attempted to guess. It is the penalty and the safeguard of genius that it computes itself by troy weight in a world that measures by vulgar hundredweights. Once in a way the great man would be seized with a desire to watch the effect of his master efforts, just as the guiding brain of Krups might wish at a supreme moment to intrude into the firing line of an artillery duel. and such an occasion was the present. For the first time in the history of the Grand Sybaris Hotel, he was presenting to its guests the dish which he had brought to that pitch of perfection which almost amounts to scandal. Canetons à la mode d'un Belleville. In thin gilt lettering on the creamy white of the menu, how little those words conveyed to the bulk of the imperfectly educated diners, and yet how much specialized effort had been lavished, how much carefully treasured lore had been ungarnered before those 6 words could be written. In the department of the Deux Sèvres, ducklings had lived particular and beautiful lives and died in the odour of satiety to furnish the main theme of the dish, champignons, which even a purist for Saxon English would have hesitated to address as mushrooms, had contributed their languorous, atrophied bodies to the garnishing, and a sauce devised in the twilight reign of the 15th Louis had been summoned back from the imperishable past to take its part in the wonderful confection. Thus far had human effort laboured to achieve the desired result. The rest had been left to human genius, the genius of Aristide Saucourt. And now the moment had arrived for the serving of the great dish, the dish which world-weary Grand Dukes and market-obsessed money magnates counted among their happiest memories. And at the same moment something else happened. The leader of the highly salaried orchestra placed his violin caressingly against his chin, lowered his eyelids, and floated into a sea of melody. "Hark," said most of the diners, "he is playing the Chaplet." They knew it was the Chaplet because they had heard it played at luncheon and afternoon tea and at supper the night before, and had not had time to forget. "Yes, he is playing the Chaplet," they reassured one another. The general voice was unanimous on the subject. The orchestra had already played it 11 times that day, 4 times by desire and 7 times from force of habit, but the familiar strains were greeted with the rapture due to a revelation. A murmur of much humming rose from half the tables in the room, and some of the more overwrought listeners laid down knife and fork in order to be able to burst in with loud clappings at the earliest permissible moment. And the Canetons à la mode d'un Belleville? In stupefied, sickening wonder, Aristide watched them grow cold in total neglect, or suffer the almost worse indignity of perfunctory pecking and listless munching while the banqueters lavished their approval and applause on the music makers. Carl's liver and bacon with parsley sauce could hardly have figured more ignominiously in the evening's entertainment. And while the master of culinary arts leaned back against the sheltering pillar, choking with a horrible brain-searing rage that could find no outlet for its agony, the orchestra leader was bowing his acknowledgment of the hand-clappings that rose in a storm around him. Turning to his colleagues, he nodded the signal for an encore. But before the violin had been lifted anew into position, there came from the shadow of the pillow an explosive negative. "No, no, you do not play thus again." The musician turned in furious astonishment. Had he taken warning from the look in the other man's eyes, he might have acted differently, but the admiring plaudits were ringing in his ears, and he snarled out sharply, "That is for me to decide." "No, you play that never again," shouted the chef, and the next moment he had flung himself violently upon the loathed being who had supplanted him in the world's esteem. A large metal tureen, filled to the brim with steaming soup, had just been placed on a side table in readiness for a late party of diners. Before the waiting staff, all the guests had time to realize what was happening. Aristide had dragged his struggling victim up to the table and plunged his head deep down into the almost boiling contents of the tureen. At the further end of the room, the diners were still spasmodically applauding in view of an encore. Whether the leader of the orchestra died from drowning by soup, or from the shock to his professional vanity, or was scalded to death, the doctors were never wholly able to agree. Monsieur Aristide Saucourt, who now lives in complete retirement, always inclined to the drowning theory. End of The Chaplet by H. Munro. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London. The Christmas Tree and the Wedding by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. The other day I saw a wedding. But no, I'd rather tell you about a Christmas tree. The wedding was superb. I liked it immensely, but the other incident was still finer. I don't know why it is that the sight of the wedding reminded me of the Christmas tree. This is the way it happened. Exactly 5 years ago, on New Year's Eve, I was invited to a children's ball by a man high up in the business world who had his connections, his circle of acquaintances, and his intrigues. So it seemed as though the children's ball was merely a pretext for the parents to come together and discuss matters of interest to themselves quite innocently and casually. I was an outsider and, as I had no special matters to air, I was able to spend the evening independently of the others. There was another gentleman present who, like myself, had just stumbled upon this affair of domestic bliss. He was the first to attract my attention. His appearance was not that of a man of birth or high family. He was tall, rather thin, very serious, and well dressed. Apparently he had no heart for the family festivities. The instant he went off into a corner by himself, the smile disappeared from his face, and his thick dark brows knitted into a frown. He knew no one except the host, and showed every sign of being bored to death, though bravely sustaining the role of thorough enjoyment to the end. Later I learned that he was a provincial, had come to the capital on some important brain-racking business, had brought a letter of recommendation to our host, and our host had taken him under his protection. Not at all con amore. It was merely out of politeness that he had invited him to the children's ball. They did not play cards with him. They did not offer him cigars. No one entered into conversation with him. Possibly they recognized the bird by its feathers from a distance. Thus my gentleman, not knowing what to do with his hands, was compelled to spend the evening stroking his whiskers. His whiskers were really fine, but he stroked them so assiduously that one got the feeling that the whiskers had come into the world first, and afterwards the man, in order to stroke them. There was another guest who interested me, but he was of a quite different order. He was a personage. They called him Julian Mastakovich. At first glance one could tell he was an honoured guest, and stood in the same relation to the host as the host to the gentleman of the whiskers. The host and hostess said no end of amiable things to him, were most attentive, whining him, hovering over him, bringing guests up to be introduced, but never leading him to anyone else. I noticed tears glisten in our host's eyes when Julian Mastakovich remarked that he had rarely spent such a pleasant evening. Somehow I began to feel uncomfortable in this personage's presence, so after amusing myself with the children, 5 of whom, remarkably well-fed young persons, were our hosts, I went into a little sitting-room, entirely unoccupied, and seated myself at the end that was a conservatory, and took up almost half the room. The children were charming. They absolutely refused to resemble their elders, notwithstanding the efforts of mothers and governesses. In a jiffy they had denuded the Christmas tree down to the very last sweet, and had already succeeded in breaking half of their playthings before they even found out which belonged to whom. One of them was a particularly handsome little lad, dark-eyed, curly-haired, who stubbornly persisted in aiming at me with his wooden gun. But the child that attracted the greatest attention was his sister, a girl of about 11, lovely as a cupid. She was quiet and thoughtful, with large, full, dreamy eyes. The children had somehow offended her, and she left them and walked into the same room that I had withdrawn into. There she seated herself with her doll in a corner. Her father was an immensely wealthy businessman, the guests informed each other in tones of awe. 300,000 roubles set aside for her dowry already! As I turned to look at the group from which I heard this news item issuing, my glance met Julian Mastakovich's. He stood listening to the insipid chatter in an attitude of concentrated attention, with his hands behind his back and his head inclined to one side. All the while I was quite lost in admiration of the shrewdness our host displayed in the dispensing of the gifts. The little maid of the many-rubied dowry received the handsome doll, and the rest of the gifts were graded in value according to the diminishing scale of the parent's station in life. The last child, a tiny chap of 10, thin, red-haired, freckled, came into possession of a small book of nature stories without illustrations, or even head and tail pieces. He was the governess's child. She was a poor widow, and her little boy, clad in a sorry-looking little nankeen jacket, looked thoroughly crushed and intimidated. He took the book of nature stories and circled slowly about the children's toys. He would have given anything to play with them, but he did not dare to. You could tell he already knew his place. I like to observe children. It is fascinating to watch the individuality in them struggling for self-assertion. I could see that the other children's things had tremendous charm for the red-haired boy, especially a toy theatre, in which he was so anxious to take a part that he resolved to fawn upon the other children. He smiled and began to play with them. His one and only apple he handed over to a puffy urchin whose pockets were already crammed with sweets, and he even carried another youngster pickaback, all simply that he might be allowed to stay with the theatre. But in a few moments an impudent young person fell on him and gave him a pummelling. He did not dare even to cry. The governess came and told him to leave off interfering with the other children's games, and he crept away to the same room the little girl and I were in. She let him sit down beside her, and the two set themselves to busily dressing the expensive doll. Almost half an hour passed, and I was nearly dozing off, as I sat there in the conservatory half listening to the chatter of the red-haired boy and the dowered beauty, when Julian Mastakovich entered suddenly. He had slipped out of the drawing-room under cover of a noisy scene among the children. From my secluded corner it had not escaped my notice that a few moments before he had been eagerly conversing with the rich girl's father, to whom he had only just been introduced. He stood still for a while, reflecting and mumbling to himself, as if counting something on his fingers. 300, 11, 12, 13, 16, in 5 years. Let's say 4%, 5 times 12, 60. And on these 60, let us assume that in 5 years it will amount to, well, 400. But the shrewd old fox isn't likely to be satisfied with 4%. He gets 8 or even 10 perhaps. Let's suppose 500, 500,000 at least, that's sure. Anything above that for pocket money. He blew his nose and was about to leave the room when he spied the girl and stood still. I, behind the plants, escaped his notice. He seemed to me to be quivering with excitement. It must have been his calculations that upset him so. He rubbed his hands and danced from place to place and kept getting more and more excited. Finally, however, he conquered his emotions and came to a standstill. He cast a determined look at the future bride and wanted to move toward her, but glanced about first. Then, as if with a guilty conscience, he stepped over to the child on tiptoe, smiling, and bent down and kissed her head. His coming was so unexpected that she uttered a shriek of alarm. "What are you doing here, dear child?" he whispered, looking around and pinching her cheek. "We're playing." "What, with him?" said Julian Mastakovich, with a look askance at the governess's child. "You should go into the drawing-room, my lad," he said to him. The boy remained silent and looked up at the man with wide-open eyes. Julian Mastakovich glanced round again cautiously and bent down over the girl. What have you got? A doll, my dear?" "Yes, sir." The child quailed a little, and her brow wrinkled. "A doll. And do you know, my dear, what dolls are made of?" "No, sir," she said weakly, and lowered her head. "Out of rags, my dear." "You, boy, go back to the drawing-room, to the children," said Julian Mastakovich, looking at the boy sternly. The two children frowned. They caught hold of each other and would not part. "And do you know why they gave you the doll?" asked Julian Mastakovich, dropping his voice lower and lower. "No." "Because you were a good, very good little girl the whole week." Saying which, Julian Mastakovich was seized with a paroxysm of agitation. He looked round and said in a tone faint, almost inaudible, with excitement and impatience, "If I come to visit your parents, will you love me, my dear?" He tried to kiss the sweet little creature, but the red-haired boy saw that she was on the verge of tears, and he caught her hand and sobbed out loud in sympathy. That enraged the man. "Go away! Go away! Go back to the other room, to your playmates." "I don't want him to. I don't want him to." "You go away!" cried the girl. "Let him alone. Let him alone." She was almost weeping. There was a sound of footsteps in the doorway. Julian Mastakovich started and straightened up his respectable body. The red-haired boy was even more alarmed. He let go the girl's hand, sidled along the wall, and escaped through the drawing-room into the dining-room. Not to attract attention, Julian Mastakovich also made to the dining-room. He was red as a lobster. The sight of himself in a mirror seemed to embarrass him. Presumably he was annoyed at his own ardour and impatience. Without due respect to his importance and dignity, his calculations had lured and pricked him to the greedy eagerness of a boy who makes straight for his object. Though this was not as yet an object, it only would be so in 5 years' time. I followed the worthy man into the dining-room, where I witnessed a remarkable play. Julian Mastakovich, all flushed with vexation, venom in his look, began to threaten the red-haired boy. The red-haired boy retreated farther and farther until there was no place left for him to retreat to, and he did not know where to turn in his fright. "Get out of here! What are you doing here? Get out, I say, you good-for-nothing! Stealing fruit, are you? Oh, so stealing fruit. Get out, you freckle-face! Go to your likes!" The frightened child, as a last desperate resort, crawled quickly under the table. His persecutor, completely infuriated, pulled out his large linen handkerchief and used it as a lash to drive the boy out of his position. Here I must remark that Julian Mastakovich was a somewhat corpulent man, heavy, well-fed, puffy-cheeked, with a paunch and ankles as round as nuts. He perspired and puffed and panted. So strong was his dislike, or was it jealousy, of the child that he actually began to carry on like a madman. I laughed heartily. Julian Mastakovich turned. He was utterly confused and for a moment apparently quite oblivious of his immense importance. At that moment our host appeared in the doorway opposite. The boy crawled out from under the table and wiped his knees and elbows. Julian Mastakovich hastened to carry his handkerchief, which he had been dangling by the corner, to his nose. Our host looked at the three of us rather suspiciously, but like a man who knows the world and can readily adjust himself, he seized upon the opportunity to lay hold of his very valuable guest and get what he wanted out of him. "Here's the boy I was talking to you about," he said, indicating the red-haired child. "I took the liberty of presuming on your goodness in his behalf." "Oh," replied Julian Mastakovich, still not quite master of himself. "He's my governess's son," our host continued in a beseeching tone. "She's a poor creature, the widow of an honest official. That's why, if it were possible for you—" "Impossible, impossible!" Julian Mastakovich cried hastily. "You must excuse me, Philip Alexeyevich. I really cannot. I've made inquiries. There are no vacancies, and there is a waiting list of 10 who have a greater right. I'm sorry." "Too bad," said our host. "He's a quiet, unobtrusive child." "A very naughty little rascal, I should say," said Julian Mastakovich wryly. "Go away, boy. Why are you here still? Be off with you to the other children." Unable to control himself, he gave me a sidelong glance, nor could I control myself. I laughed straight in his face. He turned away and asked our host, in tones quite audible to me, who that odd young fellow was. They whispered to each other and left the room, disregarding me. I shook with laughter. Then I too went to the drawing-room. There the great man, already surmounted by the fathers and mothers and the host and the hostess, had begun to talk eagerly with a lady to whom he had just been introduced. The lady held the rich little girl's hand. Julian Mastakovich went into fulsome praise of her. He waxed ecstatic over the dear child's beauty, her talents, her grace, her excellent breeding, plainly laying himself out to flatter the mother, who listened scarcely able to restrain tears of joy, while the father showed his delight by a gratified smile. The joy was contagious. Everybody shared in it. Even the children were obliged to stop playing so as not to disturb the conversation. The atmosphere was surcharged with awe. I heard the mother of the important little girl, touched to her profoundest depths, ask Julian Mastakovich, in the choicest language of courtesy, whether he would honour them by coming to see them. I heard Julian Mastakovich accept the invitation with unfeigned enthusiasm. Then the guests scattered decorously to different parts of the room, and I heard them, with veneration in their tones, extol the businessman, the businessman's wife, the businessman's daughter, and especially Julian Mastakovich. "Is he married?" I asked out loud of an acquaintance of mine standing beside Julian Mastakovich. Julian Mastakovich gave me a venomous look. "No," answered my acquaintance, profoundly shocked by my intentional indiscretion. Not long ago I passed the church of... I was struck by the concourse of people gathered there to witness a wedding. It was a dreary day. A drizzling rain was beginning to come down. I made my way through the throng into the church. The bridegroom was a round, well-fed, pot-bellied little man, very much dressed up. He ran and fussed about and gave orders and arranged things. Finally the word was passed that the bride was coming. I pushed through the crowd, and I beheld a marvellous beauty whose first spring was scarcely commencing. But the beauty was pale and sad. She looked distracted. It seemed to me even that her eyes were red from recent weeping. The classic severity of every line of her face imparted a peculiar significance and solemnity to her beauty. But through that severity and solemnity, through the sadness, shone the innocence of a child. There was something inexpressibly naive, unsettled, and young in her features, which, without words, seemed to plead for mercy. They said she was just 16 years old. I looked at the bridegroom carefully. Suddenly I recognized Julian Mastakovich, whom I had not seen again in all those 5 years. Then I looked at the bride again. Good God! I made my way as quickly as I could out of the church. I heard gossiping in the crowd about the bride's wealth, about her dowry of 500,000 roubles. So and so much for pocket money. Then his calculations were correct, I thought, as I pressed out into the street. End of The Christmas Tree and the Wedding by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
The Death of Pan, from 51 Tales by Lord Dunsany. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Death of Pan, from 51 Tales by Lord Dunsany. When the travelers from London entered Arcady, they lamented one to another the death of Pan. And anon they saw him lying stiff and still. Horned Pan was still, and the dew was on his fur. He had not the look of a live animal. And then they said, "It is true that Pan is dead." And standing melancholy by the huge prone body, they looked for long at memorable Pan. And evening came, and a small star appeared. And presently, from a hamlet of some Arcadian valley, with a sound of idle song, Arcadian maidens came. And when they saw there, suddenly in the twilight, that old recumbent god, they stopped in their running and whispered among themselves. "How silly he looks," they said, and thereat they laughed a little. And at the sound of their laughter, Pan leapt up, and the gravel flew from his hoofs. And for as long as the travelers stood and listened, the crags and hilltops of Arcady rang with the sounds of pursuit. End of The Death of Pan by Lord Dunsany.
Dialogue between the spirits of a poet and a drunkard by John Dunton, 1659 to 1733. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Drunkard. Well met, brother. Which way is your flight designed? Poet. I have just left the bosom of causes to take a prospect of the lower world, to see if there be any preparation for my reception there. And yet I'm much troubled at the apprehension of being clogged with the uneasy, restless lump of humanity, and the attending consequences make me very impatient. Drunkard. Why so? What conjectures have ye? Poet. 'Tis the want of reasonable conjectures, for by all the observations I can make of my temper, I cannot resolve myself whether I am a male or a female spirit. But why do I thus busy myself about sexes? Certainly 'tis ominous, and argues my embodying near at hand. But if, after 6,000 years' expectation, I should be tied to a poet, I shall reckon it a forestalling my damnation, and had e'en as good commence devil, without any more ado, and take up with one hell. See you not that wretch in yonder grove, with his hat over his eyes, scratching his head, tearing his nails, and sending his poor hackneyed soul about like a spaniel dog to fetch and carry similitudes, rhymes, composition, fiction, etc.? I remember about 30 years since, when he was our companion, he would sometimes break off in the middle of a discourse without bidding good bye, and away to the brooks, groves, and fountains, which made me suspect the nearness of a poetic preferment. But hark, the humour of our late companion in his new lodging. When formless and inanimate I lay, sleeping in chaos with my fellow clay, or those teeming particles had met, to make this wretched composition so complete, without my knowledge or concurrence, thou biddest me awake and live. Well, what then? Why, the sense is out before the rhyme. Now 'twould be charitable to assume an airy organ, and help him out, namely, I know not how. Poor wretch! He knows not what to do, unless he undoes all, and begins again, which he'd as lieve be hanged as attempt, having taken so much pains about it already. Oh, but for Sisyphus' restless stone, or Bilides' leaking tun, they are minute and petite tasks to his. Not Ixion's wheel has half the torture of an over-hasty period. But this is not all. When he has undergone the bitter throes and pains of rhymeship, then the darling offspring of his brain turns prostitute to the abuses of all the world. The praises of wise men are so few that their voice is lost in so large a theatre, and numerous applauses of fools are too loud a scandal. And after all this, 'tis not pity the poor rogue should take such pains to be damned. For there's not one poet in 5,000 that escapes. It had gone hard with Oldham himself, if it had not been for the penance of his own satyrs. Say, fellow immateriality, what shall I do? I can never look down upon a couple of lovers, but I'm afraid their Twain will end in making an Halcyonian prison for me, especially if the inamorato is for balls, masquerading, and love sonnets. Drunkard. Alas, brother, I'm all resentment and pity. Little do mortals think what plague we are at, about the lodging and entertainment we expect at their hands. But for my part, your apprehensions of incorporation are all charms and sweetness to the dismal reception I look for. Poet. Why, what's the matter with you? Drunkard. I can never leave our happier regions to visit the lower elements, but before I am aware, I find myself amongst sea fowl, hovering over rivers, ponds, and marshes, admiring the scaly shoals, and envying the pastime of those ever thrifty revellers. Now what can this mean, but that I'm ordained to actuate a drunkard? And if so, hell is a toy to such a confinement. This moment would I plunge into the boundless depths to be secured from such a companion. But why that rash thought? Is not hell also crowded with them? And are not its horrors doubled by their concession? Yet, if hell could be hell without 'em, 'twould be a happy place, and nothing in it of the beast, antic, or nonsense, but a rational complaint of despair. Wonder not, dear brother, at my deeper reflections, till you've considered yonder figure at the old D Tavern. What think you of their motions, converse, and passions? Suppose all their discourse were taken in shorthand, and the weakest person amongst 'em should have a view of the whole when he's in a mood of thinking. Would not he blush at such follies, at such an unaccountable expense of time? Especially if he thought an hour so spent was of equal length with any other hour in the line of life, and must be equally accounted for. Alas! Who would suppose that souls cloistered up in these sensualized, unthinking statues were ever our companions? Come, let's retire towards our peaceful regions, and be not witnesses of what a midnight scene produces. A poet's structure, a fade of a poetic mansion. 'Tis a paradise to what I dread. Nor is there any spirit in all our order that can be afraid of such a body, but I must meet with it in this epitome of all plagues. A drunkard can be poet, beggar, cully, buffoon, or anything, so that I'm like to meet with the most abject slavery in nature. End of Dialogue between the Spirits of a Poet and a Drunkard, by John Dunton, 1659 to 1733.
The Dog and the Bees by Ambrose Bierce. From Little Masterpieces of American Wit and Humor, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Dog and the Bees by Ambrose Bierce. A dog, being very much annoyed by bees, ran quite accidentally into an empty barrel lying on the ground, and looking out of the bunghole, addressed his tormentors thus: "Had you been temperate, stinging me only one at a time, you might have got a good deal of fun out of me. As it is, you have driven me into a secure retreat, for I can snap you up as fast as you can come in through the bunghole. Learn from this folly of intemperate zeal." When he had concluded, he awaited a reply. There wasn't any reply, for the bees had never gone near the bunghole. They went in the same way as he did, and made it very warm for him. The lesson of this fable is that one cannot stick to his pure reason when quarreling with bees. The end of The Dog and the Bees by Ambrose Bierce. A Haunted House from Monday or Tuesday by Virginia Woolf. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. A Haunted House by Virginia Woolf. Whatever hour you woke, there was a door shutting. From room to room they went, hand in hand, lifting here, opening there, making sure. A ghostly couple. "Here we left it," she said. And he'd added, "Oh, but there too." "It's upstairs," she murmured. "And in the garden," he whispered. "Quietly," they say, "or we shall wake them." But it wasn't that you woke us. Oh, no. They're looking for it. They're drawing the curtains, one might say. And so read on a page or two. Now they've found it, one would be certain, stopping the pencil on the margin. And then, tired of reading, one might rise and see for oneself. The house all empty, the doors standing open, only the wood pigeons burbling with content, and the hum of the threshing machine sounding from the farm. What did I come in here for? What did I want to find? My hands were empty. Perhaps it's upstairs then. The apples were in the loft, and so down again. The garden still as ever, only the book had slipped into the grass. But they had found it in the drawing room. Not that one could see them. The window panes reflected apples, reflected roses. All the leaves were green in the grass. If they moved in the drawing room, the apple only turned its yellow side. Yet, the moment after, if the door was opened, spread upon the floor, hung upon the walls, pendant from the ceilings, what? My hands were empty. The shadow of a thrush crossed the carpet. From the deepest wells of silence, the wood pigeon drew its burble of sound. Safe, safe, safe. The pulse of the house beat softly. The treasure buried. The room. The pulse stopped short. Oh, was that the buried treasure? A moment later, the light had faded. Out in the garden, then. But the trees spun darkness for a wandering beam of sun. So fine, so rare, coolly sunken beneath the surface, the beam I sought, always burnt behind the glass. Death was the glass. Death was between us. Coming to the woman first, hundreds of years ago, leaving the house, sealing all the windows. The rooms were darkened. He left it, left her, went north, went east, saw the stars turning in the southern sky, sought the house, found it dropped beneath the downs. Safe, safe, safe. The pulse of the house beat gladly. The treasure is yours. The wind roars up the avenue. Trees stoop and bend this way and that. Moonbeams splash and spill wildly in the rain. But the beam of the lamp falls straight from the window. The candle burns stiff and still, wandering through the house, opening the windows, whispering not to wake us. The ghostly couple seek their joy. "Here we slept," she said, and he adds, "Kisses without number. Waking in the morning. Silver between the trees. Upstairs, in the garden. When summer came, in winter snow time. The doors go shutting far in the distance, gently knocking like the pulse of a heart. Nearer they come, cease at the doorway. The wind falls. The rain slides silver down the glass. Our eyes darken. We hear no steps beside us. We see no lady spread her ghostly cloak. His hands shield the lantern. Look, he breathed. Sound asleep. Love upon their lips. Stooping, holding their silver lamp above us, long they look, and deeply. Long they pause. The wind drives straightly. The flame stoops slightly. Wild beams of moonlight cross both floor and wall, and, meeting, stain the faces bent, the faces pondering, the faces that search the sleepers and seek their hidden joy. Safe, safe, safe. The heart of the house beats proudly. Long years, he sighs. Again you found me. Here, she murmurs, sleeping, in the garden reading, laughing, rolling apples in the loft. Here we left our treasure. Stooping, their light lifts the lids upon my eyes. Safe, safe, safe. The pulse of the house beats wildly. Waking, I cry, "Oh, is this your buried treasure? The light in the heart?" The end of A Haunted House by Virginia Woolf.
Honk, honk. Shorty McCabe at the Wheel by Sewell Ford. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information at the volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. Say, I've got it all right. No, not the maiden Germany measles or the pip, but something most as common. More'n that, I'm glad of it. All that bothers me now is just when it was I swallowed the bug. The best I can do is to trace it all back to that combination of Zenas and Mr. Tidwell. The only line you need on Zenas is that he was a bacon-tinted gent from the West Indies that Sadie hired by the month to run her car. Excuse me if I don't dwell on Zenas. Sadie's managed to pick some mighty punk specimens of the Shufford tribe first and last, and we've had our troubles with them. But this St. Thomas Island party with the breakfast meat complexion had more curly black hair on his head and less gray matter underneath the skull than any two-legged article of his size I ever saw outside of a cage. Add to that a lazy streak that was bone deep and a chronic case of sulks, and maybe you won't wonder why Zenas didn't hold his job longer. What got me so grouchy on him, though, was because we didn't even have the satisfaction of firing him. About once a week regular, we threatened to tie the can to Zenas, and it was a pleasure I was kind of saving up and looking forward to. And then one day, just as Sadie was ready to make a train for town, having notified Mr. Zenas an hour before, up comes word that he's quit. Mother Whaley brings in the bulletin. "What's that?" says Sadie. "Why didn't he say so when I paid him this morning? Why, the "Never mind thinking up any fancy pet names, Sadie," says I. "You couldn't do the subject justice. Just wait until I go out there and unlimber a few of the bottled up remarks I've been keeping in so long." But Zenas has counted on that, and all there is left to remind us of him is an old cap and some empty cigarette boxes. And there's the big limousine standing there just waiting for someone that knew how to touch her off. Also, the train was due in 6 minutes. Sadie's followed me out to remind me of that. "It's a pity you can't run a car, Shorty," says she. "Yes, or play the zither, or walk a slack wire," says I. "And think how handy I'd be around the house if I added practical plumbing and shoe cobbling to my other accomplishments." Oh, I passed it off light and easy enough, and we phones for a depot hack to take her to the next train. But somehow the remark sort of lingered. It didn't worry me so much at the time, but every now and then it would bob up and I'd think it over. 2. Then a few mornings later, as I was piking down to the station, I hears this small-sized riot going on in the front yard of Mr. Tidwell, a neighbor that has the cute little stucco cottage 4 houses down the road from us. Course, I hangs up along the hedge and gawps over to see what's going on. And there's Tidwell, planted behind the steering wheel of a brand new shiny touring car, just out of the shop. First off, I thought he was trying to yank the steering post out by the roots. But then I sees he's trying to turn the thing around in the driveway without climbing the shade trees or damaging the shrubbery. He seems to have plenty of help, for Mrs. Tidwell and the 2 maids and the Italian who cuts his grass was all strung out around the lawn shouting at him, each one offering a different piece of advice as to what he ought to do next. "Back up some more, lovely," sings out Mrs. Tidwell, waving her arms. "Plenty of room ahead to the right, sir," hollers one of the maids. Well, I had to grin. You would, too, if you'd seen the desperate look on Tidwell's face as he grips that wheel and stares from one to the other. He's one of these thin, washed-out, soft-spoken, spectacled gents, Tidwell is. He's the lace expert for some big department store, so Sadie says, and he looks about as well qualified for the job he's tackled as a speckled hen trying to hatch out a setting of kitchen alarm clocks. First, he fumbles with one of the side levers and gets the engine to going like a steamroll drill. Then he tries another, and the machine gives a lunge forward that almost butts one of the maids into the geranium bed. I watches this circus until I hears the 8:17 express whistle before breaking into a trot for the station. And the last glimpse I had of Tidwell, he was mixed up with a lawn swing and a lilac bush, and the Italian was trying to climb a tree. "I hear Tidwell has a car," says one of the commuters as I drops into the smoker. "He had, up to 3 minutes ago," says I, "but the prospects are that he'll finish the week with some scrap iron and a few splinters. Say, I'm coming home early to watch him perform." Honest, the thoughts of him kept me chuckling most of the day, and that afternoon, on the back trip, I speculated all the way out on what his place must be looking like by then. I walks up to the post road with my grin all set to spring, when all of a sudden I hears a horn honk behind me, and the next thing I know, along sails Tidwell in his new car, bent a little forward with a stranglehold on the wheel and his eyes bugged out like a couple of peeled onions, but driving along at a 20-mile clip and keeping in the middle of the road. He's all alone, too. "Well, I'll be dipped in glue," says I, or words to that effect. Think of it! Tidwell! You know how you're apt to size up a man for a weak sister and suspect him of being one of the kind that lets his wife buy his neckties? Why, I hadn't credited Tidwell with having any more spine than a piece of pickled tripe, and as far as his having nerve enough to run an automobile all by himself, well, it was one on the plexus for me. Course, you see all sorts of people handling steering wheels, from 10-year-old kids up. But somehow I always looked on it as kind of a freak trick, like being able to walk on your hands or wiggling your ears. But Tidwell! And the funny anecdote about him I'd framed up to hand to Sadie was put on ice. I didn't even mention Tidwell. 3. Then, was it fate or just my feet that took me for a stroll up around Columbus Circle the next afternoon? Anyway, I forgot how I happened to stray so far uptown. All I know is I was walking around towards Broadway when I hears someone sing out, "Hey, Shorty, old sport!" And as I whirls around, up the curb glides a slick little red roadster, and I discovers Mr. Cecil Slattery shoving out the glad hand. "How are they coming?" says he. "In bunches, Slat," says I. "I expect you're getting them in carload lots as usual." "Yes, yes, brother," says he. "I'm one of the busy little honey gatherers, you know, and the world is my clover top." "Yes, I know," says I, "and the parties you light on generally get stung." "Haw, haw," says Cecil, letting it out free and joyful. That's him all the time. One of the smoothest, chirkiest, nerviest young gents that you can find along Gasoline Row, which is saying a good deal. 5 or 6 years ago, Slat was assistant wiper in one of these second-hand automobile garages, with grease on him from his red hair down to his run-over heels. and he knew just enough about machinery to chew the head off a nut with a Stilson wrench and wear a pair of overalls that would stand alone. He was cussed and kicked around by everyone in the place, but he kept on coming back with that impudent grin of his and monkeying with broken down old oil eaters, until he got so he knew the insides of different makes like the Tammany leader knows his wards. It wasn't until he was promoted to salesman, though, that Slat's talents got full swing. Why, he's admitted to me himself that he's booked more orders than any other 3 men on the row. And to see him now, in his college-cut clothes and his natty straw hat and his lemon-colored silk shirt with the turned-back cuffs, you'd never suspicion he used to wear my old sweaters. "What brand of speed destroyer is that you got there?" I says. "Is it another triumph of the century top-notcher, Niplu Ulster, eh?" "Well," says Slat, kind of hesitating, "it's a fine little car for the money, but I wouldn't want to say it was the best ever. I'd call it a good second, though." "What?" says I, gasping. "You in a machine that don't lay over anything that ever run on rubber? Are you joshin', or have you got paralysis of the tongue? Maybe, though, it belongs to somebody else." No, it was his machine, one he'd been using for a demonstrator all the spring, a present from the president of the company after he'd turned in his 101st order. But the fact of the matter was, he was changing firms. It seems he'd just signed a contract with another concern that put out a really high-grade, classy line, and although he wouldn't take on a new job until he came back from his little trip abroad, he'd already begun to hedge on his patter. "Of course," says Slat, "for a medium-price machine, this leads the list, and—" But right there he stops, and I notices his eyes narrow down thoughtful. "Say, Shorty," he goes on smooth as butter, "do you want to pick up this little beauty off the bargain counter?" "Ah, throw in your reverse," says I. "I'm no clover blossom, Slat. Besides, what would I do with it? Put it in the parlor?" "Why not use it to burn gasoline with?" says he. "Out of my line," says I. "I couldn't any more run the thing than a frog can fly." "You got hands and feet, haven't you?" says he. "Yes, but they ain't trying to do monkey stunts," says I. "Give 'em a course, then," says he. "No use, Slat," says I. "The machinery and juggling talents don't run in our family, and I takes it you've got to have a little of both to manipulate one of them hustle wagons. I couldn't learn in a month of wash days." "So?" says he. "Well, you just jump in here with me." "Said the spider to the fat bluebottle, eh?" I breaks in. "G'wan, you red-headed he-siren, you. Think you can yogi me into buying something I ain't got no more use for than a parrot has for tooth powder?" "Now that's all right, Shorty," says he, putting on an injured air. "You got a right to your suspicions, and they do me credit. But this is once where you're running down your signals." "Huh?" says I. "And then?" "Do you suppose for a moment," he goes on, "that I would try to unload anything on you that you didn't want? Why, you and I have known each other for—" There, Slat," says I. "Don't overwork the tear ducts. What might be this sudden spasm you're struggling with?" "Why," says he, looking sort of sad and crushed, "I simply want to show you where you're mistaken about having a subnormal intelligence. You say you can't learn to run a car. I'd like to prove that you can, that's all." Well, I ain't one to blight the happiness and peace of mind of a fella, being so careless and casual as all that. "Slat," says I, "cheer up. I'm going to give you a chance to do your worst." So with that, I climbs into the empty bucket seat beside him, and off we goes up the Riverside Drive. 4. As we hums along, swinging in and out of the trolley tracks, grazing a truck here and a streetcar there, Slat gives me a rapid-fire lecture on how it's done. Got me kind of interested, too, and before we strikes the Manhattan Viaduct, I had the whole program by heart. You know that new piece they've added to the drive up beyond 157th Street? We just got straightened out on that when he jams on his brake, fetches up with the engine still throbbing, and slides out from behind the wheel. "Here now," says he, "you do it." "Eh?" says I. "Me?" "You got a 50-foot roadway all to yourself," says he. "Why not try?" Honest, I was ashamed to let on how chilly my feet had gone all of a sudden, so I slips into his place and he takes mine. Now, let's see, says I, running over the directions out loud. You push forward on this side thingamabob, put your foot on that left pedal, and bring this handle back a few notches. As I said over the lesson, I went through the motions, and before I knew what was happening, the machine begins moving right under me. I chokes down a gasp, bugs my eyes out, and takes a death grip on that steering wheel. First, we does a dive to the right, then a swoop to the left like a pink seagull with a jag on. Easy, easy, says Slat, kind of soothing. This is no serpentine course. Whirl it gently. And don't hold it so hard. It won't get away from you. Little more gas now. That's it. You're doing fine. Maybe I was, but every nerve and muscle in me was strung as tight as a piano wire. I'd always thought the drive had a good deal of width to it, but just then it looks as narrow as a footpath. Say, ain't there some 100-acre parade ground handy where I can finish this lesson? Says I. I don't want to mar the scenery any along here. Oh, you're all right, says Slat. Throttle low for this downgrade. Instead of throttling down, though, I must have throttled up, for we begins to shoot down that little hill as if we was on a roller coaster. But Slat reaches over and slows her up just in time to let me round a curve on two wheels. Now let's see you stop just beyond that tree, says he. What? Says I. Stop her, says he. You're gonna run over a man or into a wagon. Now stop! Say, we stopped all right. I grabbed all the levers I could at once and jammed down on all the foot pedals I could find. Oh, yes, we stopped. I come near keeping right on over the dash, but the wheel caught me in the breadbasket and set me back solid with my wind gone. Slat must have been looking for some such act, for he had his feet braced. Fine, says he, real sarcastic. Especially for the tires. You've killed your engine, too. The blame thing got what it deserved, then, says I. Crank up and try that again, says Slat. Only do it this time the way I told you. So I gets out and begins turning the front handle. Say, ever notice how easy most of them shuffers can whirl that thing? Well, I've got some little right-arm ginger myself. But I sure was red in the face by the time I'd given the crank 3 or 4 turns, and all that comes from the machine is kind of a low holler cough, like it was in the last stages. Perhaps you'd have better luck if you turned your spark first, says Slat, springing his grin on me. Ah, say, says I, what a humorous kid you are. But I pushes over the button, and with another turn I had her humming. Next time he told me to make the stop, I did it more careful. But at that I must have missed something, for just as we fetches up more or less gentle, the engine goes out of business again. What's your right foot doing on that pedal? Says Slat. I thought I told you 3 times how to. I know, says I. I got a brain like a cup custard. Ever have to put your tail down like that and own up what a thick thatch you've got? Honest, if I'd been a school kid being jacked up for forgetting his lesson, I couldn't have felt any cheaper. And nobody'll ever guess how much I wanted to quit the game. But I couldn't. If you know what to do, Slat goes on. Why the thunder don't you? It's this way, Slat, says I. My head knows it, but my feet don't. Not yet. I've got to educate 'em a little more. If you're willing to take the chances, though, I'm going to learn to run this blasted machine right here. If I don't, I'll buy it off you and burn it on the dump. That's the way to talk, says Slat. Get you mad up, and then you'll do it. 5. Well, sir, that's the right dope. I don't know how it come to me or when I passed the butterfingered stage, but I sets my teeth hard, puts my mighty intellect on the job, and inside of an hour I was doing the trick, running her along as straight as if she'd been on rails, slowing up, stopping, backing, and even turning around. All the way on the return trip down the drive, it was me held the wheel, and before we struck Broadway again, I was leaning back against the cushions in the cockiest style you could imagine. Now, I try to cut the chesty business, as a rule, but here I was at it, good and hard. Just the feeling of that steering wheel under my hands and seeing how tame I got all that machinery set me up so that I can almost feel my shirt getting tight across the front. It was great. I ain't had any such sensation since I was a youngster. "Well," says Slat, as we gets back to Gasoline Row, "it's too bad you're not in the market for a machine, for this one would fit you down to the ground." I don't say anything to that, but I hops out and walks around her, rubbing my hands over the polished gas lamps and poking at the tires and looking mighty wise. And the more I sized her up, the better she looked to me. "Think I'm expert enough to run her out home this afternoon?" says I. "Why, you could take her as far as Boston if you wanted to," says he. "All you need now is practice. Of course, if you don't care to buy, I suppose I can—" "As a friend, Slat," says I, "about how much more would you stand me up for than if I was a stranger?" I knew I was a goner, so I thought I might as well show my hand. Maybe he stuck me and maybe he didn't. Anyway, I writes my check right there on the wheel, and after I'd had some oil and gasoline put in her and bought my license numbers, I starts for Rockhurst on the Sound. No use going into details about that trip. I knew the road fairly well, having gone over it in other bubbles, so I didn't get off the track. I had a few close shaves, but getting through 'em all right only made me chestier 'n ever. And all I could think of in the back of my nut was what a surprise party I was going to spring on Sadie when she sees me roll in all alone, handling the wheel myself. Say, I had that tableau mapped out 7 different ways across the board. First it was with Sadie discovered at the upper window, expecting to see me come hoofing it up the walk and waving joy signals to me with both arms. Then I had her on the veranda and almost falling backwards in a rocker at the sight. Maybe some of the neighbors would be there to help her throw a fit. The only times I had a chilly feeling along my spine was when the horrible thought struck me. What if she shouldn't be on hand at all and miss my grand entrance? 6. She was there, though. As I turned in through our front gates, I sees her out in the lawn, with little Sully in his perambulator. "Honk, honk," says I, getting busy with the horn and speeding up a little extra. Why, Shorty," she squeals after one look. I just grins and locates the spot where I'd meant to take my grandstand finish and step out to receive the plaudits of the family. There's a little lattice-work summer house just to the left of the drive, and I'd framed it up that to stop just in front of that would make a good picture. All I did, too, was give one twist of my head and wave a hand at Sadie. But that was one frill too many. The next thing I knew, I'd made a swing to the left. I hears a great cracking and splintering of wood, and hanged if I don't find that I got a dinky summer house affair up on the radiator hood, with the machine making full tilt at a big maple tree less than a dozen feet away. Funny how quick things can happen in an automobile, ain't it? I had just sense enough left to jerk back the emergency brake and bring her up with one of the gas lamps barely grazing the bark. Then I shuts off the engine and begins to hear some of the things Sadie is shouting at me. "Why, what did you do that for, Shorty?" says she, running up. "That?" says I, pointing at the hood decoration. "Oh, just for practice." "Practice?" says she. "Sure," says I. "Thought that summer house might be a cute place to keep the machine in, but it don't quite fit, does it?" Course Sadie didn't let me get away with any such jolly as that, and the grand ovation I'd counted on somewhere missed fire. All she said was, when I explained how this was my own private machine, that I'd bought all by myself and meant to run back and forth from town in, "You better get someone to drive it for you, Shorty. Then it will last longer." "Huh, think so?" says I. "Well, see here, Sadie, I want you to understand that I'm going to handle that machine myself. Maybe there's a few stunts I ain't up on yet, but I'll get 'em if I have to burn up all the gasoline you could load on a lighter. Why, before I get through, I'm going to have that car so it'll stand on its hind legs and eat sugar out of my hand." No, I ain't quite reached that point yet, nor I ain't been pinched for busting the speed limit, and I haven't begun cutting notches on the cover of my coil box. But I've scorched my fingers on a hot sparking plug, and I've got pump blisters on my palms, so I guess I'm coming on. Anyway, I can look at Tidwell now without gritting my teeth. End of Honk Honk, Shorty McCabe at the Wheel by Sewell Ford. Recording by Scotty.
The Manuscript by Otto Larsen. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Manuscript. Two gentlemen sat chatting together one evening. Their daily business was to occupy themselves with literature. At the present moment they were engaged in drinking whisky, an occupation both agreeable and useful, and in chatting about books, the theatre, women, and many other things. Finally they came around to that inexhaustible subject for conversation, the mysterious life of the soul, the hidden things, the unknown, that theme for which Shakespeare has given us an oft-quoted and oft-abused device, which one of the men, Mr. X, now used to point his remarks. Raising his glass, he looked at himself meditatively in a mirror opposite, and, in a good imitation of the manner of his favourite actor, he quoted, "There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in thy philosophy, Horatio." Mr. Y arranged a fresh glass for himself, and answered, "I believe it. I believe also that it is given but to a few chosen ones to see these things. It never fell to my lot, I know. Fortunately for me, perhaps. For, at least so it appears to me, these chosen ones appear on closer investigation to be individuals of an abnormal condition of brain. As far as I personally am concerned, I know of nothing more strange than the usual logical and natural sequence of events on our globe. I confess things do sometimes happen outside of this orderly sequence, but for the cold-blooded and thoughtful person, the strange, the apparently inexplicable, usually turns out to be a sum of chance. That chance we will never be quite clever enough to fully take into our calculations. As an instance, I would like to tell you the story of what happened several years back to a friend of mine, a young French writer. He had a good, sincere mind, but he had also a strong leaning toward which was just then in danger of becoming as much of a fashion in France as it is here now. The event of which I am about to tell you threw him into what was almost a delirium, which came near to robbing him of his normal intelligence, and therefore came near to robbing French readers of a few excellent books. This is the way it happened. It was about 10 years back, and I was spending the spring and summer in Paris. I had a room with the family of a concierge on the left bank, Rue de Vaugirard, near the Luxembourg Gardens. A few steps from my modest domicile lived my friend Lucien F. We had become acquainted through a chain of circumstances which do not belong to this story. But these circumstances had made firm friends of us, a friendship which was a source of great pleasure and also of assistance to me in my study of Paris conditions. This friendship also enabled me to enjoy better and cheaper whisky than one can usually meet with in the city by the Seine, a really good Jameson Highland. Lucien F. had already published several books which had aroused attention through the oddity of their themes, and their gratifying success had made it possible for him to establish himself in a comfortably furnished bachelor apartment on the corner of the Rue de Vaugirard and the Rue de Conde. The apartment had a corridor and 3 rooms, a dining room, a bedroom, and a charming study with an enclosed balcony, the 3 windows of which, a large one in the centre and 2 smaller ones at the side, sent a flood of light in over the great writing table which filled nearly the entire balcony. Inside the room, near the balcony, stood a divan covered with a bearskin rug. Upon this divan I spent many of my hours in Paris, occupied in the smoking of my friend's excellent cigars, and the sampling of his superlatively good whisky. At the same time, I could lie staring up at the tops of the trees in the Luxembourg Gardens, while Lucien worked at his desk; for, unlike most writers, he could work best when he was not alone. If I remained away several days, he would invariably ring my bell early some morning, and drag me out of bed with the remark, "The whisky is ready. I can't write if you are not there." During the particular days of which I shall tell you, he was engaged in the writing of a fantastic novelette, The Force of the Wind, a work which interested him greatly, and which he would interrupt unwillingly at intervals to furnish copy for the well known newspaper that numbered him among the members of its staff. His books were printed by the same house that did the printing for the paper. Often, as I lay in my favourite position on the divan, the bell would ring and we would be honoured by a visit from the printer's boy, Adolphe, a little fellow in a blue blouse, the true type of Paris gamin. Adolphe rejoiced in a broken nose, a pair of crafty eyes, and had his fists always full of manuscripts, which he treated with a carelessness that would have driven a literary novice to despair. Long rolls of yellow paper would hang out of his trousers pockets, as if ready to fall apart at his next movement, and the disrespectful manner in which he crammed my friend Lucien's scarcely dried essay into the breast of his blouse would have certainly called forth remarks from a journalist of more self-conceit. But his eyes were so full of sly cunning, and there was such an atmosphere of Paris about the stocky little 14-year-old chap, that we would often keep him longer with us, and treat him to a glass of anisette to hear his opinion of the writers whose work he handled. He was an amusing cross between a tricky little Paris gamin and a real child, and he hit off the characteristics of the various writers with as keen a touch of actuality as he could put into his stories of how many centimes he had won that morning at craps from his friend Pierre. Pierre was another employé of the printing house, Adolphe's comrade in his study of the mysteries of Paris streets, and now his rival. They were both in love with the same girl, the 15-year-old daughter of the keeper of La Prunelle Café, and her favour was often the prize of the morning's game. Now and then this rivalry between the two young Parisians would drop into a hand-to-hand fight. I myself was witness to such a skirmish one day in front of La Prunelle. The rivals pulled each other's hair mightily, while the manuscripts flew about over the pavement, and Virginie, in her short skirts, stood at the door of the café and laughed until she seemed about to shake to pieces. Pierre was the strongest, and Adolphe came off with a bloody nose. He gathered up his manuscripts in grim silence, and left the battlefield, and the still laughing Virginie with an expression of deep anger on his wounded face. The following day, when I teased him a little because of his defeat, he smiled a sly smile and remarked, "Yes, but I won a franc from him, the big stupid animal. And so it was I, after all, who took Virginie out that evening. We went to the Café Néant, where I let them put me in the coffin and pretend to be decaying to amuse her. She thought it was lots of fun." One morning Lucien had come for me as usual, put me on the divan, and seated himself at his writing table. He was just putting the last words to his novel, and the table was entirely covered with the scattered leaves, closely written. I could just see his neck as he sat there, a thin sinewed expressive neck. He bent over his work, blind and deaf for anything else. I lay there and gazed over the tops of the trees in the park into the blue summer sky. The window on the left side of the desk stood wide open, for it was a warm and sultry day. I sipped my whisky slowly. The air was heavy, and thunder threatened in the distance. After a little while the clouds gathered together, heavy, low-hanging, copper-hued, real thunderclouds, and the trees in the park rustled softly. The air was stifling, and lay heavy as lead on my breast. "Lucien!" Lucien did not hear or see anything. His pen flew over the paper. I fell back lazily on my divan. Then, suddenly, there was a mighty tumult. A strong gust of wind swept through the street, bending the trees in the gardens quite out of my horizon. With a crash the right-hand window in the balcony flew wide open, and like a cyclone the wind swept through, clearing the table in an instant of all the loose sheets of paper that had lain scattered about it. "The devil! Why don't you shut the window?" I cried, springing up from the sofa. "Spare your energy. It's too late," said Lucien, with a gentle mockery in his soft voice. "Look there." He pointed out into the street, where his sheets of paper went swirling about in the heavy air like white doves. A second later came the rain, a veritable cloudburst. We shut the windows and gave ourselves up to melancholy thoughts about the lost manuscript, the recovery of which now seemed utterly hopeless. "That's 1,000 francs at least that the wind has robbed me of," sighed Lucien. "Well, enfin, that doesn't matter so much. But do you know anything more tiresome than to work over the same subject a second time? I can't think of doing it. It would fairly make me sick to try it." We were in a sad mood that morning. When we went out to breakfast at about 2 o'clock, we looked about for some traces of the lost manuscript. There was nothing to be seen. It had vanished completely, whirled off to all four corners of the earth probably, this manuscript from which Lucien had expected so much. Truly it was the force of the wind. Now comes the strange part of the story. One morning, 2 weeks later, Lucien stood in the door of my little room, pale as a ghost. He had a bundle of printer's proofs in his hand, and held them out to me without a word. I looked at it and read: The Force of the Wind, by Lucien F. It was a good bundle of proofs, the entire first proofs of Lucien's novel, that novel the manuscript of which we had seen blown out of the balcony window and whirled away by the winds. "My dear man," I exclaimed, as I handed him back the proofs, "you have been industrious indeed, to write your entire novel over again in so short a time, and to have proofs already." Lucien did not answer. He stood silent, staring at me with a weird look in his otherwise so sensible eyes. After a moment he stammered: "I did not write the novel over again. I have not touched a pen since the day the manuscript blew out of the window." "Are you a sleep walker, Lucien?" "Why do you ask?" "Why, that would be the only natural explanation. They say we can do a great many things in sleep of which we know nothing when we wake. I've heard queer stories of that. Men have committed murders in their sleep. It happens quite often that sleep walkers write letters in a handwriting they do not recognize when awake." "I have never been a sleep walker," answered Lucien. "Oh, you can never tell," I remarked. "Would you rather explain it as magic, or as the work of fairies? Or do you believe in ghosts? Your muse has fascinated you, you mystic." And I laughed and trilled a line from the Mascot, which we had seen the evening before at the Lyric. But my merriment did not seem to strike an answering note in Lucien. He turned from me in silence, and with an offended expression took his hat and his proofs, and, humorist and sceptic as he was ordinarily, he parted from me with the words, uttered in a theatrical tone: "There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in thy philosophy." He turned on his heel and left the room. To be candid, I was unpleasantly affected by the little scene. I could not for an instant doubt Lucien's honesty. He was so pale, so frightened almost, so touching in the alarm and excitement of his soul. Of course, the only explanation that I could see was that he had written his novel in a sleep walking state. for certainly no printer could set up type from a manuscript that did not exist, to say nothing of printing it and sending out proofs. Several days passed, but Lucien did not come near me. I went to his place once or twice, but the door was locked. Had the devil carried him off bodily, or had this strange and inexplicable occurrence robbed him of his sanity, and robbed me of his friendship and his excellent whisky? After 3 useless attempts to find him at home, and after writing him a letter which he did not answer, I gave up Lucien without any further attempt to understand his enigmatical behaviour. A short time after, I left my home without having seen or heard anything more of him. Months passed. I remained at home, and one evening when, during the course of a gay party, the conversation came around to the subject of mysticism and occult occurrences, I dished up my story of the enigmatical manuscript. The unknown, the occult, was the rage just then, and my story was received with great applause, and called forth numerous quotations as to more things in heaven and earth. I came to think so much of it myself that I wrote it out and sent it to Professor Flammarion, who was just then making a study of the unknown, which he preserved in his later book, L'Inconnu. The occupying myself with the story brought my mind around again to memories of Lucien. One day I saw a notice in Le Figaro to the effect that his book, The Force of the Wind, had appeared in a second large edition, and had aroused much attention, particularly in spiritualistic circles. I seemed to see him again before me, with his long nervous neck, which was so expressive. The vision of his neck rose up before me whenever I drank the same sort of whisky that I had drunk so often with him, and the longing to hear something more of my lost friend came over me. I sat down one evening, when in a sentimental mood, and wrote to him, asking him to tell me something of himself, and to send me his book. A week later I received the little book, and the following letter, which I have here in my pocket. It is somewhat crumpled, for I have read it several times, but no matter, I will read it to you now, if you will pardon my awkward translating of the French original. Here it is. Dear friend, many thanks for your letter. Here is the book. I have to thank you also that you did not lay my behaviour of your last days in Paris up against me. I must have seemed strange to you. I will try to explain it. I have been nervous from childhood. The fact that most of my books have treated of fantastic subjects, somewhat in the manner of Edgar Allan Poe, has made me more susceptible for all that world which lies beyond and about the world of everyday life. I have sought after, and yet feared, the mystical. Cool and lucid as I can be at times, I have always had an inclination for the enigmatical, the unknown. But the first thing that ever happened in my life that I could not explain or understand was the affair of the manuscript. You remember the day I stood in your room. I must have looked the picture of misery. The affair had played more havoc with my nerves than you can very well understand. Your mockery hurt me, and yet under all I felt ashamed of my own thoughts concerning this foolish occurrence. I could not explain the phenomenon, and I shivered at the things that it suggested to me. In this condition, which lasted several weeks, I could not bear to see you, or anyone else, and I was impolite enough even to leave your letter unanswered. The book appeared and made a hit, since that sort of thing was the centre of interest just then. But almost a month passed before I could rouse myself from that condition of fear and, I had almost said, softening of the brain, which prevented my enjoyment of my success. Then the explanation came. Thanks to this occurrence, I now know that I shall never again be in danger of being haunted. And I know now that chance can bring about stranger happenings than can be any fancied visitations from the spirit world. Here you have the story of this mystic occurrence, which came near endangering my sanity, and which turns out to be a chance combination of a gust of wind, a sudden downpour of rain, and the strange elements in the character of our little friend, Adolphe the printer's boy. You remember that funny little chap with the crafty eye, his talent for gambling, and his admiration for the girl of La Prunelle? A queer little mixture, this child, who has himself alone to look to for livelihood and care, the typical race of the Paris streets, the modified gamin from Les Miserables. About a month after the appearance of my book I lay on the divan one day, your favourite place, you remember, and lost myself in idle reasonings on the same old subject that never left my mind day or night, when the bell rang and Adolphe appeared, to call for the essay on Le Boulevard. There was an unusual nervous gleam in his eyes that day. I gave him an anisette and tried to find out what his trouble was. I did find it out, and I found out a good deal more besides. Thanks to his good fortune as a gambler, Virginie came to look upon him with favour. Pierre was quite out of the race, and Adolphe's affection was reciprocated as much as his heart could desire. But with his good fortune in love came all the suffering, all the torture, the suspicions, that tear the hearts of us men when we set our hopes upon a woman's truth. Young as he was, he went through them all, and now he was torturing himself with the thought that she did not really love him, but was only pretending, while she gave her heart to another. Perhaps he was right. Why not? I talked to Adolphe as man to man, and managed to bring back a gleam of his usual jollity and sly humour. He took another glass of anisette, and said suddenly, "Monsieur Lucien, I did something." "Did what?" I asked. "Something I should have told you long ago. It was wrong, and you've always been so nice to me. You remember the day 2 months ago when we had such a sudden wind and rainstorm, a regular cloudburst. I was down here in this neighbourhood fetching manuscripts from Monsieur Labouchere and Monsieur Laroy. I was to have come up here for copy from you too, but then, you'll understand after all I've been telling you. I came around past La Prunelle, and Virginie stood in the doorway, and she'd promised to go out with me that evening. So I ran up to speak to her, and then when I went on again I saw a sheet with your writing lying in the street. You know I know all the gentlemen's writing whose copy I fetch. Then I was frightened. I thought to myself, 'The devil,' I thought, 'here I've lost Monsieur Lucien's manuscript.' I couldn't remember calling for it, but I thought I must have done so before I got Monsieur Laroy's. I can't remember much except Virginie these days. I took up the sheet and saw 3 others a little further on, and I saw a lot more shining just behind the railing of the Luxembourg garden. You know how hard it rained. The water held the paper down, so the wind couldn't carry it any further. I ran into the garden and picked up all the sheets. 32 of them, all of them, except the first 4 I found in the street, had blown in behind the railing. And I can tell you I was precious glad that I had them all together. I ran back to the office, told them I had dropped the manuscript in the street, but asked them not to say anything to you about it. But the sheets were all there. You always number them so clearly, and handsome Auguste, the compositor, promised he wouldn't tell on me. I knew if the foreman heard of it, he'd put me out, for he had a grudge against me. So nobody knew anything about it. But I thought I ought to tell you, 'cause you've been so nice to me. Maybe you'll understand how one gets queer at times, when a girl like Virginie tells you she likes you better than Pierre, and yet you think she might deceive you for his sake, that big, stupid animal. But now I'll be going. Much obliged for your kindness, Monsieur Lucien, and for the anisette." And he left me. There you have the explanation, the very simple and natural explanation of the phenomenon that almost drove me crazy. The entire supernatural occurrence was caused by a careless boy's love affairs, by a gust of south-west wind, by a sudden heavy rain, and by the chance that I had used English ink, the kind that water cannot blur. All these simple, natural things made me act so foolishly toward a good friend, the sort of friend I have always known you to be. Let me hear from you, and tell me what you people up north think of my book. I give you my word that the unknown powers shall never again make me foolish enough to risk losing your friendship. Yours, Lucien. So this is my story. Yes, there are more things in heaven and earth, but the workings of chance are the strangest of all. And this whiskey is really very good. Here's to you. End of The Manuscript by Otto Larsen.
Mr. Jack Hamlin's Mediation by Bret Harte. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. At nightfall it began to rain. The wind arose too, and also began to buffet a small, struggling, nondescript figure creeping along the trail over the rocky upland meadow towards Ryland's rancho. At times its head was hidden in what appeared to be wings thrown upward from its shoulders. At times its broad-brimmed hat was cocked jauntily on one side, and again the brim was fixed over the face like a visor. At one moment a drifting, misshapen mass of drapery, at the next its vague garments, beaten back hard against the figure, revealed outlines far too delicate for that rude enwrapping. For it was Mrs. Rylands herself, in her husband's hat and her hired man's old blue army overcoat, returning from the post office 2 miles away. The wind continued its aggression until she reached the front door of her newly plastered farmhouse, and then a heavier blast shook the pines above the low-pitched, shingled roof, and sent a shower of arrowy drops after her like a Parthian parting, as she entered. She threw aside the overcoat and hat, and somewhat inconsistently entered the sitting-room, to walk to the window and look back upon the path she had just traversed. The wind and the rain swept down a slope, half meadow, half clearing, a mile away, to a fringe of sycamores. A mile further lay the stage road, where, 3 hours later, her husband would alight on his return from Sacramento. It would be a long wet walk for Joshua Rylands, as their only horse had been borrowed by a neighbor. In that fading light, Mrs. Rylands' oval cheek was shining still from the raindrops. But there was something in the expression of her worried face that might as readily have suggested tears. She was strikingly handsome, yet quite as incongruous an ornament to her surroundings as she had been to her outer wrappings a moment ago. Even the clothes she now stood in hinted an inadaptability to the weather, the house, the position she occupied in it. A figured silk dress, spoiled rather than overworn, was still of a quality inconsistent with her evident habits, and the lace-edged petticoat that peeped beneath it was draggled with mud and unaccustomed usage. Her glossy black hair, which had been tossed into curls in some foreign fashion, was now wind-blown into a burlesque of it. This incongruity was still further accented by the appearance of the room she had entered. It was coldly and severely furnished, making the chill of the yet damp white plaster unpleasantly obvious. A black harmonium organ stood in one corner, set out with black and white hymn books. A trestle-like table contained a large Bible. Half a dozen black horsehair cushioned chairs stood, geometrically distant, against the walls, from which hung 4 engravings of Paradise Lost in black mourning frames. Some dried ferns and autumn leaves stood in a vase on the mantelpiece, as if the chill of the room had prematurely blighted them. The coldly glittering grate below was also decorated with withered sprays, as if an attempt had been made to burn them, but was frustrated through damp. Suddenly recalled to a sense of her wet boots and the new carpet, she hurriedly turned away, crossed the hall into the dining room, and thence passed into the kitchen. The hired girl, a large-boned Missourian, a daughter of a neighboring woodman, was peeling potatoes at the table. Mrs. Rylands drew a chair before the kitchen stove and put her wet feet on the hob. "I'll bet a cookie, Miss Rylands, you've done forgot the vaniller," said the girl, with a certain domestic and confidential familiarity. Mrs. Rylands started guiltily. She made a miserable feint of looking in her lap and on the table. "I'm afraid I did, Jane, if I didn't bring it in here." "That you didn't," returned Jane. "And I reckon you forgot that 'ar pepper sauce for your husband." Mrs. Rylands looked up with piteous contrition. "I really don't know what's the matter with me. I certainly went into the shop, and had it on my list, and really—" Jane evidently knew her mistress, and smiled with superior toleration. "It's kinder bewilderin' goin' in them big shops, and lookin' round them stuffed shelves." The shop at the crossroads and post office was only 14 by 14, but Jane was nurtured on the plains. "Anyhow," she added good humouredly, "the expressman is sure to look in as he goes by, and you've time to give him the order." "But is he sure to come?" added Mrs. Rylands anxiously. "Mr. Rylands will be so put out without his pepper sauce." "He's sure to come if he knows you're here. You can always calculate on that." "Why?" asked Mrs. Rylands abstractedly. "Why? 'Cause he just can't keep his eyes off you. That's why he comes every day. 'Tain't just for trade." This was quite true. Not only of the expressman, but of the butcher and baker, and the candlestick maker had there been so advanced a vocation at the crossroads. All were equally and curiously attracted by her picturesque novelty. Mrs. Rylands knew this herself, but without vanity or coquettishness. Possibly that was why the other woman told her. She only slightly deepened the lines of discontent in her cheek, and said abstractedly, "Well, when he comes, you ask him." She dried her shoes, put on a pair of slippers that had a faded splendour about them, and went up to her bedroom. Here she hesitated for some time between the sewing machine and her knitting needles, but finally settled upon the latter, and a pair of socks for her husband, which she had begun a year ago. But she presently despaired of finishing them before he returned, 3 hours hence, and so applied herself to the sewing machine. For a little while its singing hum was heard between the blasts that shook the house, but the thread presently snapped, and the machine was put aside somewhat impatiently, with a discontented drawing of the lines around her handsome mouth. Then she began to tidy the room, putting a great many things away, and bringing out a great many more, a process that was necessarily slow, owing to her falling into attitudes of minute inspection of certain articles of dress, with intervals of trying them on and observing their effect in her mirror. This kind of interruption also occurred while she was putting away some books that were lying about on chairs and tables, stopping midway to open their pages, becoming interested, and quite finishing one chapter with the book held close against the window to catch the fading light of day. The feminine reader will gather from this that Mrs. Rylands, though charming, was not facile in domestic duties. She had just glanced at the clock and lit the candle to set herself to work again, and thus bridge over the 2 hours more of waiting, when there was a tap at the door. She opened it to Jane. "There's an entire stranger downstairs, as he's got a lame hoss and wants to borry a fresh one." "We have none, you know," said Mrs. Rylands a little impatiently. "That's what I told him. Then he wanted to know if he could lie by here till he could get one, or fix up his own hoss." "As you like. You know if you can manage it," said Mrs. Rylands a little uneasily. "When Mr. Rylands comes you can arrange it between you. Where is he now?" "In the kitchen." "The kitchen!" echoed Mrs. Rylands. "Yes, ma'am. I showed him into the parlour, but he kind o' shivered his shoulders, and reckoned as how he'd like to go into the kitchen. You see, ma'am, he was all wet, and his shiny big boots was sloppy. But he ain't one of the stuck-up kind, and he's willin' to make himself comfortable before the kitchen stove." "Well, then, he doesn't want me," said Mrs. Rylands, with a relieved voice. "Yes'm," said Jane, apparently equally relieved. "Only I thought I'd just tell you." A few minutes later, in crossing the upper hall, Mrs. Rylands heard Jane's voice from the kitchen raised in rustic laughter. Had she been satirically inclined, she might have understood Jane's willingness to relieve her mistress of the duty of entertaining the stranger. Had she been philosophical, she might have considered the girl's dreary, monotonous life at the Rancho, and made allowance for her joy at this rare interruption of it. But I fear that Mrs. Rylands was neither satirical nor philosophical, and presently, when Jane re-entered with colour in her alkaline face and light in her huckleberry eyes, and said she was going over to the cattle sheds in the far pasture to see if the hired man didn't know of some horse that could be got for the stranger, Mrs. Rylands felt a little bitterness in the thought that the girl would have scarcely volunteered to go all that distance in the rain for her. Yet in a few moments she forgot all about it, and even the presence of her guest in the house, and in one of her fitful, abstracted employments passed through the dining room into the kitchen, and had opened the door with an "Oh, Jane!" before she remembered her absence. The kitchen, lit by a single candle, could be only partly seen by her as she stood with her hand on the lock, though she herself was plainly visible. There was a pause, and then a quiet, self-possessed, yet amused voice answered, "My name isn't Jane, and if you're the lady of the house, I reckon yours wasn't always Rylands." At the sound of the voice Mrs. Rylands threw the door wide open, and as her eyes fell upon the speaker, her unknown guest, she recoiled with a little cry and a white, startled face. Yet the stranger was young and handsome, dressed with a scrupulousness and elegance which even the stress of travel had not deranged, and he was looking at her with a smile of recognition, mingled with that careless audacity and self-possession which seemed to be the characteristic of his face. "Jack Hamlin!" she gasped. "That's me, all the time," he responded easily. "And you're Nell Montgomery." "How did you know I was here? Who told you?" she said impetuously. "Nobody. Never was so surprised in my life. When you opened that door just now you might have knocked me down with a feather." Yet he spoke lazily, with an amused face, and looked at her without changing his position. "But you must have known something. It was no mere accident," she went on vehemently, glancing around the room. "That's where you slip up, Nell," said Hamlin imperturbably. "It was an accident, and a bad one. My horse lamed himself coming down the grade. I sighted the nearest shanty, where I thought I might get another horse. Happened to be this." For the first time he changed his attitude, and leaned back contemplatively in his chair. She came towards him quickly. "You didn't used to lie, Jack," she said hesitatingly. "Couldn't afford it in my business, and can't now," said Jack cheerfully. "But," he added curiously, as if recognizing something in his companion's agitation, and lifting his brown lashes to her, the window, and the ceiling, "what's all this about? What's your little game here?" "I'm married," she said, with nervous intensity. "Married, and this is my husband's house." "Not married straight out? Regularly fixed?" "Yes," she said hurriedly. "One of the boys? Don't remember any Rylands. Spelter used to be very sweet on you, but Spelter might not have been his real name." "None of our lot. No one you ever knew. A straight out, square man," she said quickly. "I say, Nell, look here. You ought to have shown up your cards without even a call. You ought to have told him that you danced at the casino." "I did." "Before he asked you to marry him?" "Before." Jack got up from the chair, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at her curiously. This Nell Montgomery, this music hall dance and song girl, this girl of whom so much had been said and so little proved. Well, this was becoming interesting. "You don't understand," she said, with nervous feverishness. "You remember, after that row I had with Jim, the night the manager gave us a supper, when he treated me like a dog?" "He did that," interrupted Jack. "I felt fit for anything," she said, with a half-hysterical laugh that seemed voiced, however, to check some slumbering memory. "I'd have cut my throat or his, it didn't matter which." "It mattered something to us, Nell," put in Jack again, with polite parenthesis. "Don't leave us out in the cold." "I started from Frisco that night on the boat, ready to fling myself into anything, or the river," she went on hurriedly. "There was a man in the cabin who noticed me, and began to hang around. I thought he knew who I was, had seen me on the posters, and as I didn't feel like fooling, I told him so. But he wasn't that kind. He said he saw I was in trouble and wanted me to tell him all." Mr. Hamlin regarded her cheerfully. "And you told him," he said, "how you had once run away from your childhood's happy home to go on the stage? How you'd always regretted it, and would have gone back, but the doors were shut forever against you? How you longed to leave, but the wicked men and women around you always—" "I didn't!" she burst out with sudden passion. "You know I didn't. I told him everything, who I was, what I had done, what I expected to do again. I pointed out the men, who were sitting there whispering and grinning at us, as if they were in the front row of the theater, and said I knew them all, and they knew me. I never spared myself a thing. I said what people said of me, and didn't even care to say it wasn't true." "Oh, come," protested Jack, in perfunctory politeness. "He said he liked me for telling the truth and not being ashamed to do it. He said the sin was in the false shame and the hypocrisy. For that's the sort of man he is, you see, and that's like him always. He asked if I would marry him, out of hand, and do my best to be his lawful wife. He said he wanted me to think it over and sleep on it, and tomorrow he would come and see me for an answer. I slipped off the boat at Frisco, and went alone to a hotel where I wasn't known. In the morning I didn't know whether he'd keep his word or I'd keep mine, but he came. He said he'd marry me that very day, and take me to his farm in Santa Clara. I agreed. I thought it would take me out of everybody's knowledge, and they'd think me dead. We were married that day before a regular clergyman. I was married under my own name." She stopped and looked at Jack with a hysterical laugh. "But he made me write underneath it, 'Known as Nell Montgomery,' for he said he wasn't ashamed of it, nor should I be." "Does he wear long hair and stick straws in it?" said Hamlin gravely. "Does he hear voices and have visions?" "He's a shrewd, sensible, hard-working man, no more mad than you are, nor as mad as I was the day I married him. He's lived up to everything he said." She stopped, hesitated in her quick, nervous speech. Her lip quivered slightly, but she recalled herself, and looked imploringly, yet hopelessly at Jack, gasped, "And that's what's the matter." Jack fixed his eyes keenly upon her. "And you?" he said curtly. "I?" she repeated wonderingly. "Yes, what have you done?" he said, with sudden sharpness. The wonder was so apparent in her eyes that his keen glance softened. "Why," she said bewilderingly, "I have been his dog, his slave, as far as he would let me. I have done everything. I have not been out of the house until he almost drove me out. I have never wanted to go anywhere or see anyone, but he has always insisted upon it. I would have been willing to slave here day and night and have been happy. But he said I must not seem to be ashamed of my past, when he is not. I would have worn common homespun clothes and calico frocks and been glad of it, but he insists upon my wearing my best things, even my theater things, and as he can't afford to buy more, I wear these things I had. I know they look beastly here, and that I'm a laughing stock, and when I go out I wear almost anything to try and hide them, but," her lip quivered dangerously again, "he wants me to do it, and it pleases him." Jack looked down. After a pause he lifted his lashes toward her draggled skirt, and said in an easier conversational tone, "Yes, I thought I knew that dress. I gave it to you for that walking scene in High Life, didn't I?" "No," she said quickly. "It was the blue one with silver trimming, don't you remember? I tried to turn it the first year I was married, but it never looked the same." "It was sweetly pretty," said Jack encouragingly, "and with that blue hat lined with silver, it was just fetching. Somehow I don't quite remember this one," and he looked at it critically. "I had it at the races in '58, and that supper Judge Boompointer gave us at Frisco, where Colonel Fish upset the table trying to get at Jim. Do you know," she said, with a little laugh, "it's got the stains of the champagne on it yet. It never would come off. See?" And she held the candle with great animation to the breadth of silk before her. "And there's more of it on the sleeve," said Jack, "isn't there?" Mrs. Rylands looked reproachfully at Jack. "That isn't champagne. Don't you know what it is?" "No." "It's blood," she said gravely. "When that Mexican cut poor Ned so bad, don't you remember? I held his head upon my arm while you bandaged him." She heaved a little sigh, and then added with a faint laugh, "That's the worst thing about the clothes of a girl in the profession. They get spoiled or stained before they wear out." This large truth did not seem to impress Mr. Hamlin. "Why did you leave Santa Clara?" he said abruptly, in his previous critical tone. "Because of the folks there. They were standoffish and ugly. You see, Josh—" "Who?" "Josh Rylands. Him. He told everybody who I was, even those who had never seen me in the bills, how good I was to marry him, how he had faith in me and wasn't ashamed, until they didn't believe we were married at all. So they looked another way when they met us, and didn't call. And all the while I was glad they didn't, but he wouldn't believe it, and allowed I was pining on account of it." "And were you?" "I swear to God, Jack, I'd have been content and more to have been just there with him, seeing nobody, letting everyone believe I was dead and gone, but he said it was wrong and weak. Maybe it was," she added, with a shy, interrogating look at Jack, of which, however, he took no notice. "Then, when he found they wouldn't call, what do you think he did?" "Beat you, perhaps?" suggested Jack cheerfully. "He never did a thing to me that wasn't straight out square and kind," she said, half indignantly, half hopelessly. "He thought if his kind of people wouldn't see me, I might like to see my own sort. So without saying anything to me, he brought down, of all things, Tinky Clifford, she that used to dance in the cheap variety shows at Frisco, and her particular friend, Captain Sykes. It would have just killed you, Jack," she said, with a sudden hysteric burst of laughter. To have seen Josh in his square, straight-out way, trying to be civil and help things along. But, she went on, as suddenly relapsing into her former attitude of worried appeal, I couldn't stand it. And when she got to talking free and easy before Josh, and Captain Sykes to guzzling champagne, she and me had a row. She allowed I was putting on airs, and I made her walk in spite of Josh." "And Josh seemed to like it," said Hamlin carelessly. "Has he seen her since?" "No. I reckon he's cured of asking that kind of company for me. And then we came here. But I persuaded him not to begin by going round telling people who I was, as he did the last time, but to leave it to folks to find out if they wanted to, and he gave in. Then he let me fix up this house and furnish it my own way, and I did." "Do you mean to say that you fixed up that family vault of a sitting room?" said Jack in horror. "Yes. I didn't want any fancy furniture or looking glasses and such to attract folks, nor anything to look like the old times. I don't think any of the boys would care to come here. And I got rid of a lot of sporting travelers, wildcat managers, and that kind of tramp in this way. But—" She hesitated, and her face fell again. "But what?" said Jack. I don't think Josh likes it either. He brought home the other day, my Johnny is a shoemaker, and he wanted me to try it on the organ. But it reminded me of how we used to get just sick of singing it on and off the boards, and I couldn't touch it. He wanted me to go to the circus that was touring over at the crossroads, but it was the old Flanagan circus, you know, the one Gussie Riggs used to ride in, with its old clown and its old ringmaster and the old wheezes, and I chucked it." "Look here," said Jack, rising and surveying Mrs. Rylands critically. "If you go on at this gait, I'll tell you what that man of yours will do. He'll bolt with some of your old friends." She turned a quick, scared face upon him for an instant, but only for an instant. Her hysteric little laugh returned at once, followed by her weary, worried look. No, Jack, you don't know him. If it was only that. He cares only for me in his own way, and—" she stammered as she went on, "I've no luck in making him happy." She stopped. The wind shook the house and fired a volley of rain against the windows. She took advantage of it to draw a torn lace-edged handkerchief from her pocket behind, and keeping the tail of her eyes in a frightened fashion on Jack, applied the handkerchief furtively, first to her nose, then to her eyes. "Don't do that," said Jack fastidiously. "It's wet enough outside." Nevertheless, he stood up and gazed at her. "Well," he began. She timidly drew nearer to him, and took a seat on the kitchen table, looking up wistfully into his eyes. "Well," resumed Jack argumentatively, "if he won't chuck you, why don't you chuck him?" She turned quite white, and suddenly dropped her eyes. "Yes," she said almost inaudibly, "lots of girls would do that." "I don't mean go back to your old life," continued Jack. "I reckon you've had enough of that. But get into some business, you know, like other women. A bonnet shop or a candy shop for children, see? I'll help start you. I've got a couple of hundred, if not in my own pocket in somebody else's, just burning to be used. And then you could look about you, and perhaps some square business man will turn up and you could marry him. You know you can't live like this, nohow. It's killing you. It ain't fair on you, nor on Rylands either." "No," she said quickly, "it ain't fair on him. I know it. I know it isn't," she repeated. "Only—" She stopped. "Only what?" said Jack impatiently. She did not speak. After a pause, she picked up the rolling pin from the table and began absently rolling it down her lap to her knee, as if pressing out the stained silk skirt. "Only," she stammered, slowly rolling the pin handles in her open palms, I can't leave Josh." "Why can't you?" said Jack quickly. Because she went on with a quivering lip, working the rolling pin heavily down her knee as if she were crushing her answer out of it. "Because I love him." There was a pause, a dash of rain against the window, and another dash from her eyes upon her hands, the rolling pin, and the skirts she had gathered up hastily as she cried, "Oh, Jack, I never loved anybody like him. I never knew what love was. I never knew a man like him before. There never was one before." To this large, comprehensive, and passionate statement Mr. Jack Hamlin made no reply. An audacity so supreme had conquered his. He walked to the window, looked out upon the dark, rain-filmed pane that, however, reflected no equal change in his own dark eyes, and then returned, and walked round the kitchen table. When he was at her back, without looking at her, he reached out his hand, took her passive one that lay on the table in his, grasped it heartily for a single moment, laid it gently down again, and returned around the table, where he once more confronted her cheerfully, face to face. "You'll make the riffle yet," he said quietly. "Just now I don't see what I could do, or where I could chip in on your little game, but if I do, or you do, count me in and let me know. You know where to write. My old address at Sacramento." He walked to the corner, took up his still wet serape, threw it over his shoulders, and picked up his broad-brimmed riding hat. "You're not going, Jack?" she said hesitatingly, as she rubbed her wet eyes into a consciousness of his movements. "You'll wait to see him? He'll be here in an hour." "I've been here too long already," said Jack, "and the less you say about my calling, even accidentally, the better. Nobody will believe it. You didn't yourself. In fact, unless you see how I can help you, the sooner you consider us all dead and buried, the sooner your luck will change. Tell your girl I found my own horse so much better that I've pushed on with him, and give her that." He threw a gold coin on the table. "But your horse is still lame," she said wonderingly. "What will you do in this storm?" "Get into the cover of the next wood and camp out. I've done it before." "But, Jack—" He suddenly made a slight gesture of warning. His quick ear had caught the approach of footsteps along the wet gravel outside. A mischievous light slid into his dark eyes as he coolly moved backward to the door, and holding it open, said in a remarkably clear and distinct voice, "Yes, as you say, society is becoming very mixed and frivolous everywhere, and you'd scarcely know San Francisco now. So delighted, however, to have made your acquaintance, and regret my business prevents my waiting to see your good husband. So odd that I should have known your Aunt Jemima. But, as you say, the world is very small, after all. I shall tell the deacon how well you are looking, in spite of the kitchen smoke in your eyes. Good-bye. 1,000 thanks for your hospitality." And Jack, bowing profoundly to the ground, backed out upon Jane, the hired man, and the expressman, treading, I grieve to say, with some deliberation upon the toes of the two latter, in order, possibly, that in their momentary pain and discomposure they might not scan too closely the face of this ingenious gentleman, as he melted into the night and the storm. Jane entered with a slight toss of her head. "Here's your expressman, if you're wanting him now." Mrs. Rylands was too preoccupied to notice her handmaiden's significant emphasis, as she indicated a fresh-looking, bashful young fellow, whose confusion was evidently heightened by the unexpected egress of Mr. Hamlin, and the point-blank presence of the handsome Mrs. Rylands. "Oh, certainly," said Mrs. Rylands quickly. "So kind of him to oblige us. Give him the order, Jane, please." She turned to escape from the kitchen and these new intruders, when her eye fell upon the coin left by Mr. Hamlin. "The gentleman wished you to take that for your trouble, Jane," she said hastily, pointing to it, and passed out. Jane cast a withering look after her retreating skirts, and picking up the coin from the table, turned to the hired man. "Run to the stable after that dandified young feller, Dick, and hand that back to him. You can say that Jane McKinnon don't run errands for money, nor play gooseberry to other folks for fun." Mr. Joshua Rylands had, according to the vocabulary of his class, found grace at the age of 16, while still in the spiritual state of original sin, and the political one of Missouri. He had not indeed found it by persistent youthful seeking, or spiritual insight, but somewhat violently and turbulently at a camp meeting. A village boy, naturally gentle and impressible, with an original character, limited, however, in education and experience, he had, after his first rustic debauch with some vulgar companions, fallen upon the camp meeting in reckless audacity, and instead of being handed over to the district constable, was taken in and placed upon the anxious bench, wrastled with and exhorted over by a strong revivalist preacher, convicted of sin and converted. It is doubtful if the shame of a public arrest and legal punishment would have impressed his youthful spirit as much as did this spiritual examination and trial, in which he himself became accuser. Howbeit its effect, though punitive, was also exemplary. He at once cast off his evil companions, remaining faithful to his conversion in spite of their later backslidings. When, after the Western fashion, the time came for him to forsake his father's farm and seek a new quarter section on some more remote frontier, he carried into that secluded, lonely, half-monkish celibacy of pioneer life, which has been the foundation of so much strong Western character, more than the usual religious feeling. At once industrious and adventurous, He lived by the word, as he called it, and nature as he knew it, tempted by none of the vices or sentiments of civilization. When he finally joined the Californian emigration, it was not as a gold seeker, but as a discoverer of new agricultural fields. If the hardship was as great and the rewards fewer, he nevertheless knew that he retained his safer isolation and independence of spirit. Vice and civilization were to him synonymous terms. It was the natural condition of the world, and unregenerate. Such was the man who chanced to meet Nell Montgomery, the pearl of the variety stage, on the Sacramento boat in one of his forced visits to civilization. Without knowing her and her profession, her frank exposition of herself did not startle him. He recognized it, accepted it, and strove to convert it. And as long as this daughter of folly forsook her evil ways for him, it was a triumph in which there was no shame, and might be proclaimed from the housetop. When his neighbors thought differently, and avoided them, he saw no inconsistency in bringing his wife's old friends to divert her. She might in time convert them. He had no more fear of her returning to their ways than he had of himself backsliding. Narrow as was his creed, he had none of the harshness or pessimism of the bigot. With the keenest self-scrutiny, his credulity regarding others was touching. The storm was still raging when he alighted that evening from the up coach at the trail nearest his house. Although encumbered with a heavy carpet bag, he started resignedly on his 2-mile tramp, without begrudging the neighborly act of his wife, which had deprived him of his horse. It was like her to do these things, in her good-humored abstraction. An abstraction, however, that sometimes worried him, from the fear that it indicated some unhappiness with her present lot. He was longing to rejoin her after his absence of 3 days, the longest time they had been separated since their marriage, and he hurried on with a certain lover-like excitement, quite new to his usually calm and temperate blood. Struggling with the storm and darkness, but always with the happy consciousness of drawing nearer to her in that struggle, he labored on, finding his perilous way over the indistinguishable trail by certain landmarks in the distance, visible only to his pioneer eye. That heavier shadow to the right was not the hillside, but the slope to the distant hill. That low, regular line immediately before him was not a fence or wall, but the line of distant, gigantic woods, a mile from his home. Yet, as he began to descend the slope towards the wood, he stopped and rubbed his eyes. There was distinctly a light in it. His first idea was that he had lost the trail, and was nearing the woodman McKinnon's cabin. But a more careful scrutiny revealed to him that it was really the woods, and the light was a campfire. It was a rough night for camping out, but there were probably some belated prospectors. When he had reached the fringe of woodland, he could see quite plainly that the fire was built beside one of the large pines, and that the little encampment, which looked quite comfortable and secluded from the storm-beaten trail, was occupied apparently by a single figure. By the gracious glow of the leaping fire, that figure standing erect before it, elegantly shaped, in the graceful folds of a serape, looked singularly romantic and picturesque, and reminded Joshua Rylands, whose ideas of art were purely reminiscent of boyish reading, of some picture in a novel. The heavy black columns of the pines, glancing out of the concave shadow, also seemed a fitting background to what might have been a scene in a play. So strongly was he impressed by it, that but for his anxiety to reach his home still a mile distant, and the fact that he was already late, he would have penetrated the wood and the seclusion of the stranger with an offer of hospitality for the night. The man, however, was evidently capable of taking care of himself, and the outline of a tethered horse was faintly visible under another tree. He might be a surveyor or an engineer, the only men of a better class who were itinerant. But another and even greater surprise greeted him as he toiled up the rocky slope toward his farmhouse. The windows of the sitting room, which were usually blank and black by night, were glittering with unfamiliar light. Like most farmers, he seldom used the room except for formal company, his wife usually avoiding it, and even he himself now preferred the dining room or the kitchen. His first suggestion that his wife had visitors gave him a sense of pleasure on her account, mingled, however, with a slight uneasiness of his own, which he could not account for. More than that, as he approached nearer, he could hear the swell of the organ above the roar of the swaying pines, and the cadences were not of a devotional character. He hesitated for a moment, as he had hesitated at the fire in the woods. Yet it was surely his own house. He hurried to the door, opened it. Not only the light of the sitting room streamed into the hall, but the ruddier glow of an actual fire in the disused grate. The familiar dark furniture had been rearranged to catch some of the glow and relieve its somberness, and his wife, rising from the music stool, was the room's only occupant. Mrs. Rylands gazed anxiously and timidly at her husband's astonished face as he threw off his waterproof and laid down his carpet-bag. Her own face was a little flurried with excitement, and his, half hidden in his tawny beard, and possibly, owing to his self-introspective nature, never spontaneously sympathetic, still expressed only wonder. Mrs. Rylands was a little frightened. It is sometimes dangerous to meddle with a man's habits, even when he has grown weary of them. "I thought," she began hesitatingly, "that it would be more cheerful for you in here this stormy evening. I thought you might like to put your wet things to dry in the kitchen, and we could sit here together after supper alone." I am afraid that Mrs. Rylands did not offer all her thoughts. Ever since Mr. Hamlin's departure she had been uneasy and excited, sometimes falling into fits of dejection, and again lighting up into hysterical levity; at other times carefully examining her wardrobe, and then with a sudden impulse rushing downstairs again to give orders for her husband's supper, and to make the extraordinary changes in the sitting room already noted. Only a few moments before he arrived she had covertly brought down a piece of music, and put aside the hymn books, and taken, with a little laugh, a pack of cards from her pocket, which she placed behind the already dismantled vase on the chimney. "I reckoned you had company, Ellen," he said, gravely, kissing her. "No," she said quickly. "That is—" She stopped with a sudden surge of colour in her face that startled her. "There was a man here in the kitchen who had a lame horse, and who wanted to get a fresh one, but he went away an hour ago, and he wasn't in this room, at least after it was fixed up, so I've had no company." She felt herself again blushing at having blushed, and a little terrified. There was no reason for it. But for Jack's warning she would have been quite ready to tell her husband all. She had never blushed before him over her past life. Why should she now blush over seeing Jack, of all people? It made her utter a little hysterical laugh. I'm afraid that this experienced little woman took it for granted that her husband knew that if Jack or any man had been there as a clandestine lover, she would not have blushed at all. Yet, with all her experience, she did not know that she had blushed simply because it was to Jack that she had confessed that she loved the man before her. Her husband noted the blush as part of her general excitement. He permitted her to drag him into the room, and seat him before the hearth, where she sank down on one knee to pull off his heavy rubber boots. But he waved her aside at this, pulled them off with his own hands, and let her take them to the kitchen and bring back his slippers. By this time a smile had lighted up his hard face. The room was certainly more comfortable and cheerful. Still, he was a little worried. Was there not in these changes a falling away from the grace of self-abnegation which she had so sedulously practised? When supper was served by Jane in the dull dining-room, Mr. Rylands, had he not been more engaged in these late domestic changes, might have noticed that the Missouri girl waited upon him with a certain commiserating air that was remarkable by its contrast with the frigid, ceremonious politeness with which she attended her mistress. It had not escaped Mrs. Rylands, however, who, ever since Jack's abrupt departure, had noticed this change in the girl's demeanour to herself, and, with a woman's intuitive insight of another woman, had fathomed it. The comfortable tête-à-tête with Jack, which Jane had looked forward to, Mrs. Rylands had anticipated herself, and then sent him off. When Joshua thanked his wife for remembering the pepper sauce, and Mrs. Rylands pathetically admitted her forgetfulness, the head toss which Jane gave as she left the room was too marked to be overlooked by him. Mrs. Rylands gave a hysterical little laugh. I'm afraid Jane doesn't like my sending away the expressman just after I had also dismissed the stranger whom she'd taken a fancy to, and left her without company," she said unwisely. Mr. Rylands did not laugh. "I reckon," he returned slowly, "that Jane must feel kinder lonely. She bears all the burden of our being out of the world without any of our glory in the cause of it." Nevertheless, when supper was over, and the pair were seated in the sitting-room before the fire, this episode was forgotten. Mrs. Rylands produced her husband's pipe and tobacco pouch. He looked around the formal walls and hesitated. He had been in the habit of smoking in the kitchen. "Why not here?" said Mrs. Rylands, with a sudden little note of decision. "Why should we keep this room only for company that don't come? I call it silly." This struck Mr. Rylands as logical. Besides, undoubtedly the fire had mellowed the room. After a puff or two, He looked at his wife musingly. "Couldn't you make yourself one of them cigaretties, as they call them? Here's the tobacco. I'll get you the paper." "I could," she said tentatively. Then suddenly, "What made you think of it? You never saw me smoke." "No," said Rylands, "but that lady, your old friend Miss Clifford, does, and I thought you might be hankering after it." "How do you know Tinky Clifford smokes?" said Mrs. Rylands quickly. "She lit a cigaretty that day she called." "I hate it," said Mrs. Rylands shortly. Mr. Rylands nodded approval, and puffed meditatively. "Josh, have you seen that girl since?" "No," said Joshua. "Nor any other girl like her?" "No," said Josh wonderingly. "You see, I only got to know her on your account, Ellen, that she might see you." "Well, don't you do it any more. None of 'em. Promise me." She leaned forward eagerly in her chair. "But, Ellen," her husband began gravely, "I know what you're going to say, but they can't do me any good, and you can't do them any good as you did me, so there." Mr. Rylands was silent, and smiled meditatively. "Josh." "Yes." "When you met me that night on the Sacramento boat, and looked at me, did I She hesitated. "Did you look at me because I had been crying?" "I thought you were troubled in spirit, and looked so." "I suppose I looked worried. Of course, I had no time to change or even fix my hair. I had on that green dress, and it never was becoming. And you only spoke to me on account of my awful looks?" "I saw only your wrestling soul, Ellen, and I thought you needed comfort and help." She was silent for a moment, and then, leaning forward, picked up the poker and began to thrust it absently between the bars. "And if it had been some other girl crying and looking awful, you'd have spoken to her all the same?" This was a new idea to Mr. Rylands, but with most men logic is supreme. "I suppose I would," he said slowly. "And married her?" She rattled the bars of the grate with the poker, as if to drown the inevitable reply. Mr. Rylands loved the woman before him, but it pleased him to think that he loved truth better. "If it had been necessary to her salvation, yes," he said. "Not Tinky," she said suddenly. "She never would have been in your contrite condition." "Much you know! Girls like that can cry as well as laugh, just as they want to. Well, I suppose I did look horrid." Nevertheless, she seemed to gain some gratification from her husband's reply, and changed the subject, as if fearful of losing that satisfaction by further questioning. "I tried some of those songs you brought, but I don't think they go well with the harmonium," she said, pointing to some music on its rack. "Except one. Just listen." She rose, and with the same nervous quickness she had shown before, went to the instrument and began to sing and play. There was a hopeless incongruity between the character of the instrument and the spirit of the song. Mrs. Rylands' voice was rather forced and crudely trained, but Joshua Rylands, sitting there comfortably slippered by the fire, and conscious of the sheeted rain against the window, felt it good. Presently he arose, and lounging heavily over to the fair performer, leaned down and imprinted a kiss on the labyrinthine fringes of her hair. At which Mrs. Rylands caught blindly at his hand nearest her, and without lifting her other hand from the keys, or her eyes from the music, said tentatively, "You know there's a chorus just here. Why can't you try it with me?" Mr. Rylands hesitated a moment, then, with a preliminary cough, lifted a voice as crude as hers, but powerful through much camp-meeting exercise, and roared a chorus which was remarkable chiefly for requiring that archness and playfulness in execution which he lacked. As the whole house seemed to dilate with the sound, and the wind outside to withhold its fury, Mr. Rylands felt that physical delight which children feel in personal outcry, and was grateful to his wife for the opportunity. Laying his hand affectionately on her shoulder, he noticed for the first time that she was in a kind of evening dress, and that her delicate white shoulder shone through the black lace that enveloped it. For an instant Mr. Rylands was shocked at this unwonted exposure. He had never seen his wife in evening dress before. It was true they were alone, and in their own sitting room, but the room was still invested with that formality and publicity which seemed to accent this indiscretion. The simple-minded frontierman's mind went back to Jane, to the hired man, to the expressman, the stranger, all of whom might have noticed it also. "You have a new dress," he said slowly. "Have you worn it all day?" "No," she said with a timid smile. "I only put it on just before you came. It's the one I used to wear in the ballroom scene in Gay Times in Frisco. You don't know it, I know. I thought I would wear it tonight, and then—" She suddenly grasped his hand. "You'll let me put all these things away forever? Won't you, Josh? I've seen such nice pretty calico at the store today, and I can make up one or two home dresses like Jane's, only better fitting, of course. In fact, I asked them to send the roll up here tomorrow for you to see." Mr. Rylands felt relieved. Perhaps his views had changed about the moral effect of her retaining these symbols of her past, for he consented to the calico dresses. Not, however, without an inward suspicion that she would not look so well in them, and that the one she had on was more becoming. Meantime she tried another piece of music. It was equally incongruous and slightly bacchantic. "There used to be a mighty pretty dance went to that," she said, nodding her head in time with the music, and assisting the heavily spasmodic attempts of the instrument with the pleasant levity of her voice. "I used to do it." "You might try it now, Ellen," suggested her husband with a half-frightened, half-amused tolerance. "You play, then," said Mrs. Rylands quickly, offering her seat to him. Mr. Rylands sat down to the harmonium, as Mrs. Rylands briskly moved the table and chairs against the wall. Mr. Rylands played slowly and strenuously, as from a conscientious regard of the instrument. Mrs. Rylands stood in the center of the floor, making a rather pretty animated picture, as she again stimulated the heavy harmonium's swell not only with her voice, but her hands and feet. Presently she began to skip. I should warn the reader here that this was before the shawl or skirt dancing was in vogue, and I'm afraid that pretty Mrs. Rylands' performances would now be voted slow. Her silk skirt and frilled petticoat were lifted just over her small ankles and tiny bronze kid shoes. In the course of pirouette or two, there was a slight further revelation of blue silk stockings, and some delicate embroidery, but really nothing more than may be seen in the sweep of a modern waltz. Suddenly the music ceased. Mr. Rylands had left the harmonium and walked over to the hearth. Mrs. Rylands stopped and came towards him with a flushed, anxious face. It don't seem to go right, does it?" she said, with her nervous laugh. "I suppose I'm getting too old now, and I don't quite remember it." "Better forget it altogether," he replied gravely. He stopped at seeing a singular change in her face, and added awkwardly, "When I told you I didn't want you to be ashamed of your past, nor try to forget what you were, I didn't mean such things as that." "What did you mean?" she said timidly. The truth was that Mr. Rylands did not know. He had known this sort of thing only in the abstract. He had never had the least acquaintance with the class to which his wife had belonged, nor knew anything of their methods. It was a revelation to him now, in the woman he loved and who was his wife. He was not shocked so much as he was frightened. "You shall have the dress tomorrow, Ellen," he said gently, "and you can put away these gewgaws. You don't need to look like Tinky Clifford." He did not see the look of triumph that lit up her eye, but added, "Go on and play." She sat down obediently to the instrument. He watched her for a few moments, from the toe of her kid slipper on the pedals to the swell of her shoulders above the keyboard, with a strange, abstracted face. Presently she stopped and came over to him. "And when I've got these nice calico frocks, and you can't tell me from Jane, and I'm a good housekeeper, and settle down to be a farmer's wife, maybe I'll have a secret to tell you." "A secret?" he repeated gravely. "Why not now?" Her face was quite aglow with excitement and a certain timid mischief as she laughed. "Not while you are so solemn. It can wait." He looked at his watch. "I must give some orders to Jim about the stock before he turns in," he said. "He's gone to the stables already," said Mrs. Rylands. "No matter. I can go there and find him." "Shall I bring your boots?" she said quickly. "I'll put them on when I pass through the kitchen. I won't be long away. Now go to bed. You are looking tired," he said gently, as he gazed at the drawn lines about her eyes and mouth. Her former pretty color struck him also as having changed of late, and as being irregular and inharmonious. As Mrs. Rylands obediently ascended the stairs she heaved a faint sigh, her only recognition of her husband's criticism. He turned and passed quickly into the kitchen. He wanted to be alone to collect his thoughts. But he was surprised to find Jane still there, sitting bolt upright in a chair in the corner. Apparently she had been expecting him, for as he entered she stood up and wiped her cheek and mouth with one hand, as if to compress her lips more tightly. "I reckoned," she began, "that unless you were for forgetting everything in these yer goings on, you'd be passing through here to tend to your stock. I got a word to say to you, Mr. Rylands. When I first come over here to help, I got word from the folks around that your wife afore you married her was just one of them bally dancers. Well, that was your lookout, not mine. Jane McKinnon ain't the kind to take everybody's saying as gospel, but she calculates to treat folks as she finds 'em. When she finds 'em lying and deceivin', when she finds 'em pretendin' one thing and doin' another, when she finds 'em makin' fools tumble to 'em, playin' roots on their own husbands, and turnin' an honest home into a music hall and a fandango shop, she kicks, you hear me? Jane McKinnon kicks." "What do you mean?" said Mr. Rylands sternly. "I mean," said Miss McKinnon, striking her hips with the back of her hands smartly and accenting each word that dropped like a bullet from her mouth with an additional blow, "I mean that your wife had one of her old hangers-on from 'Frisco here in this very kitchen all the arternoon. There! I mean that while she was waitin' here for you she was canoodlin' and cryin' over old times with him. I saw her myself through the winder. That's what I mean, Mr. Joshua Rylands." "It's false. She had some poor stranger here with a lame horse. She told me so herself." Jane McKinnon laughed shrilly. "Did she tell you that the poor stranger was young and pretty faced with black mustaches? That his store clothes must have cost a fortune, to say nothing of his gold-lined broadcloth serapper? Did she say that his horse was so lame that when I went to get another he wouldn't wait for it? Did she tell you who he was?" "No, she did not know," said Rylands sternly, but with a whitening face. "Well, I'll tell you. The gambler, the shooter. The man whose name is black enough to stain any woman he knows. Jim recognized him like a shot. He says, the moment he clapped eyes on him at the door, 'Dod blasted if it ain't Jack Hamlin.'" Little as Mr. Rylands knew of the world, he had heard that name. But it was not that he was thinking of. He was thinking of the campfire in the woods, the handsome figure before it, the tethered horse. He was thinking of the lighted sitting room, the fire, his wife's bare shoulders, her slippers, stockings, and the dance. He saw it all, a lightning flash to his dull imagination. The room seemed to expand and then grow smaller, the figure of Jane to sway backwards and forwards before him. He murmured the name of God with his lips that were voiceless, caught at the kitchen table to steady himself, held it till he felt his arms grow rigid, and then recovered himself, white, cold, and sane. "Speak a word of this to her," he said deliberately. "Enter her room while I'm gone. Even leave this kitchen before I come back, and I'll throw you into the road. Tell that hired man if he dares to breathe it to a soul, I'll strangle him." The unlooked-for rage of this quiet, God-fearing man, and dupe, as she believed, was terrible but convincing. She shrank back into the corner as he coolly drew on his boots and waterproof, and without another word left the house. He knew what he was going to do as well as if it had been ordained for him. He knew he would find the young man in the wood. For whatever were the truth of the other stories, he and the visitor were identical. He had seen him with his own eyes. He would confront him face to face and know all, and until then he could not see his wife again. He walked on rapidly, but without feverishness or mental confusion. He saw his duty plainly. If Ellen had backslidden, he must give her another trial. These were his articles of faith. He should not put her away, but she should never more be wife to him. It was he who had tempted her, it was true. Perhaps God would forgive her for that reason, but he could never love her again. The fury of the storm had somewhat abated as he reached the wood. The fire was still there, but no longer a leaping flame. A dull glow in the darkness of the forest aisles was all that indicated its position. Rylands at once plunged in that direction. He was near enough to see the red embers when he heard a sharp click and a voice called, "Hold up!" Mr. Hamlin was a light sleeper. The crackle of underbrush had been enough to disturb him. The voice was his. The click was the cocking of his revolver. Rylands was no coward, but halted diplomatically. "Now then," said Mr. Hamlin's voice, "a little more this way, in the light, if you please." Rylands moved as directed, and saw Mr. Hamlin lying before the fire, resting easily on one hand with his revolver in the other. "Thank you," said Jack. "Excuse my precautions, but it is night, and this is, for the present, my bedroom." "My name is Rylands. You called at my house this afternoon, and saw my wife," said Rylands slowly. "I did," said Hamlin. "It was mighty kind of you to return my call so soon, but I didn't expect it." "I reckon not. But I know who you are, and that you are an old associate of hers in the days of her sin and unregeneration. I want you to answer me, before God and man, what was your purpose in coming there today?" "Look here, I don't think it's necessary to drag in strangers to hear my answer," said Jack, lying down again. "But I came to borrow a horse." "Is that the truth?" Jack got upon his feet very solemnly, put on his hat, drew down his waistcoat, and approached Mr. Rylance with his hands in his pockets. "Mr. Rylance," he said, with great suavity of manner, "this is the second time to-day that I have had the honor of having my word doubted by your family. Your wife was good enough to question my assertion that I didn't know she was living here, but that was a woman's vanity. You have no such excuse. There's my horse yonder, lame as you may see. I didn't lame him for the sake of seeing your wife, nor you." There was that in Mr. Hamlin's audacity and perfect self-possession which, even while it irritated, never suggested deceit. He was too reckless of consequence to lie. Mr. Rylance was staggered and half convinced. Nevertheless, he hesitated. "Dare you tell me everything that happened between my wife and you?" "Dare you listen?" said Mr. Hamlin quietly. Mr. Rylance turned a little white. After a moment he said, "Yes." "Good," said Mr. Hamlin. "I like your grit, and I don't mind telling you it's the only thing I like about you. Sit down. Well, I haven't seen Nell Montgomery for 3 years till I met her as your wife at your house. She was surprised as I was, and frightened as I wasn't. She spent the whole interview in telling me the history of her marriage and her life with you, and nothing more. I cannot say that it was remarkably entertaining, or that she was as amusing as your wife, as she was as Nell Montgomery the variety actress. When she had finished, I came away." Mr. Rylance, who had seated himself, made a movement as if to rise, but Mr. Hamlin laid his hand on his knee. "I asked if you dared to listen. I have something myself to say of that interview. I found your wife wearing the old dresses that other men had given her, and she said she wore them because she thought it pleased you. I found that you, who are questioning my calling upon her, had already got the worst of her old chums to visit her without asking her consent. I found that instead of being the first one to lie for her and hide her, you were the first one to tell anybody her history, just because you thought it was to the glory of God generally, and of Joshua Rylance in particular." "A man's motives are his own," stammered Rylance. "Sorry you didn't see it when you questioned mine just now," said Jack coolly. "Then she complained to you?" said Rylance hesitatingly. "I didn't say that," said Jack shortly. "But you found her unhappy?" "Damnably." "And you advised her?" said Rylance tentatively. "I advised her to chuck you, and try to get a better husband." He paused, and then added with a disgusted laugh, "But she didn't tumble to it, for a damn silly reason." "What reason?" said Rylance hurriedly. "Said she loved you," returned Jack, kicking a brand back into the fire. Mr. Rylance's white cheeks flamed out suddenly like the brand, seeing which, Jack turned upon him deliberately. "Mr. Joshua Rylance, I've seen many fools in my time. I've seen men holding 4 aces back down because they thought they knew the other man had a royal flush. I've seen a man sell his claim for a wildcat share, with the gold lying a foot below him in the ground he walked on. I've seen a dead shot shoot wild because he thought he saw something in the other man's eye. I've seen a heap of God-forsaken fools, but I never saw one before who claimed God as a pal. You've got a wife a damn sight truer to you for what you call her sin than you've ever been to her with all your damn salvation. And as you couldn't make her otherwise, though you've tried to hard enough, it seems to me that for square, downright chuckleheadedness you can take the cake. Good night. Now run away and play. You're making me tired." "One moment," said Mr. Rylance awkwardly and hurriedly. "I may have wronged you. I was mistaken. Won't you come back with me and accept our hospitality?" "Not much," said Jack. "I left your house because I thought it better for you and her that no one should know of my being there." "But you were already recognized," said Mr. Rylance. "It was Jane who lied about you, and your return with me will confute her slanders." "Who?" asked Jack. "Jane, our hired girl." Mr. Hamlin uttered an indescribable laugh. "That's just as well. You simply tell Jane you saw me, that I was greatly shocked at what she said, but that I forgive her. I don't think she'll say any more." Strange to add, Mr. Hamlin's surmise was correct. Mr. Rylance found Jane still in the kitchen alone, terrified, remorseful, yet ever after silent on the subject. Stranger still, the hired man became equally uncommunicative. Mrs. Rylance, attributing her husband's absence only to care of the stock, had gone to bed in a feverish condition, and Mr. Rylance did not deem it prudent to tell her of his interview. The next day she sent for the doctor, and it was deemed necessary for her to keep her bed for a few days. Her husband was singularly attentive and considerate during that time, and it was probable that Mrs. Rylands seized that opportunity to tell him the secret she spoke of the night before. Whatever it was, for it was not generally known for a few months later, it seemed to draw them closer together, imparted a protecting dignity to Joshua Rylands, which took the place of his former selfish austerity, gave them a future to talk of confidentially, hopefully, and sometimes foolishly, which took the place of their more foolish past. And when the roll of calico came from the crossroads, it contained also a quantity of fine linen, laces, small caps, and other trifles, somewhat in contrast to the more homely materials ordered. And when 3 months were past, the sitting room was often lit up and made cheerful, particularly on that supreme occasion when, with a great deal of enthusiasm, all the women of the countryside flocked to see Mrs. Rylands and her first baby, and a more considerate and devoted couple than the father and mother they had never known. End of Mr. Jack Hamlin's Mediation, by Bret Harte. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Indiscretion by Guy de Maupassant. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. They had loved each other before marriage with a pure and lofty love. They had first met on the seashore. He had thought this young girl charming as she passed by with her light-coloured parasol and her dainty dress amid the marine landscape against the horizon. He had loved her, blonde and slender, in these surroundings of blue ocean and spacious sky. He could not distinguish the tenderness which this budding woman awoke in him from the vague and powerful emotion which the fresh salt air and the grand scenery of surf and sunshine and waves aroused in his soul. She, on the other hand, had loved him because he courted her, because he was young, rich, kind, and attentive. She had loved him because it is natural for young girls to love men who whisper sweet nothings to them. So for 3 months they had lived side by side and hand in hand. The greeting which they exchanged in the morning before the bath, in the freshness of the morning, or in the evening on the sand, under the stars, in the warmth of a calm night, whispered low, very low, already had the flavour of kisses, though their lips had never met. Each dreamed of the other at night, each thought of the other on awaking, and, without yet having voiced their sentiments, each longed for the other, body and soul. After marriage their love descended to earth. It was at first a tireless, sensuous passion, then exalted tenderness composed of tangible poetry, more refined caresses, and new and foolish inventions. Every glance and gesture was an expression of passion. But little by little, without even noticing it, they began to get tired of each other. Love was still strong, but they had nothing more to reveal to each other, nothing more to learn from each other. No new tale of endearment, no unexpected outburst, no new way of expressing the well-known, oft-repeated verb. They tried, however, to rekindle the dwindling flame of the first love. Every day they tried some new trick or desperate attempt to bring back to their hearts the uncooled ardour of their first days of married life. They tried moonlight walks under the trees, in the sweet warmth of the summer evenings, the poetry of mist-covered beaches, the excitement of public festivals. One morning Henriette said to Paul, "Will you take me to a cafe for dinner?" "Certainly, dearie." "To some well-known cafe?" "Of course." He looked at her with a questioning glance, seeing that she was thinking of something which she did not wish to tell. She went on, "You know, one of those cafes. Oh, how can I explain myself? A sporty cafe." He smiled. "Of course I understand. You mean in one of the cafes which are commonly called Bohemian." "Yes, that's it. But take me to one of the big places, one where you are known, one where you have already supped. No, dined. Well, you know. Oh, I will never dare say it. Go ahead, dearie. Little secrets should no longer exist between us. No, I dare not. Go on, don't be prudish. Tell me. Well, I want to be taken for your sweetheart. There. And I want the boys, who do not know that you are married, to take me for such. And you, too. I want you to think that I am your sweetheart for 1 hour, in that place which must hold so many memories for you. There. And I will play that I am your sweetheart. It's awful, I know. I am abominably ashamed. I am as red as a peony. Don't look at me. He laughed, greatly amused, and answered, All right, we will go tonight to a very swell place where I am well known. Towards 7 o'clock they went up the stairs of one of the big cafes on the boulevard, he smiling, with the look of a conqueror, she timid, veiled, delighted. They were immediately shown to one of the luxurious private dining rooms, furnished with 4 large armchairs and a red plush couch. The head waiter entered and brought them the menu. Paul handed it to his wife. What do you want to eat? I don't care. Order whatever is good. After handing his coat to the waiter, he ordered dinner and champagne. The waiter looked at the young woman and smiled. He took the order and murmured, Will Monsieur Paul have his champagne sweet or dry? Dry, very dry. Henriette was pleased to hear that this man knew her husband's name. They sat on the couch side by side and began to eat. 10 candles lighted the room and were reflected in the mirrors all around them, which seemed to increase the brilliancy 1,000-fold. Henriette drank glass after glass in order to keep up her courage, although she felt dizzy after the first few glasses. Paul, excited by the memories which returned to him, kept kissing his wife's hands. His eyes were sparkling. She was feeling strangely excited in this new place, restless, pleased, a little guilty, but full of life. 2 waiters, serious, silent, accustomed to seeing and forgetting everything, to entering the room only when it was necessary, and to leaving it when they felt they were intruding, were silently flitting hither and thither. Towards the middle of the dinner, Henriette was well under the influence of champagne. She was prattling along fearlessly, her cheeks flushed, her eyes glistening. Come, Paul, tell me everything. What, sweetheart? I don't dare tell you. Go on. Have you loved many women before me? He hesitated, a little perplexed, not knowing whether he should hide his adventures or boast of them. She continued, Oh, please tell me, how many have you loved? A few. How many? I don't know. How do you expect me to know such things? Haven't you counted them? Of course not. Then you must have loved a good many. Perhaps. And how many? Just tell me about how many. But I don't know, dearest. Some years a good many and some years only a few. How many a year, did you say? Sometimes 20 or 30, sometimes only 4 or 5. Oh, that makes more than 100 in all. Yes, just about. Oh, I think that is dreadful. Why dreadful? Because it's dreadful when you think of it. All those women, and always the same thing. Oh, it's dreadful just the same. More than 100 women. He was surprised that she should think that dreadful, and answered, with the air of superiority which men take with women when they wish to make them understand that they have said something foolish, That's funny. If it is dreadful to have 100 women, it's dreadful to have one. Oh, no, not at all. Why not? Because with one woman you have a real bond of love which attaches you to her, while with 100 women it's not the same at all. There is no real love. I don't understand how a man can associate with such women. But they are all right. No, they can't be. Yes, they are. Oh, stop, you disgust me. But then, why did you ask me how many sweethearts I had had? Because that's no reason. What were they? Actresses, little shop girls, or society women? A few of each. It must have been rather monotonous towards the last. Oh, no, it's amusing to change. She remained thoughtful, staring at her champagne glass. It was full. She drank it in one gulp. Then, putting it back on the table, she threw her arms around her husband's neck and murmured in his ear, "Oh, how I love you, sweetheart! How I love you!" He threw his arms around her in a passionate embrace. A waiter, who was just entering, backed out, closing the door discreetly. In about 5 minutes the head waiter came back, solemn and dignified, bringing the fruit for dessert. She was once more holding between her fingers a full glass, and gazing into the amber liquid as though seeking unknown things. She murmured in a dreamy voice, "Yes, it must be fun." End of Indiscretion by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
Excerpt from On the Nature of Things by Alexander Neckham, 1157 to 1217. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The eagle, on account of its great heat, mixeth very cold stones with its eggs when it sitteth on them, so that the heat shall not destroy them. In the same way our words, when we speak with undue heat, shall later be tempered with discretion, so that we may conciliate in the end those whom we offended by the beginning of our speech. The wren is but a little bird, yet it glories in the number of its progeny. Who has not wondered to hear a note of such volume proceeding from so trifling a body? The smaller the body, indeed, the greater the sound, it would seem. By such things we are taught that the virtues of little things should not be scorned. They say, moreover, that when the body of the wren is put upon the spit and placed before the fire, it need not be turned, for the wren will turn itself, not forgetful of its royal dignity. The stratagem by which, according to a fabulous story, it gained the royal power among birds is well known. The birds had agreed among themselves that the glory of the supreme power should be allotted to the one who should excel all others by flying highest. The wren seized its opportunity and hid itself under the eagle's wing. When the eagle, who attains nearest to Jove's gates, would have claimed the supremacy among its fellows, the little wren sallied forth, and perching on the eagle's head, declared itself the victor, and so it obtained its name of Regulus, for example, ruler. This fable touches those who enter upon the works of others, and presumptuously appropriate the credit due elsewhere. As the philosopher says, we are all like dwarfs standing upon giants' shoulders. We should therefore be careful to ascribe to our predecessors those things which we ought not to claim for our own glory, and not follow the example of that wren which, with little or no effort of its own, claimed to have outdone the eagle. End of excerpt from On the Nature of Things by Alexander Neckham, 1157 to 1217.
An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording, All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. A man stood upon a railway bridge in northern Alabama, looking down into the swift water 20 feet below. The man's hands were behind his back, the wrists bound with a cord. A rope closely encircled his neck. It was attached to a stout cross timber above his head, and the slack fell to the level of his knees. Some loose boards laid upon the ties supporting the rails of the railway supplied a footing for him and his executioners, 2 private soldiers of the Federal Army, directed by a sergeant who in civil life may have been a deputy sheriff. At a short remove upon the same temporary platform was an officer in the uniform of his rank, armed. He was a captain. A sentinel at each end of the bridge stood with his rifle in the position known as support, that is to say, vertical in front of the left shoulder, the hammer resting on the forearm thrown straight across the chest, a formal and unnatural position enforcing an erect carriage of the body. It did not appear to be the duty of these 2 men to know what was occurring at the center of the bridge. They merely blockaded the 2 ends of the foot planking that traversed it. Beyond one of the sentinels nobody was in sight. The railroad ran straight away into a forest for 100 yards. Then curving was lost to view. Doubtless there was an outpost farther along. The other bank of the stream was open ground, a gentle slope topped with a stockade of vertical tree trunks, loopholes for rifles, with a single embrasure through which protruded the muzzle of a brass cannon commanding the bridge. Midway up the slope between the bridge and fort were the spectators, a single company of infantry in line, at parade rest, the butts of their rifles on the ground, the barrels inclining slightly backward against the right shoulder, the hands crossed upon the stock. A lieutenant stood on the right of the line, the point of his sword upon the ground, his left hand resting upon his right. Excepting the group of 4 at the center of the bridge, not a man moved. The company faced the bridge, staring stonily, motionless. The sentinels facing the banks of the stream might have been statues to adorn the bridge. The captain stood with folded arms, silent, observing the work of his subordinates, but making no sign. Death is a dignitary who, when he comes announced, is to be received with formal manifestations of respect, even by those most familiar with him. In the code of military etiquette, silence and fixity are forms of deference. The man who was engaged in being hanged was apparently about 35 years of age. He was a civilian, if one might judge from his habit, which was that of a planter. His features were good, a straight nose, firm mouth, broad forehead, from which his long, dark hair was combed straight back, falling behind his ears to the collar of his well-fitting frock coat. He wore a moustache and pointed beard, but no whiskers. His eyes were large and dark grey, and had a kindly expression which one would hardly have expected in one whose neck was in the hemp. Evidently this was no vulgar assassin. The liberal military code makes provision for hanging many kinds of persons, and gentlemen are not excluded. The preparations being complete, the 2 private soldiers stepped aside and each drew away the plank upon which he had been standing. The sergeant turned to the captain, saluted, and placed himself immediately behind that officer, who in turn moved apart 1 pace. These movements left the condemned man and the sergeant standing on the 2 ends of the same plank, which spanned 3 of the cross ties of the bridge. The end upon which the civilian stood almost, but not quite, reached a 4th. This plank had been held in place by the weight of the captain. It was now held by that of the sergeant. At a signal from the former, the latter would step aside, the plank would tilt, and the condemned man go down between 2 ties. The arrangement commended itself to his judgment as simple and effective. His face had not been covered nor his eyes bandaged. He looked a moment at his unsteadfast footing, then let his gaze wander to the swirling water of the stream racing madly beneath his feet. A piece of dancing driftwood caught his attention, and his eyes followed it down the current. How slowly it appeared to move! What a sluggish stream! He closed his eyes in order to fix his last thoughts upon his wife and children. The water touched to gold by the early sun, the brooding mists under the banks at some distance down the stream, the fort, the soldiers, the piece of drift, all had distracted him. And now he became conscious of a new disturbance. Striking through the thought of his dear ones was sound which he could neither ignore nor understand. A sharp, distinct, metallic percussion like the stroke of a blacksmith's hammer upon the anvil. It had the same ringing quality. He wondered what it was, and whether immeasurably distant or nearby. It seemed both. Its recurrence was regular, but as slow as the tolling of a death knell. He awaited each new stroke with impatience and, he knew not why, apprehension. The intervals of silence grew progressively longer, the delays became maddening. With their greater infrequency, the sounds increased in strength and sharpness. They hurt his ear like the thrust of a knife. He feared he would shriek. What he heard was the ticking of his watch. He unclosed his eyes and saw again the water below him. If I could free my hands, he thought, I might throw off the noose and spring into the stream. By diving, I could evade the bullets and, swimming vigorously, reach the bank, take to the woods and get away home. My home, thank God, is as yet outside their lines. My wife and little ones are still beyond the invaders' farthest advance. As these thoughts, which have here to be set down in words, were flashed into the doomed man's brain rather than evolved from it, the captain nodded to the sergeant. The sergeant stepped aside. Peyton Farquhar was a well-to-do planter of an old and highly respected Alabama family. Being a slave owner and, like other slave owners, a politician, he was naturally an original secessionist and ardently devoted to the Southern cause. Circumstances of an imperious nature, which it is unnecessary to relate here, had prevented him from taking service with the gallant army which had fought the disastrous campaigns ending with the fall of Corinth, and he chafed under the inglorious restraint, longing for the release of his energies, the larger life of the soldier, the opportunity for distinction. That opportunity, he felt, would come, as it comes to all in wartime. Meanwhile he did what he could. No service was too humble for him to perform in the aid of the South, no adventure too perilous for him to undertake, if consistent with the character of a civilian who was at heart a soldier, and who, in good faith and without too much qualification, assented to at least a part of the frankly villainous dictum that all is fair in love and war. One evening, while Farquhar and his wife were sitting on a rustic bench near the entrance to his grounds, a grey-clad soldier rode up to the gate and asked for a drink of water. Mrs. Farquhar was only too happy to serve him with her own white hands. While she was fetching the water, her husband approached the dusty horseman and inquired eagerly for news from the front. "The Yanks are repairing the railroad," said the man, "and are getting ready for another advance. They have reached the Owl Creek Bridge, put it in order and built a stockade on the north bank. The commandant has issued an order, which is posted everywhere, declaring that any civilian caught interfering with the railroad, its bridges, tunnels or trains, will be summarily hanged." I saw the order. "How far is it to the Owl Creek Bridge?" Farquhar asked. "About 30 miles. "Is there no force on this side of the creek?" "Only a picket post half a mile out, on the railroad, and a single sentinel at this end of the bridge." Suppose a man, a civilian and student of hanging, should elude the picket post and perhaps get the better of the sentinel, said Farquhar, smiling. What could he accomplish? The soldier reflected. I was there a month ago, he replied. I observed that the flood of last winter had lodged a great quantity of driftwood against the wooden pier at this end of the bridge. It is now dry, and would burn like tinder. The lady had now brought the water, which the soldier drank. He thanked her ceremoniously, bowed to her husband, and rode away. An hour later, after nightfall, he repassed the plantation, going northward in the direction from which he had come. He was a Federal scout. As Peyton Farquhar fell straight downward through the bridge, he lost consciousness and was as one already dead. From this state he was awakened, ages later, it seemed to him, by the pain of a sharp pressure upon his throat, followed by a sense of suffocation. Keen, poignant agonies seemed to shoot from his neck downward through every fibre of his body and limbs. These pains appeared to flash along well-defined lines of ramification and to beat with an inconceivably rapid periodicity. They seemed like streams of pulsating fire, heating him to an intolerable temperature. As to his head, he was conscious of nothing but a feeling of fullness, of congestion. These sensations were unaccompanied by thought. The intellectual part of his nature was already effaced. He had power only to feel, and feeling was torment. He was conscious of motion. Encompassed in a luminous cloud, of which he was now merely the fiery heart, without material substance, he swung through unthinkable arcs of oscillation, like a vast pendulum. Then all at once, with terrible suddenness, the light about him shot upward with the noise of a loud splash. A frightful roaring was in his ears, and all was cold and dark. The power of thought was restored. He knew that the rope had broken, and he had fallen into the stream. There was no additional strangulation. The noose about his neck was already suffocating him and kept the water from his lungs. To die of hanging at the bottom of a river, the idea seemed to him ludicrous. He opened his eyes in the darkness and saw above him a gleam of light. But how distant, how inaccessible! He was still sinking, for the light became fainter and fainter until it was a mere glimmer. Then it began to grow and brighten, and he knew that he was rising toward the surface, knew it with reluctance, for he was now very comfortable. To be hanged and drowned, he thought, that is not so bad, but I do not wish to be shot. No, I will not be shot. That is not fair. He was not conscious of an effort, but a sharp pain in his wrist apprised him that he was trying to free his hands. He gave the struggle his attention, as an idler might observe the feat of a juggler, without interest in the outcome. What splendid effort! What magnificent, what superhuman strength! Ah, that was a fine endeavour! Bravo! The cord fell away. His arms parted and floated upward, the hands seen dimly on each side in the growing light. He watched them with a new interest as first one and then the other pounced upon the noose at his neck. They tore it away and thrust it fiercely aside, its undulations resembling those of a water snake. "Put it back! Put it back!" He thought he shouted these words to his hands, for the undoing of the noose had been succeeded by the direst pang that he had yet experienced. His neck ached horribly, his brain was on fire, his heart, which had been fluttering faintly, gave a great leap, trying to force itself out at his mouth. His whole body was racked and wrenched with an insupportable anguish. But his disobedient hands gave no heed to the command. They beat the water vigorously with quick downward strokes, forcing him to the surface. He felt his head emerge, his eyes were blinded by the sunlight, his chest expanded convulsively, and with a supreme and crowning agony his lungs engulfed a great draught of air, which instantly he expelled in a shriek. He was now in full possession of his physical senses. They were, indeed, preternaturally keen and alert. Something in the awful disturbance of his organic system had so exalted and refined them that they made record of things never before perceived. He felt the ripples upon his face and heard their separate sounds as they struck. He looked at the forest on the bank of the stream and saw the individual trees, the leaves and the veining of each leaf. He saw the very insects upon them, the locusts, the brilliant-bodied flies, the grey spiders stretching their webs from twig to twig. He noted the prismatic colours in all the dewdrops upon a million blades of grass, the humming of the gnats that dance above the eddies of the stream, the beating of the dragonfly's wings, the strokes of the water spider's legs, like oars which had lifted their boat. All these made audible music. A fish slid along beneath his eyes, and he heard the rush of its body parting the water. He had come to the surface facing down the stream. In a moment the visible world seemed to wheel slowly round, himself the pivotal point, and he saw the bridge, the fort, the soldiers upon the bridge, the captain, the sergeant, the two privates, his executioners. They were in silhouette against the blue sky. They shouted and gesticulated, pointing at him. The captain had drawn his pistol, but he did not fire. The others were unarmed. Their movements were grotesque and horrible, their forms gigantic. Suddenly he heard a sharp report, and something struck the water smartly within a few inches of his head, splattering his face with spray. He heard a second report, and saw one of the sentinels with his rifle at his shoulder, a light cloud of blue smoke rising from the muzzle. The man in the water saw the eye of the man on the bridge gazing into his own through the sights of the rifle. He observed that it was a grey eye, and remembered having read that grey eyes were keenest, and that all famous marksmen had them. Nevertheless, this one had missed. A counter-swirl had caught Farquhar and turned him half around. He was again looking at the forest on the bank, opposite the fort. The sound of a clear, high voice in a monotonous sing-song now rang out behind him and came across the water with a distinctness that pierced and subdued all other sounds, even the beating of the ripples in his ears. Although no soldier, he had frequented camps enough to know the dread significance of that deliberate, drawling, aspirated chant. The lieutenant on shore was taking a part in the morning's work. How cold and pitilessly, with an even, calm intonation, presaging and enforcing tranquillity in the men. With what accurately measured interval fell those cruel words. "Company! Attention! Shoulder arms! Ready! Aim! Fire!" Farquhar dived as deeply as he could. The water roared in his ears like the voice of Niagara, yet he heard the dull thunder of the volley, and rising again towards the surface, met shining bits of metal, singularly flattened, oscillating slowly downward. Some of them touched him on the face and hands, then fell away, continuing their descent. One lodged between his collar and neck. It was uncomfortably warm, and he snatched it out. As he rose to the surface, gasping for breath, he saw that he had been a long time under water. He was perceptibly farther downstream, nearer to safety. The soldiers had almost finished reloading. The metal ramrods flashed all at once in the sunshine as they were drawn from the barrels, turned in the air, and thrust into their sockets. The two sentinels fired again, independently and ineffectually. The hunted man saw all this over his shoulder. He was now swimming vigorously with the current. His brain was as energetic as his arms and legs. He thought with the rapidity of lightning. The officer, he reasoned, will not make that martinet's error a second time. It is as easy to dodge a volley as a single shot. He has probably already given the command to fire at will. God help me, I cannot dodge them all. An appalling splash within 2 yards of him was followed by a loud rushing sound, diminuendo, which seemed to travel back through the air to the fort and died in an explosion which stirred the very river to its deeps. A rising sheet of water curved over him, fell down upon him, blinded him, strangled him. The cannon had taken a hand in the game. As he shook his head free from the commotion of the smitten water, he heard a deflected shot humming through the air ahead, and in an instant it was cracking and smashing the branches of the forest beyond. They will not do that again, he thought. The next time they will use a charge of grape. I must keep my eye upon the gun. The smoke will apprise me. The report arrives too late. It lags behind the missile. That is a good gun. Suddenly he felt himself whirled round and round, spinning like a top. The water, the banks, the forest, the now distant bridge, fort and men, all were commingled and blurred. Objects were represented by their colours only, circular horizontal streaks of colour. That was all he saw. He had been caught in a vortex and was being whirled on with a velocity of advance and gyration that made him giddy and sick. In a few moments he was flung upon the gravel at the foot of the left bank of the stream, the southern bank, and behind a projecting point which concealed him from his enemies. The sudden arrest of his motion, the abrasion of one of his hands on the gravel, restored him, and he wept with delight. He dug his fingers into the sand, threw it over himself in handfuls, and audibly blessed it. It looked like diamonds, rubies, emeralds. He could think of nothing beautiful which it did not resemble. The trees upon the bank were giant garden plants. He noted a definite order in their arrangement, inhaled the fragrance of their blooms. A strange roseate light shone through the spaces among their trunks, and the wind made in their branches the music of Aeolian harps. He had not wished to perfect his escape. He was content to remain in that enchanting spot until retaken. A whiz and a rattle of grapeshot among the branches high above his head roused him from his dream. The baffled cannoneer had fired him a random farewell. He sprang to his feet, rushed up the sloping bank, and plunged into the forest. All that day he travelled, laying his course by the rounding sun. The forest seemed interminable. Nowhere did he discover a break in it, not even a woodman's road. He had not known that he lived in so wild a region. There was something uncanny in the revelation. By nightfall he was fatigued, footsore, famished. The thought of his wife and children urged him on. At last he found a road which led him in what he knew to be the right direction. It was as wide and straight as a city street, yet it seemed untravelled. No fields bordered it, no dwelling anywhere. Not so much as the barking of a dog suggested human habitation. The black bodies of the trees formed a straight wall on both sides, terminating on the horizon in a point, like a diagram in a lesson in perspective. Overhead, as he looked up through this rift in the wood, shone great golden stars looking unfamiliar and grouped in strange constellations. He was sure they were arranged in some order which had a secret and malign significance. The wood on either side was full of singular noises, among which, once, twice, and again, he distinctly heard whispers in an unknown tongue. His neck was in pain, and lifting his hand to it found it horribly swollen. He knew that it had a circle of black where the rope had bruised it. His eyes felt congested. He could no longer close them. His tongue was swollen with thirst. He relieved its fever by thrusting it forward from between his teeth into the cold air. How softly the turf had carpeted the untravelled avenue. He could no longer feel the roadway beneath his feet. Doubtless, despite his suffering, he had fallen asleep while walking, for now he sees another scene. Perhaps he has merely recovered from a delirium. He stands at the gate of his own home. All is as he left it, and all bright and beautiful in the morning sunshine. He must have travelled the entire night. As he pushes open the gate and passes up the wide white walk, he sees a flutter of female garments. His wife, looking fresh and cool and sweet, steps down from the veranda to meet him. At the bottom of the steps she stands waiting, with a smile of ineffable joy, an attitude of matchless grace and dignity. Ah, how beautiful she is! He springs forwards with extended arms. As he is about to clasp her, he feels a stunning blow upon the back of the neck. A blinding white light blazes all about him. with a sound like the shock of a cannon. Then all is darkness and silence. Peyton Farquhar was dead. His body, with a broken neck, swung gently from side to side beneath the timbers of the Owl Creek Bridge. End of An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge by Ambrose Bierce. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. The Peace Offering by H. Munro, Saki, from the Chronicles of Clovis. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London. I want you to help me in getting up a dramatic entertainment of some sort, said the Baroness to Clovis. You see, there's been an election petition down here, and a member unseated, and no end of bitterness and ill feeling, and the county is socially divided against itself. I thought a play of some kind would be an excellent opportunity for bringing people together again, and giving them something to think of besides tiresome political squabbles. The Baroness was evidently ambitious of reproducing beneath her own roof the pacifying effect traditionally ascribed to the celebrated reel of Tulloch Gorham. We might do something on the lines of a Greek tragedy, said Clovis, after due reflection. The return of Agamemnon, for instance. The Baroness frowned. It sounds rather reminiscent of an election result, doesn't it? It wasn't that sort of return, explained Clovis. It was a homecoming. I thought you said it was a tragedy. Well, it was. He was killed in his bathroom, you know. Oh, now I know the story, of course. Do you want me to take the part of Charlotte Corday? That's a different story and a different century, said Clovis. The dramatic unities forbid one to lay a scene in more than one century at a time. The killing in this case has to be done by Clytemnestra. Rather a pretty name. I'll do that part. I suppose you want to be whatever his name is. Dear no, Agamemnon was the father of grown-up children, and probably wore a beard and looked prematurely aged. I shall be his charioteer, or bath attendant, or something decorative of that kind. We must do everything in the Samuran manner, you know. I don't know, said the Baroness. At least I should know better if you would explain exactly what you mean by the Samuran manner. Clovis obliged. Weird music, and exotic skippings and flying leaps, and lots of drapery and undrapery, particularly undrapery. I think I told you the county are coming. The county won't stand anything very Greek. You can get over any objection by calling it hygiene, or limb culture, or something of that sort. After all, everyone exposes their insides to the public gaze and sympathy nowadays, so why not one's outside? My dear boy, I can ask the county to a Greek play, or to a costume play, but to a Greek costume play, never. It doesn't do to let the dramatic instinct carry one too far. One must consider one's environment. When one lives among greyhounds, one should avoid giving lifelike imitations of a rabbit, unless one wants one's head snapped off. Remember, I've got this place on a 7 years lease. And then, continued the Baroness, as to skippings and flying leaps, I must ask Emily Dushford to take part. She's a dear good thing, and will do anything she's told. Or try to. But can you imagine her doing a flying leap under any circumstances? She can be Cassandra, and she need only take flying leaps into the future in a metaphorical sense. Cassandra, rather a pretty name. What kind of character is she? She was a sort of advance agent for calamities. To know her was to know the worst. Fortunately for the gaiety of the age she lived in, no one took her very seriously. Still, it must have been fairly galling to have her turning up after every catastrophe with a conscious air of, "Perhaps another time you'll believe what I say." I should have wanted to kill her. As Clytemnestra, I believe you gratify that very natural wish. Then it was a happy ending, in spite of it being a tragedy. "Well, hardly," said Clovis. "You see, the satisfaction of putting a violent end to Cassandra must have been considerably damped by the fact that she had foretold what was going to happen to her. She probably dies with an intensely irritating 'what did I tell you' smile on her lips. By the way, of course, all the killings will be done in the Sumurun manner." "Please explain again," said the Baroness, taking out a notebook and pencil. "Little and often, you know, instead of one sweeping blow. You see, you are at your own home, so there's no need to hurry over the murdering as though it was some disagreeable but necessary duty." "And what sort of end do I have? I mean, what curtain do I get? I suppose you rush into your lover's arms. That is where one of the flying leaps will come in." The getting up and rehearsing of the play seemed likely to cause in a restricted area nearly as much heartburning and ill feeling as the election petition. Clovis, as adapter and stage manager, insisted as far as he was able on the charioteer being quite the most prominent character in the play, and his panther skin tunic caused almost as much trouble and discussion as Clytemnestra's spasmodic succession of lovers, who broke down on probation with alarming uniformity. When the cast was at length fixed beyond hope of reprieve, matters went scarcely more smoothly. Clovis and the Baroness rather overdid the Sumurun manner, while the rest of the company could hardly be said to attempt it at all. As for Cassandra, who was expected to improvise her own prophecies, she appeared to be as incapable of taking flying leaps into futurity as of executing more than a severely plantigrade walk across the stage. "Woe, Trojans, woe to Troy!" was the most inspired remark she could produce after several hours of conscientious study of all the available authorities. "It's no earthly use foretelling the fall of Troy," expostulated Clovis, "because Troy has fallen before the action of the play begins. And you mustn't say too much about your own impending doom either, because that will give things away too much to the audience." After several minutes of painful brain-searching, Cassandra smiled reassuringly. "I know. I'll predict a long and happy reign for George V." "My dear girl," protested Clovis, "have you reflected that Cassandra specialized in foretelling calamities?" There was another prolonged pause and another triumphant issue. "I know. I'll foretell a most disastrous season for the foxhounds." "On no account," entreated Clovis. "Do remember that all Cassandra's predictions came true. The MFH and the Hunt Secretary are both awfully superstitious, and they are both going to be present." Cassandra retreated hastily to her bedroom to bathe her eyes before appearing at tea. The Baroness and Clovis were by this time scarcely on speaking terms. Each sincerely wished their respective role to be the pivot round which the entire production should revolve, and each lost no opportunity for furthering the cause they had at heart. As fast as Clovis introduced some effective bit of business for the charioteer, and he introduced a great many, the Baroness would remorsefully cut it out, or more often dovetail it into her own part, while Clovis retaliated in a similar fashion whenever possible. The climax came when Clytemnestra annexed some highly complimentary lines which were to have been addressed to the character by a bevy of admiring Greek damsels, and put them into the mouth of her lover. Clovis stood by in apparent unconcern while the words, "Oh, lovely stripling, radiant as the dawn," were transposed into, "Oh, Clytemnestra, radiant as the dawn." But there was a dangerous glitter in his eye that might have given the Baroness warning. He had composed the verse himself, inspired and thoroughly carried away by his subject. He suffered therefore a double pang in beholding his tribute deflected from its destined object, and his words mutilated and twisted into what became an extravagant panegyric on the Baroness's personal charms. It was from this moment that he became gentle and assiduous in his private coaching of Cassandra. The county, forgetting its dissensions, mustered in full strength to witness the much-talked-of production. The protective providence that looks after little children and amateur theatricals made good its traditional promise that everything should be right on the night. The Baroness and Clovis seemed to have sunk their mutual differences, and between them dominated the scene to the partial eclipse of all the other characters, who, for the most part, seemed well content to remain in the shadow. Even Agamemnon, with 10 years of strenuous life around Troy standing to his credit, appeared to be an unobtrusive personality compared with his flamboyant charioteer. But the moment came for Cassandra, who had been excused from any very definite outpourings during rehearsals, to support her role by delivering herself of a few well-chosen anticipations of pending misfortune. The musicians obliged with appropriately lugubrious wailings and thumpings, and the Baroness seized the opportunity to make a dash to the dressing-room to effect certain repairs in her make-up. Cassandra, nervous but resolute, came down to the footlights and, like one repeating a carefully learned lesson, flung her remarks straight at the audience. "I see woe for this fair country if the brood of corrupt, self-seeking, unscrupulous, unprincipled politicians," here she named one of the two rival parties in the state, "continue to infest and poison our local councils and undermine our parliamentary representation, if they continue to snatch votes by nefarious and discreditable means." A humming as of a great hive of bewildered and affronted bees drowned her further remarks and wore down the droning of the musicians. The Baroness, who should have been greeted on her return to the stage with the pleasing invocation, "Oh, Clytemnestra, radiant as the dawn," heard instead the imperious voice of Lady Thistledale ordering her carriage, and something like a storm of open discord going on at the back of the room. The social divisions in the county healed themselves after their own fashion. Both parties found common ground in condemning the Baroness's outrageously bad taste and tactlessness. She has been fortunate in subletting for the greater part of her 7 years' lease. End of the peace offering by H. Munro, Saki. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London.
Psychology by Catherine Mansfield. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Overby, Parkland, Washington. When she opened the door and saw him standing there, she was more pleased than ever before, and he, too, as he followed her into the studio, seemed very happy to have come. "Not busy?" "No, just going to have some tea." "And you're not expecting anybody?" "Nobody at all." "Ah, that's good." He laid aside the coat and hat gently, lingeringly, as though he had time and to spare for everything, or as though he were taking leave of them forever, and came over to the fire and held out his hands to the quick leaping flame. Just for a moment both of them stood silent in that leaping light. Still, as it were, they tasted on their smiling lips the sweet shock of their greeting. Their secret selves whispered, "Why should we speak? Isn't this enough?" "More than enough. I never realized until this moment how good it is just to be with you. Like this." It's more than enough. But suddenly he turned and looked at her, and she moved quickly away. Have a cigarette? I'll put the kettle on. Are you longing for tea? No, not longing. Well, I am. Oh, you. He thumped the Armenian cushion and flung on the sommier. You're a perfect little chenille. Yes, I am, she laughed. I long for tea as strong men long for wine. She lighted the lamp under the broad orange shade, pulled the curtains, and drew up the tea table. 2 birds sang in the kettle. The fire fluttered. He sat up, clasping his knees. It was delightful, this business of having tea, and she always had delicious things to eat, little sharp sandwiches, short sweet almond fingers, and a dark, rich cake tasting of rum. But it was an interruption. He wanted it over. The table pushed away, the 2 chairs drawn up to the light, and the moment came when he took out his pipe, filled it, and said, pressing the tobacco tight into the bowl, I have been thinking over what you said last time, and it seems to me... Yes, that was what he waited for, and so did she. Yes. While she shook the teapot hot and dry over the spirit flame, she saw those other 2, him leaning back, taking his ease among the cushions, and her, curled up in escargot in the blue shell armchair. The picture was so clear and so minute, it might have been painted on the blue teapot lid. And yet she couldn't hurry. She could almost have cried, Give me time. She must have time in which to grow calm. She wanted time in which to free herself from all these familiar things with which she lived so vividly. For all these gay things round her were part of her, her offspring, and they knew it and made the largest, most vehement claims. But now they must go. They must be swept away, shooed away, like children, sent up the shadowy stairs, packed into bed, and commanded to go to sleep at once, without a murmur. For the special thrilling quality of their friendship was in the complete surrender. Like 2 open cities in the midst of some vast plain, their 2 minds lay open to each other. And it wasn't as if he rode into hers like a conqueror, armed with eyebrows and seeing nothing but a gay, sullen flutter, nor did she enter his like a queen, walking soft on petals. No, they were eager, serious travelers, absorbed in understanding what was to be seen and discovering what was hidden, making the most of this extraordinary absolute chance which made it possible for him to be utterly truthful to her, and for her to be utterly sincere with him. And the best of it was, they were both of them old enough to enjoy their adventure to the full, without any stupid emotional complication. Passion would have ruined everything. They quite saw that. Besides, all that sort of thing was over and done for both of them. He was 31. She was 30. They had had their experiences, and very rich and varied they had been. But now was the time for harvest. Harvest. Weren't his novels to be very big novels indeed, in her plays? Who else had had her exquisite sense of real English comedy? Carefully she cut the cake into thick little wads, and he reached across for a piece. Do you realize how good it is? She implored. Eat it imaginatively. Roll your eyes if you can, and taste it on the breath. It's not a sandwich from the hatter's bag. It's the kind of cake that might have been mentioned in the book of Genesis. And God said, Let there be cake. And there was cake. And God saw that it was good. You needn't entreat me, he said. Really, you needn't. It's a queer thing, but I always do notice what I eat here and never anywhere else. I suppose it comes from living alone so long and always reading while I feed. My habit of looking upon food as just food. Something that's there, at certain times, to be devoured. To be not there. He laughed. That shocks you, doesn't it? To the bone, she said. But, look here. He pushed away his cup and began to speak very fast. I simply haven't got any external life at all. I don't know the names of things a bit. Trees and so on, and I never notice places or furniture or what people look like. One room is just like another to me. A place to sit and read or talk, except... And he paused, smiling in a strange, naive way, and said, Except this studio. He looked round him, and then at her. He laughed at his astonishment and pleasure. It was like a man who wakes up in a train to find that he has arrived already at the journey's end. Here's another queer thing. If I shut my eyes, I can see this place down to the very detail. Every detail. Now I come to think of it, I've never realized this consciously before. Often when I'm away from here I revisit it in spirit, wander about your red chairs, stare at the bowl of fruit on the black table, and just touch, very lightly, that marvel of the sleeping boy's head. He looked at it as he spoke. It stood on the corner of the mantelpiece, the head to one side, down drooping, the lips parted, as though in his sleep the little boy listened to some sweet sound. "I love that little boy," he murmured. And then they were both silent. A new silence came between them. Nothing in the least like the satisfactory pause that had followed their greetings. Well, here we are, together again, and there's no reason why we shouldn't go on from just where we left off last time. That silence could be contained in the circle of warm, delighted fire and lamplight. How many times had they flung something into it, just for the fun of watching the ripples break on the easy shores? But into this unfamiliar pool, the head of the little boy, sleeping his timeless sleep, dropped, and the ripples flowed away, boundlessly far, into the deep, glittering darkness. And then both of them broke it. She said, "I must make up the fire." And he said, "I have been trying a new—" Both of them escaped. She made up the fire and put the table back. The blue chair was wheeled forward. She curled up and he lay back among the cushions. "Quickly, quickly. They must stop it from happening again." "Well, I read the book you left last time." "Oh, what did you think of it?" They were off and all as usual. But what was it? Weren't they just a little too quick, too prompt with their replies, too ready to take each other up? Was this really anything more than a wonderfully good imitation of other occasions? His heart beat. Her cheek burned, and the stupid thing was, she could not discover what exactly they were or what exactly was happening. She hadn't time to glance back, and just as she had got so far it happened again. They faltered, wavered, broke down, and were silent. Again they were conscious of the boundless, questioning dark. Again there they were, two hunters, bending over the fire, but hearing suddenly from the jungle beyond a shake of wind and a loud, questioning cry. She lifted her head. "It's raining," she murmured, and her voice was like his when he said, "I love that little boy." Well, why didn't they just give way to it, yield, and see what will happen then? But no. Vague and troubled though they were, they knew enough to realize their precious friendship was in danger. She was the one who would be destroyed, not they, and they'd be no party to that. He got up, knocked out his pipe, ran his hand through his hair, and said, "I've been wondering very much lately whether the novel of the future will be a psychological novel or not. How sure are you that psychology qua psychology has got anything to do with literature at all? Do you mean you feel there's quite a chance that the mysterious non-existent creatures, the young writers of today, are trying simply to jump the psychoanalyst's claim?" "Yes, I do. And I think it's because this generation is just wise enough to know that it is sick, and to realize that its only chance of recovery is by going into its symptoms, making an exhaustive study of them, tracking them down, trying to get at the root of the trouble." "But oh," she wailed, "what a dreadfully dismal outlook." "Not at all," said he. "Look here." On the talk went, and now it seemed they really had succeeded. She turned her chair to look at him while she answered. Her smile said, "We have won." And he smiled back, confident. Absolutely. But the smile undid them. It lasted too long. It became a grin. They saw themselves as two little grinning puppets jigging away in nothingness. "What have we been talking about?" thought he. He was so utterly bored he almost groaned. "What a spectacle we have made of ourselves," thought she. And she saw him laboriously, laying out the grounds, and herself running after, puffing here a tree, and there a flowery shrub, and here a handful of glittering fish in a pool. They were silent this time from sheer dismay. The clock struck 6 merry little pings, and the fire made a soft flutter. What fools they were, heavy, stodgy, elderly, with positively upholstered minds. And now the silence put a spell upon them like solemn music. It was anguish. Anguish for her to bear it, and he would die. He'd die if he were broken. And yet he longed to break it. He'd die if it were broken. And yet he longed to break it. Not by speech. At any rate, not by their ordinary, maddening chatter. There was another way for them to speak to each other. And in the new way he wanted to murmur, "Do you feel this too? Do you understand it at all?" Instead, to his horror, he heard himself say, "I must be off. I'm meeting Brand at 6. What devil made him say that instead of the other? She jumped, simply jumped out of her chair, and he heard her crying, "You must rush, then. He's so punctual. Why didn't you say so before?" You've hurt me, we've failed," said her secret self while she handed him his hat and stick, smiling gaily. She wouldn't give him a moment for another word, but ran along the passage and opened the big outer door. Could they leave each other like this? How could they? He stood on the step and she just inside, holding the door. It was not raining now. "You've hurt me, said her heart. "Why don't you go? No, don't go. Stay, no, go!" And she looked out upon the night. She saw the beautiful fall of the steps, the dark garden ringed with glittering ivy. On the other side of the road were the huge bare willows, and above them the sky big and bright with stars. But of course he would see nothing of all this. He was superior to it all. He, with his wonderful spiritual vision. She was right. He did see nothing at all. Misery, he'd missed it. It was too late to do anything now. Was it too late? Yes, it was. A cold snatch of hateful wind blew into the garden. Curse life! He heard her cry, "Au revoir," and the door slammed. Running back into the studio, she behaved so strangely. She ran up and down, lifting her arms and crying, Oh, how stupid! How imbecile! How stupid!" And then she flung herself down on the sommier, thinking of nothing, just lying there in her rage. All was over. What was over? Oh, something was. And she'd never see him again. Never. After a long, long time, or perhaps 10 minutes, had passed in that black gulf, her bell rang a sharp, quick jingle. It was he, of course. And equally, of course, she oughtn't to have paid the slightest attention to it, but just let it go on ringing and ringing. She flew to answer. On the doorstep stood an elderly virgin, a pathetic creature who simply idolized her, heaven knows why, and had this habit of turning up and ringing the bell and then saying, when she opened the door, "My dear, send me away." She never did. As a rule, she asked her in and let her admire everything and accepted the bunch of slightly soiled-looking flowers more than graciously. But today, "Oh, I am so sorry," she cried, "but I've got someone with me. We are working on some woodcuts. I'm hopelessly busy all morning." "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all, darling," said the good friend. "I was just passing, and I thought I'd leave you some violets." She fumbled down among the ribs of a large old umbrella. "I put them down here. Such a good place to keep flowers out of the wind. Here they are," she said, shaking out the little dead bunch. For a moment she did not take the violets. But while she stood just inside, holding the door, a strange thing happened. Again she saw the beautiful fall of the steps, the dark garden ringed with glittering ivy, the willows, the big bright sky. Again she felt the silence that was like a question. But this time she did not hesitate. She moved forward, very softly and gently, as though fearful of making a ripple in that boundless pool of quiet. She put her arms around her friend. "My dear," murmured her happy friend, quite overcome by this gratitude, "they are really nothing, just the simplest little threepenny bunch." But as she spoke she was enfolded, more tenderly, more beautifully embraced, held by such a sweet pleasure and for so long that the poor dear's mind positively reeled, and she just had the strength to quaver, "Then you really don't mind me too much?" "Good night, my friend," whispered the other. "Come again soon." "Oh, I will." This time she walked back to the studio slowly, and standing in the middle of the room with half-shut eyes, she felt so light, so rested, as if she had woken up out of a childish sleep. Even the act of breathing was a joy. The sommier was very untidy, all the cushions like furious mountains, as she said. She put them in order before going over to the writing table. "I have been thinking over our talk about the psychological novel," she dashed off. "It really is intensely interesting." And so on, and so on. At the end she wrote, "Good night, my friend. Come again soon." End of Psychology by Catherine Mansfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Reward by Melville Davison Post. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Rodstrom. I was before one of those difficult positions unavoidable to a visitor in a foreign country. I had to meet the obligations of professional courtesy. Captain Walker had asked me to go over the manuscript of his memoirs, and now he had called at the house in which I was a guest, for my opinion. We had long been friends, associated in innumerable cases, and I wished to suggest the difficulty rather than to express it. It was the twilight of an early Washington winter. The lights in the great library, softened with delicate shades, had been turned on. Outside, Sheridan's Circle was almost a thing of beauty in its vague outlines. Even the squat, ridiculous bronze horse had a certain dignity in the blue shadow. If one had been speculating on the man from his physical aspect, one would have taken Walker for an engineer of some sort, rather than the head of the United States Secret Service. His lean face and his angular manner gave that impression. Even now, motionless in the big chair beyond the table, he seemed, how shall I say it, mechanical. And that was the very defect in his memoir. He had cut the great cases into a dry recital. There was no longer in them any pressure of a human impulse. The glow of inspired detail had been dissected out. Everything startling and wonderful had been devitalized. The memoir was a report. The bulky typewritten manuscript lay on the table beside the electric lamp, and I stood about, uncertain how to tell him. "Walker," I said, "did nothing wonderful ever happen to you in the adventure of these cases?" "What precisely do you mean, Sir Henry?" he replied. The practical nature of the man tempted me to extravagance. "Well," I said, "for example, were you never kissed in a lonely street by a mysterious woman, and the flash of your dark lantern reveal a face of startling beauty?" "No," he said, as though he were answering a sensible question. "That never happened to me." "Then," I continued, "perhaps you have found a prince of the church, pale as alabaster, sitting in his red robe, who put together the indicatory evidence of the crime that baffled you with such uncanny acumen that you stood aghast at his perspicacity?" "No," he said, and then his face lighted. "But I'll tell you what I did find. I found a drunken hobo at Atlantic City who was the best detective I ever saw." I sat down and tapped the manuscript with my fingers. "It's not here," I said. "Why did you leave it out?" He took a big gold watch out of his pocket and turned it about in his hand. The case was covered with an inscription. "Well, Sir Henry," he said, "the boys in the department think a good deal of me. I shouldn't like them to know how a dirty tramp faked me at Atlantic City. I don't mind telling you, but I couldn't print it in a memoir." He went directly ahead with the story, and I was careful not to interrupt him. I was sitting in a rolling chair out there on the boardwalk before the Traymore. I was nearly all in, and I had taken a run to Atlantic for a day or two of the sea air. The fact is, the whole department was down and out. You may remember what we were up against. It finally got into the newspapers. The government plates of the third Liberty Bond issue had disappeared. We knew how they had gotten out, and we thought we knew the man at the head of the thing. It was a Mulehouse job, as we figured it. It was too big a thing for a little crook. With the government plates, they could print Liberty Bonds just as the Treasury would, and they could sow the world with them. He paused and moved his gold-rimmed spectacles a little closer in on his nose. "You see, these war bonds are scattered all over the country. They are held by everybody. It's not what it used to be, a banker's business that we could round up. Nobody could round up the holders of these bonds. A big crook like Mulehouse could slip 100 million of them into the country and never raise a ripple." He paused and drew his fingers across his bony, protruding chin. "I'll say this for Mulehouse. He's the hardest man to identify in the whole kingdom of crooks. Scotland Yard, the Service de la Sûreté, everybody says that." I don't mean dime novel disguises, false whiskers, and a limp. I mean the ability to be the character he pretends, the thing that used to make Joe Jefferson Rip Van Winkle, and not an actor made up to look like him. That's the reason nobody could keep track of Mulehaus, especially in South American cities. He was a French banker in the Egypt business and a Swiss banker in the Argentine. He turned back from the digression. And it was a clean job. They had got away with the plates. We didn't have a clue. We thought, naturally, that they'd make for Mexico or some South American country to start their printing press, and we had the ports and border netted up. Nothing could have gone out across the border or through any port. All the customs officers were working with us, and every agent of the Department of Justice. He looked at me steadily across the table. You see, the government had to get those plates back before the crooks started to print, or else take up every bond of that issue over the whole country. It was a hell of a thing. Of course, we had gone right after the record of all the big crooks to see whose line this sort of job was, and the thing narrowed down to Mulehaus or old Vronsky. We soon found out it wasn't Vronsky. He was in Joliet. It was Mulehaus. But we couldn't find him. We didn't even know that Mulehaus was in America. He's a big crook with a genius for selecting men. He might be directing the job from Rio or a Mexican port, but we were sure it was a Mulehaus job. He sold the French securities in Egypt in '90, and he's the man who put the bogus Argentine bonds on our market. You'll find the case in the 115th Federal Reporter. Well, he went on, I was sitting out there in the rolling chair, looking at the sun on the sea and thinking about the thing, when I noticed this hobo that I've been talking about. He was my chair attendant, but I hadn't looked at him before. He had moved round from behind me and was now leaning against the galvanized pipe railing. He was a big human creature, a little stooped, unshaved, and dirty. His mouth was slack and loose, and he had a big mobile nose that seemed to move about like a piece of soft rubber. He had hardly any clothing, a cap that must have been fished out of an ash barrel, no shirt whatever, merely an old ragged coat buttoned round him, a pair of canvas breeches, and carpet slippers tied onto his feet with burlap and wrapped around his ankles to conceal the fact that he wore no socks. As I looked at him, he darted out, picked up the stump of a cigarette that someone had thrown down, and came back to the railing to smoke it, his loose mouth and his big soft nose moving like kneaded putty. Altogether, this tramp was the worst human derelict I ever saw, and it occurred to me that this was the one place in the whole of America where any sort of a creature could get a kind of employment and no questions asked. Anything that could move and push a chair could get 15 cents an hour from McDoyle. Wise man, poor man, beggar man, thief, it was all one to McDoyle, and the creatures could sleep in the shed behind the rolling chairs. I suppose an impulse to offer the man a garment of some sort moved me to address him. "You're nearly naked," I said. He crossed one leg over the other with the toe of the carpet slipper touching the walk, in the manner of a burlesque actor, took the cigarette out of his mouth with a little flourish, and replied to me, "Sure, Governor, I ain't dolled up like John Drew." There was a sort of cocky unconcern about the creature that gave his miserable state a kind of beggarly distinction. He was in among the very dregs of life, and he was not depressed about it. "But if I had a sawbuck," he continued, "I could bulge your eye. Couldn't point the way to one." He arrested my answer with a little flourish of his fingers holding the stump of the cigarette. "Not work, Governor," and he made a little duck of the head, "and not murder. Go as far as you please between 'em." The fantastic manner of the derelict was infectious. "Okay," I said. "Go out and find me a man who was a deserter from the German army, was a tanner in Bale, and began life as a sailor, and I'll double your money. I'll give you a $20 bill." The creature whistled softly in 2 short staccato notes. "Some little order," he said, and taking a toothpick out of his pocket, he stuck it into the stump of the cigarette, which had become too short to hold between his fingers. At this moment, a boy from the post office came to me with a daily report from Washington, and I got out of the chair, tipped the creature, and went into the hotel, stopping to pay McDoyle as I passed. There was nothing new from the department, except that our organization over the country was in close touch. We had offered $5,000 reward for the recovery of the plates, and the post office department was now posting the notice all over America in every office. The secretary thought we had better let the public in on it and not keep it an underground offer to the service. I had forgotten the hobo, when about 5 o'clock he passed me a little below the steel pier. He was in a big stride, and he had something clutched in his hand. He called to me as he hurried along. "I got him, Governor. See you later." "See me now," I said. "What's the hurry?" He flashed his hand open, holding a silver dollar with his thumb against the palm. "Can't stop now. I'm gonna get drunk. See you later." I smiled at this disingenuous creature. He was saving me for the dry hour. He could point out Mulehaus in any passing chair, and I would give some coin to be rid of his pretension. Walker paused. Then he went on. I was right. The hobo was waiting for me when I came out of the hotel the following morning. "Howdy, Governor," he said. "I located your man." I was interested to see how he would frame up his case. "How did you find him?" I said. He grinned, moving his lip and his loose nose. "Some luck, Governor, and some sleuthin'. It was like this. I thought you was stringing me, but I said to myself, I'll keep out an eye. Maybe it's on the level. Any damn thing can happen." He put up his hand as though to hook his thumb into the armhole of his vest, remembered that he had only a coat button round him, and dropped it. "And believe me or not, Governor, it's the God's truth. About 4 o'clock up toward the inlet, I passed a big, well-dressed banker-looking gent, walking stiff from the hip and throwing out his leg. 'Come 11,' I said to myself, 'it's the goose step.' I had an empty roller, and I took a turn over to him. 'Chair, Admiral?' I said. He looked at me sort of queer. 'What makes you think I'm an admiral, my man?' he answers. 'Well,' I says, lounging over on one foot reflective-like, 'nobody could be a viewing the sea with that loving ownership look unless he bossed her a bit. If I'm right, Admiral, you takes the chair.' He laughed, but he got in. 'I'm not an admiral,' he said, 'but it is true that I followed the sea.'" The hobo paused and put up his first and second fingers, spread like a V. "2 points, Governor. The gent had been a sailor and a soldier. Now, how about the Tanner business?" He scratched his head, moving his ridiculous cap. "That sort of puzzled me, and I pussyfooted along toward the inlet thinking about it. If a man was a tanner, and especially a foreign, hand-working tanner, what would his markings be? I tried to remember everybody that I'd ever seen handling a hide, and all at once I recollected that the first thing a Dago shoemaker done when he picked up a piece of leather was to smooth it out with his thumbs. And I said to myself, now that'll be what a tanner does, only he does it more. He's always doing it. Then I asked myself, what would be the markings?" The hobo paused, his mouth open, his head twisted to one side. Then he jerked up as under a released spring. "And right away, Governor, I got the answer to it. Flat thumbs." The hobo stepped back with an air of victory and flashed his hand up. And he had 'em. I asked him what time it was so I could keep the hour straight for McDoyle, I told him, but the real reason was so I could see his hands. Walker crossed one leg over the other. "It was clever," he said, and I hesitated to shatter it, but the question had to come. "Where is your man?" I said. The hobo executed a little deprecatory step, with his fingers picking at his coat pockets. "That's the trouble, Governor," he answered. "I intended to sleuth him for you, but he gave me $1 and I got drunk. You saw me. The man had got out at McDoyle's place not 5 minutes before. I was flashing to the booze can when he tried to stop me. Nothing doing when I get the price." Walker paused. It was a good fairy story and worth something. I offered him $50. Then I got a surprise. The creature looked eagerly at the coin in my fingers, and he moved toward it. He was crazy for the liquor it would buy, but he set his teeth and pulled up. "No, Governor," he said, "I'm in it for the sawbuck. Where'll I find you about noon?" I promised to be on the boardwalk before Heinz's Pier at 2 o'clock, and he turned to shuffle away. I called an inquiry after him. You see, there were two things in his story. How did he get $1 tip? And how did he happen to make his imaginary man banker-looking? Mulehaus had been banker-looking in both the Egypt and the Argentine affairs. I left the latter point suspended, as we say, but I asked him about the $1. He came back at once. "I forgot about that, Governor," he said. "It was like this. The Admiral kept looking out at the sea where an old freighter was going south. You know, the fruit line from New York. One of them goes by every day or two. And I kept pushing him along. Finally we got up to the inlet, and I was about to turn when he stopped me. You know the neck of ground out beyond where the streetcars loop? There's an old board fence by the road, then sand to the sea, and about halfway between the fence and the water, there's a shed with some junk in it. You've seen it. They made the old America out there, and the shed was a tool house. When I stopped, the Admiral says, 'Cut across to the hole in that old board fence and see if an automobile has been there, and I'll give you $1. And I done it, and I got it." Then he shuffled off. "Be on the spot, Governor, and I'll lead 'em to you." Walker leaned over, rested his elbows on the arms of his chair, and linked his fingers together. That gave me a new flash on the creature. He was a slicker article than I imagined. I was not to get off with a tip. He was taking some pains to touch me for a greenback. I thought I saw his line. It would not account for his hitting the description of Mulehaus in the makeup of his straw man, but it would furnish the data for the $1 story. I had drawn the latter a little before he was ready. It belonged in what he planned to give me at 2 o'clock. But I thought I saw what the creature was about, and I was right. Walker put out his hand and moved the pages of his memoir on the table. Then he went on. "I was smoking a cigar on a bench at the entrance to Heinz's Pier when the hobo shuffled up. He came down one of the streets from Pacific Avenue, and the direction confirmed me in my theory. It also confirmed me in the opinion that I was all kinds of a fool to let this dirty hobo get a further chance at me. I was not in a very good humor. Everything I had set going after Mulehaus was marking time. The only report was progress in linking things up, not only along the Canadian and Mexican borders and the custom houses, but we had also done a further unusual thing. We had an agent on every ship going out of America to follow through to the foreign port and look out for anything picked up on the way. It was a plan I had set at immediately the robbery was discovered. It would cut out the trick of reshipping at sea from some fishing craft or small boat. The reports were encouraging enough in that respect. We had the whole country as tight as a drum, but it was slender comfort when the Treasury was raising the devil for the plates, and we hadn't a clue to them. Walker stopped a moment. Then he went on. I felt like kicking the hobo when he got to me. He was so obviously the extreme of all worthless creatures, with that apologetic, confidential manner which seems to be an abominable attendant on human degeneracy. One may put up with it for a little while, but it presently becomes intolerable. "Governor," he began when he shuffled up, "you won't get mad if I say a little something." "Go on and say it," I said. The expression on his dirty, unshaved face became, if possible, more foolish. "Well then, Governor, asking your pardon, you ain't Mr. Henry P. Johnson from Erie. You're the chief of the United States Secret Service from Washington." Walker moved in his chair. That made me ugly. He went on. The assurance of the creature, and my unspeakable carelessness in permitting the official letters brought to me on the day before by the post-office messenger to be seen. In my relaxation, I had forgotten the eye of the chair attendant. I took the cigar out of my teeth and looked at him. And I'll say a little something myself. I could hardly keep my foot clear of him. When you got sober this morning and remembered who I was, you took a turn up round the post office to make sure of it, and while you were in there, you saw the notice of the reward for the stolen bond plates. That gave you the notion with which you pieced out your fairy story about how you got the dollar tip. Having discovered my identity through a piece of damn carelessness on my part, and having seen the postal notice of the reward, you undertook to enlarge your little game. That's the reason you wouldn't take 50 cents. It was your notion in the beginning to make a touch for a tip, and it would have worked. But now you can't get a damn cent out of me. Then I threw a little brush into him. I'd have stood a touch for your finding the fake tanner, because there isn't any such person. I intended to put the hobo out of business, Walker went on. But the effect of my words on him were even more startling than I anticipated. His jaw dropped, and he looked at me in astonishment. "No such person," he repeated. "Why, Governor, before God, I found a man like that, and he was a banker, one of the big ones, sure as there's a hell." Walker put out his hands in a puzzled gesture. There it was again, the description of Mulehaus, and it puzzled me. Every motion of this hobo's mind in every direction about this affair was perfectly clear to me. I saw his intention in every turn of it, and just where he got the material for the details of his story. But this absolutely distinguishing description of Mulehaus was beyond me. Everybody, of course, knew that we were looking for the lost plates, for there was the reward offered by the Treasury, but no human soul outside of the trusted agents of the department knew that we were looking for Mulehaus. Walker did not move, but he stopped in his recital for a moment. The tramp shuffled up a step closer to the bench where I sat. The anxiety in his big slack face was sincere beyond question. "I can't find a banker man, Governor. He skipped the coop. But I believe I can find what he's hid." "Well," I said, "go and find it." The hobo jerked out his limp hands in a sort of hopeless gesture. "Now, Governor," he whimpered, "what good would it do me to find them plates?" "You'd get $5,000, I said. "I'd get kicked into the discard by the first cop that got to me," he answered. "That's what I'd get." The creature's dirty, unshaved jowls began to shake, and his voice became wholly a whimper. "I've got a line on this thing, Governor, sure as there's a hell. That banker man was viewing the layout. I've thought it all over, and this is the way it would be. They're afraid of the border, and they're afraid of the customs houses. So they runs the loot down here in an automobile, hides it up about the inlet, and plans to go out with it to one of them fruit steamers passing on the way to Tampico. They'd have them plates bundled up in a sailor's chest, most like. Now, Governor, you'd say, why ain't they already done it? And I'd answer, the main guy, this banker man, didn't know the automobile had got here until he sent me to look. And there ain't been no ship along since then. I've been special careful to find that out." And then the creature began to whine. "Have a heart, Governor. Come along with me. Give me a show." It was not the creature's plea that moved me, nor his pretended deductions. I'm a bit old to be soft. It was the banker man sticking like a burr in the hobo's talk. I wanted to keep him in sight until I understood where he got it. No doubt that seems a slight reason for going out to the inlet with the creature, but you must remember that slight things are often big signboards in our business. He continued, his voice precise and even. We went directly from the end of the boardwalk to the old shed. It was open, an unfastened door on a pair of leather hinges. The shed is small, about 20 feet by 11, with a hard dirt floor packed down by the workmen who had used it, a combination of clay and sand like the Jersey roads put in to make a floor. All round it, from the sea to the board fence, was soft sand. There were some pieces of old junk lying about in the shed, but nothing of value, or it would have been nailed up. The hobo led right off with his deductions. There was the track of a man, clearly outlined in the soft sand, leading from the board fence to the shed and returning, and no other track anywhere about. "Now, Governor," he began, when he had taken a look at the tracks, "the man that made them tracks carried something into this shed, and he left it here, and it was something heavy." I was fairly certain that the hobo had salted the place for me, made the tracks himself, but I played out a line to him. "How do you know that?" I said. "Well, Governor," he answered, "take a look at them 2 lines of tracks. In the one coming to the shed, the man was walking with his feet apart, and in the one going back, he was walking with his feet in front of one another. That's because he was carrying something heavy when he come, and nothing when he left." It was an observation on footprints, he went on, that had never occurred to me. The hobo saw my awakened interest, and he added, "Did you never notice a man carrying a heavy load? He kind of totters, walking with his feet apart to keep his balance. That makes his foot tracks side by side like, instead of one before the other as he makes them when he's going light." Walker interrupted his narrative with a comment. "It's the truth. I've verified it 1,000 times since that hobo put me onto it. A line running through the center of the heel prints of a man carrying a heavy burden will be a zigzag, while one through the heel prints of the same man without the burden will be almost straight." The tramp went right on with his deductions. "If it come in and didn't go out, it's here." And he began to go over the inside of the shed. He searched it like a man searching a box for a jewel. He moved the pieces of old castings, and he literally fingered the shed from end to end. He would have found a bird's egg. Finally he stopped and stood with his hands spread out over his mouth, and I selected this critical moment to touch the powder off under his game. "Suppose," I said, "that this man with the heavy load wished to mislead us. Suppose that instead of bringing something here, he took one of these old castings away." The hobo looked at me without changing his position. "How could he, Governor? He was pointing this way with the load." "By walking backward," I said, for it occurred to me that perhaps the creature had manufactured this evidence for the occasion, and I wished to test the theory. Walker went on in his slow, even voice. The test produced more action than I expected. The hobo dived out through the door. I followed to see him disappear, but it was not in flight. He was squatting down over the footprints, and a moment later he rocked back on his haunches with a little exultant yelp. "Dope's wrong, Governor," he said. "He was sure coming this way." Then he explained. "If a man's walking forward in sand or mud or snow, the toe of his shoe flirts out a little of it, and if he's walking backward, his heel flirts it out." At this point I began to have some respect for the creature's ability. He got up and came back into the shed, and there he stood in his old position, with his fingers over his mouth, looking round at the empty shed, in which, as I have said, one could not have concealed a bird's egg. I watched him without offering any suggestion, for my interest in the thing had awakened, and I was curious to see what he would do. He stood perfectly motionless for about a minute, and then suddenly he snapped his fingers, and the light came into his face. "I got it, Governor." Then he came over to where I stood. "Give me a quarter to get a bucket." I gave him the coin, for I was now profoundly puzzled, and he went out. He was gone perhaps 20 minutes, and when he came in he had a bucket of water. But he had evidently been thinking on the way, for he set the bucket down carefully, wiped his hands on his canvas breeches, and began to speak with a little apologetic whimper in his voice. "Now look here, Governor," he said, "I'm a-gonna talk turkey. Do I get the 5,000 if I find this stuff?" "Surely," I answered him. "And there'll be no monkeying, Governor? You'll take me down to a bank yourself and put the money in my hand?" "I promise you that," I assured him. but he was not entirely quiet in his mind about it. He shifted uneasily from one foot to the other, and his soft rubber nose worked. "Now, Governor," he said, "I'm leery about jokers. I gotta be. I don't want any string to this money. If I get it, I want to go and blow it in. I don't want you to hand me a roll and then start any reforming stunt, a holding of it in trust, and a probation officer a pussyfooting me, or any funny business. I want the wad and a clear road to the bright lights, with no word passed along to pinch me. Do I get it?" "It's a trade," I said. "Okay," he answered, and he took up the bucket. He began at the door and poured the water carefully on the hard tramped earth. When the bucket was empty, he brought another and another. Finally, about midway of the floor space, he stopped. "Here it is," he said. I was following beside him, but I saw nothing to justify his words. "Why do you think the plates are buried here?" I said. "Look at the air bubbles coming up, Governor," he answered. Walker stopped. Then he added, "It's a thing which I did not know until that moment, but it's the truth. If hard-packed earth is dug up and repacked, air gets into it, and if one pours water on the place, air bubbles will come up." He did not go on, and I flung at him the big query in his story. "And you found the plates there?" "Yes, Sir Henry," he replied, "in the false bottom of an old steamer trunk." "And the hobo got the money?" "Certainly," he answered. "I put it into his hand and let him go with it, as I promised." Again he was silent, and I turned toward him in astonishment. "Then," I said, "why did you begin this story by saying the hobo faked you? I don't see the fake. He found the plates, and he was entitled to the reward." Walker put his hand into his pocket, took out a leather case, selected a paper from among its contents, and handed it to me. "I didn't see the fake either," he said, "until I got this letter." I unfolded the letter carefully. It was neatly written in a hand like copper plate, and dated Buenos Aires. "Dear Colonel Walker, when I discovered that you were planting an agent on every ship, I had to abandon the plates and try for the reward. Thank you for the $5,000. It covered expenses. Very sincerely yours, The Mulehouse." End of The Reward by Melville Davisson Post. Recording by Rick Rodstrom.
The Stampeding of Lady Bastable by Saki, H. Monroe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London. It would be rather nice if you would put Clovis up for another 6 days while I go up north to the MacGregors, said Mrs. Sangrail sleepily across the breakfast table. It was her invariable plan to speak in a sleepy, comfortable voice whenever she was unusually keen about anything. It put people off their guard, and they frequently fell in with her wishes before they had realized that she was really asking for anything. Lady Bastable, however, was not so easily taken unawares. Possibly she knew that voice and what it betokened. At any rate, she knew Clovis. She frowned at a piece of toast and ate it very slowly, as though she wished to convey the impression that the process hurt her more than it hurt the toast. But no extension of hospitality on Clovis's behalf rose to her lips. "It would be a great convenience to me," pursued Mrs. Sangrail, abandoning the careless tone. "I particularly don't want to take him to the MacGregors, and it will be only for 6 days." "It will seem longer," said Lady Bastable dismally. "The last time he stayed here for a week—" "I know," interrupted the other hastily. "But that was nearly 2 years ago. He was younger then." "But he hasn't improved," said her hostess. "It's no use growing older if you only learn new ways of misbehaving yourself." Mrs. Sangrail was unable to argue the point. Since Clovis had reached the age of 17, she had never ceased to bewail his irrepressible waywardness to all her circle of acquaintances, and a polite scepticism would have greeted the slightest hint at a prospective reformation. She discarded the fruitless effort of cajolery and resorted to undisguised bribery. "If you'll have him here for these 6 days, I'll cancel the outstanding bridge account." It was only for 49 shillings, but Lady Bastable loved shillings with a great, strong love. To lose money at bridge and not have to pay it was one of those rare experiences which gave the card table a glamour in her eyes, which it could never otherwise have possessed. Mrs. Sangrail was almost equally devoted to her card winnings, but the prospect of conveniently warehousing her offspring for 6 days, and incidentally saving his railway fare to the north, reconciled her to the sacrifice. When Clovis made a belated appearance at the breakfast table, the bargain had been struck. "Just think," said Mrs. Sangrail sleepily, "Lady Bastable has very kindly asked you to stay on here while I go to the MacGregors'." Clovis said suitable things in a highly unsuitable manner, and proceeded to make punitive expeditions among the breakfast dishes with a scowl on his face that would have driven the purr out of a peace conference. The arrangement that had been concluded behind his back was doubly distasteful to him. In the first place, he particularly wanted to teach the MacGregor boys, who could well afford the knowledge, how to play poker patience. Secondly, the Bastable catering was of the kind that is classified as a rude plenty, which Clovis translated as a plenty that gives rise to rude remarks. Watching him from behind ostentatiously sleepy lids, his mother realized, in the light of long experience, that any rejoicing over the success of her manoeuvre would be distinctly premature. It was one thing to fit Clovis into a convenient niche of the domestic jigsaw puzzle. It was quite another matter to get him to stay there. Lady Bastable was wont to retire in state to the morning-room immediately after breakfast and spend a quiet hour in skimming through the papers. They were there, so she might as well get their money's worth out of them. Politics did not greatly interest her, but she was obsessed with a favourite foreboding that one of these days there would be a great social upheaval in which everybody would be killed by everybody else. "It will come sooner than we think," she would observe darkly. A mathematical expert of exceptionally high powers would have been puzzled to work out the approximate date from the slender and confusing groundwork which this assertion afforded. On this particular morning the sight of Lady Bastable enthroned among her papers gave Clovis the hint towards which his mind had been groping all breakfast time. His mother had gone upstairs to supervise packing operations, and he was alone on the ground floor with his hostess and the servants. The latter were the key to the situation. Bursting wildly into the kitchen quarters, Clovis screamed a frantic, though strictly non-committal, summons. "Poor Lady Bastable! In the morning-room! Oh, quick!" The next moment the butler, cook, page-boy, 2 or 3 maids, and a gardener who had happened to be in one of the outer kitchens were following in a hot scurry after Clovis as he headed back for the morning-room. Lady Bastable was roused from the world of newspaper lore by hearing a Japanese screen in the hall go down with a crash. Then the door leading from the hall flew open, and her young guest tore madly through the room, shrieked at her in passing, "The Jacquerie! They're on to us!" and dashed like an escaping hawk out through the French window. The scared mob of servants burst in on his heels, the gardener still clutching the sickle with which he had been trimming hedges, and the impetus of their headlong haste carried them slipping and sliding over the smooth parquet flooring towards the chair where their mistress sat in panic-stricken amazement. If she had had a moment granted her for reflection, she would have behaved, as she afterwards explained, with considerable dignity. It was probably the sickle which decided her, but anyway she followed the lead that Clovis had given her through the French window, and ran well and far across the lawn before the eyes of her astonished retainers. Lost dignity is not a possession which can be restored at a moment's notice, and both Lady Bastable and the butler found the process of returning to normal conditions almost as painful as a slow recovery from drowning. A jacquerie, even if carried out with the most respectful of intentions, cannot fail to leave some traces of embarrassment behind it. By lunch-time, however, decorum had reasserted itself with enhanced rigour as a natural rebound from its recent overthrow, and the meal was served in a frigid stateliness that might have been framed on a Byzantine model. Halfway through its duration, Mrs. Sangrail was solemnly presented with an envelope lying on a silver salver. It contained a cheque for 49 shillings. The MacGregor boys learned how to play poker patience. After all, they could afford to. End of The Stampeding of Lady Bastable by Saki. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London.
The Story of Grandfather's Old Ram by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Rodstrom. Every now and then in these days the boys used to tell me I ought to get one Jim Blaine to tell me the stirring story of his grandfather's old ram, but they always added that I must not mention the matter unless Jim was drunk at the time, just comfortably and sociably drunk. They kept this up until my curiosity was on the rack to hear the story. I got to haunting Blaine, but it was of no use. The boys always found fault with his condition. He was often moderately, but never satisfactorily drunk. I never watched the man's condition with such absorbing interest, such anxious solicitude. I never so pined to see a man uncompromisingly drunk before. At last, one evening, I hurried to his cabin, for I learned that this time his situation was such that even the most fastidious could find no fault with it. He was tranquilly, serenely, symmetrically drunk. Not a hiccup to mar his voice, not a cloud upon his brain thick enough to obscure his memory. As I entered, he was sitting upon an empty powder keg, with a clay pipe in one hand and the other raised to command silence. His face was round, red, and very serious. His throat was bare, and his hair tumbled. In general appearance and costume he was a stalwart miner of the period. On the pine table stood a candle, and its dim light revealed the boys sitting here and there on bunks, candle boxes, powder kegs, etc. They said, "Shh, don't speak, he's gonna commence." I found a seat at once, and Blaine said, "I don't reckon them times will ever come again. There never was a more bullier old ram than what he was. Grandfather fetched him from Illinois. Got him of a man by the name of Yates, Bill Yates. Maybe you might have heard of him. His father was a deacon, Baptist, and he was a rustler, too. A man had to get up rather early to get the start of old Thankful Yates. It was him that put the Greens up to joining teams with my grandfather when he moved west. Seth Green was probably the pick of the flock. He married a Wilkerson, Sarah Wilkerson. Good critter she was, one of the likeliest heifers that was ever raised in old Stoddard, and everybody said that knowed her. She could heft a barrel of flour as easy as I can flirt a flapjack, and spin, don't mention it. Independent. When Sile Hawkins come a-browsing round her, she let him know that for all his tin he couldn't trot in harness alongside of her. You see, Sile Hawkins was... No, it weren't Sile Hawkins after all. It was a galoot by the name of Filkins. I disremember his first name, but he was a stump. Come into prayer meeting drunk one night, hurraying for Nixon because he thought it was a primary. And old Deacon Ferguson up and scooted him through the window, and he lit on old Miss Jefferson's head, poor old filly. She was a good soul, had a glass eye, and used to lend it out to old Miss Wagner that hadn't any to receive company in. It weren't big enough, and when Miss Wagner weren't noticing, it would get twisted around in the socket and look up, maybe, or out to one side and every which way, while the other one was looking as straight ahead as a spyglass. Grown people didn't mind it, but it most always made the children cry, it was so sort of scary. She tried packing it in raw cotton, but it wouldn't work somehow. The cotton would get loose and stick out and look so kind of awful that the children couldn't stand it no way. She was always dropping it out and turning up her old deadlight on the company empty and making them uncomfortable, because she never could tell when it hopped out, being blind on that side, you see. So somebody would have to hunch her and say, "Your game eye has fetched loose, Miss Wagner, dear," and then all of them would have to sit and wait till she jammed it in again, wrong side before as a general thing, and green as a bird's egg, being a bashful critter and easy shot back before company. But being wrong side before warn't much difference anyway, because her own eye was sky blue and the glass one was yeller on the front side, so whichever way she turned it, it didn't match nohow. Old Miss Wagner was considerable on the borrow, she was. When she had a quilting or Dorcas society at her house, she generally borrowed Miss Higgins' wooden leg to stump around on. It was considerably shorter than her other pen, but much she minded that. She said she couldn't abide crutches when she had company, because they were so slow. Said when she had company and things had to be done, she wanted to get up and hump herself. She was as bald as a jug, and so she used to borrow Miss Jacobs' wig. Miss Jacobs was the coffin peddler's wife. A ratty old buzzard he was, that used to go roosting around where people was sick waiting for him. And there that old rip would sit all day in the shade on a coffin that he judged would fit the candidate. And if it was a slow customer and kind of uncertain, he'd fetch his rations and a blanket along and sleep in the coffin nights. He was anchored out that way in frosty weather for about 3 weeks once, before old Robin's place, waiting for him. And after that, for as much as 2 years, Jacobs was not on speaking terms with the old man, on account of his disappointing him. He got one of his feet froze and lost money too, because old Robbins took a favorable turn and got well. The next time Robbins got sick, Jacobs tried to make it up with him, and varnished up the same old coffin and fetched it along, but old Robbins was too many for him. He had him in, and appeared to be powerful weak. He bought the coffin for $10, and Jacobs was to pay it back, and 25 more besides, if Robbins didn't like the coffin after he'd tried it. And then Robbins died, and at the funeral he bursted off the lid and rise up in his shroud and told the parson to let up on the performance because he could not stand such a coffin as that. You see, he had been in a trance once before, when he was young, and he took the chances on another, calculating that if he made the trip it was money in his pocket, and if he missed fire he couldn't lose a cent. And by George, he sued Jacobs for the rhino and got judgment. And he set up the coffin in his back parlor and said he allowed to take his time now. It was always an aggravation to Jacobs, the way that miserable old thing acted. He moved back to Indiana pretty soon, went to Wellsville. Wellsville was the place the Hoggadorns was from. Mighty fine family, old Maryland stock. Old Squire Hoggadorn could carry around more mixed liquor and cuss better than most any man I ever see. His second wife was the Widder Billings, she that was Becky Martin. Her dam was Deacon Dunlap's first wife. Her oldest child, Maria, married a missionary and died in Greece, ate up by the savages. They ate him, too, poor fella, biled him. It warn't the custom, so they say, but they explained to friends of his'n that went down there to bring away his things that they'd tried missionaries every other way and never could get any good out of 'em, and so it annoyed all his relations to find out that that man's life was fooled away just out of a derned experiment, so to speak. But mind you, there ain't anything ever really lost. Everything that people can't understand and don't see the reason of does good if you only hold on and give it a fair shake. Providence don't fire no blank cartridges, boys. That there missionary's substance, unbeknownst to himself, actually converted every last one of them heathens that took a chance at the barbecue. Nothing ever fetched them but that. Don't tell me it was an accident that he was biled. There ain't no such thing as an accident. But my Uncle Lem was leaning up against the scaffolding once, sick or drunk or something. An Irishman with a hod full of bricks fell on him out of the third story and broke the old man's back in 2 places. People said it was an accident. Much accident there was about that. He didn't know what he was there for, but he was there for a good object. If he hadn't been there, the Irishman would have been killed. Nobody can ever make me believe anything different from that. Uncle Lem's dog was there. Why didn't the Irishman fall on the dog? Because the dog would have seen him a-comin' and stood from under. That's the reason the dog warn't appointed. A dog can't be depended on to carry out a special providence. Mark my words, it was a put-up thing. Accidents don't happen, boys. Uncle Lem's dog, I wish you could have seen that dog. He was a regular shepherd, or rather he was part bull and part shepherd. Splendid animal. Belonged to Parson Hagar before Uncle Lem got him. Parson Hagar belonged to the Western Reserve Hagars. Prime family. His mother was a Watson. One of his sisters married a Wheeler. They settled in Morgan County, and he got nipped by the machinery in a carpet factory and went through in less than a quarter of a minute. His widder bought the piece of carpet that had his remains wove in, and people come 100 mile to attend the funeral. There was 14 yards in the piece. She wouldn't let them roll 'em up, but planted 'em just so, full length. The church was middling small where they preached the funeral, and they had to let one end of the coffin stick out of the window. They didn't bury him. They planted one end and let him stand up same as a monument. And they nailed a sign on it and put on it, sacred to the memory of 14 yards of 3-ply carpet containing one that was mortal of William. Jim Blaine had been growing gradually drowsy and drowsier. His head nodded once, twice, 3 times, dropped peacefully upon his breast, and he fell tranquilly asleep. The tears were running down the boy's cheeks. They were suffocating with suppressed laughter, and had been from the start, though I had never noticed it. I perceived that I was sold. I learned then that Jim Blaine's peculiarity was that whenever he reached a certain stage of intoxication, no human power could keep him from setting out, with impressive unction, to tell about a wonderful adventure which he had once had with his grandfather's old ram. And the mention of the ram in the first sentence was as far as any man had ever heard him get concerning it. He always maundered off interminably from one thing to another, till his whiskey got the best of him and he fell asleep. What the thing was that happened to him and his grandfather's old ram is a dark mystery to this day, for nobody has ever yet found out. End of The Story of Grandfather's Old Ram by Mark Twain. Recording by Rick Rodstrom.
The Talking Out of Tarrington by Saki, H. Monroe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London. The Talking Out of Tarrington. "Heavens!" exclaimed the aunt of Clovis. "Here's someone I know bearing down on us. I can't remember his name, but he lunched with us once in town. Tarrington, yes, that's it. He's heard of the picnic I'm giving for the princess, and he'll cling to me like a lifebelt till I give him an invitation. Then he'll ask if he may bring all his wives and mothers and sisters with him. That's the worst of these small watering places. One can't escape from anybody. I'll fight a rearguard action for you if you'd like to do a bolt now," volunteered Clovis. "You've a clear 10-yard start if you don't lose time." The aunt of Clovis responded gamely to the suggestion, and churned away like a Nile steamer, with a long brown ripple of Pekingese spaniel trailing in her wake. "Pretend you don't know him," was her parting advice, tinged with the reckless courage of a non-combatant. The next moment the overtures of an affably disposed gentleman were being received by Clovis, with a silent upon a peak in Darien stare which denoted an absence of all previous acquaintance with the object scrutinized. "I expect you don't know me with my moustache," said the newcomer. "I've only grown it during the last 2 months." "On the contrary," said Clovis, "the moustache is the only thing about you that seemed familiar to me. I felt certain I had met it somewhere before." "My name is Tarrington," resumed the candidate for recognition. "A very useful kind of name," said Clovis. "With a name of that sort no one would blame you if you did nothing in particular heroic or remarkable, would they? And yet if you were to raise a troop of light horse in a moment of national emergency, Tarrington's light horse would sound quite appropriate and pulse-quickening, whereas if you were called Spoopin, for instance, the thing would be out of the question. No one, even in a moment of national emergency, could possibly belong to Snoopin's horse." The newcomer smiled weakly, as one who is not to be put off by mere flippancy, and began again with patient persistence. "I think you ought to remember my name." "I shall," said Clovis with an air of immense sincerity. "My aunt was asking me only this morning to suggest names for 4 young owls she has just had sent her as pets. I shall call them all Tarrington. Then if 1 or 2 of them die or fly away, or leave us in any of the ways that pet owls are prone to, there will be always 1 or 2 left to carry on your name. And my aunt won't let me forget it. She will always be asking, 'Have the Tarringtons had their mice?' and questions of that sort. She says if you keep wild creatures in captivity, you ought to see after their wants, and of course she's quite right there." "I met you at luncheon at your aunt's house once," broke in Mr. Tarrington, pale but still resolute. "My aunt never lunches," said Clovis. "She belongs to the National Anti-Luncheon League, which is doing quite a lot of good work in a quiet, unobtrusive way. A subscription of £0.5 per quarter entitles you to go without 92 luncheons. This must be something new, exclaimed Tarrington. It's the same aunt that I've always had, said Clovis coldly. I perfectly well remember meeting you at a luncheon party given by your aunt, persisted Tarrington, who was beginning to flush an unhealthy shade of mottled pink. What was there for lunch? Asked Clovis. Oh, well, I don't remember that. How nice of you to remember my aunt when you can no longer recall the names of the things you ate. Now my memory works quite differently. I can remember a menu long after I've forgotten the hostess that accompanied it. When I was 7 years old, I recollect being given a peach at a garden party by some duchess or other. I can't remember a thing about her, except that I imagine our acquaintance must have been of the slightest, as she called me a nice little boy. But I have unfading memories of the peach. It was one of those exuberant peaches that meet you halfway, so to speak, and are all over you in a moment. It was a beautiful unspoiled product of a hothouse, and yet it managed quite successfully to give itself the airs of a compote. You had to bite it and imbibe it at the same time. To me there has always been something charming and mystic in the thought of that delicate velvet globe of fruit, slowly ripening and warming to perfection through the long summer days and perfumed nights, and then coming suddenly athwart my life in the supreme moment of its existence. I can never forget it, even if I wished to, and when I had devoured all that was edible of it, there still remained the stone, which a heedless, thoughtless child would doubtless have thrown away. I put it down the neck of a young friend who was wearing a very décolleté sailor suit. I told him it was a scorpion, and from the way he wriggled and screamed he evidently believed it, though where the silly kid imagined I could produce a live scorpion at a garden party, I don't know. Altogether, that peach is for me an unfading and happy memory. The defeated Tarrington had by this time retreated out of earshot, comforting himself as best he might with the reflection that a picnic which included the presence of Clovis might prove a doubtfully agreeable experience. I shall certainly go in for a parliamentary career, said Clovis to himself, as he turned complacently to rejoin his aunt. As a talker out of inconvenient bills, I should be invaluable. End of The Talking Out of Tarrington by Saki, H. Munro. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London.
Ulysses and the Dogman by O. Henry. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schampf. Do you know the time of the dogmen? When the forefinger of twilight begins to smudge the clear-drawn lines of the big city, there is inaugurated an hour devoted to one of the most melancholy sights of urban life. Out from the towering flat crags and apartment peaks of the cliff dwellers of New York steals an army of beings that were once men. Even yet they go upright upon two limbs and retain human form and speech. But you will observe that they are behind animals in progress. Each of these beings follows a dog, to which he is fastened by an artificial ligament. These men are all victims to Circe. Not willingly do they become flunkies to Fido, bellboys to bull terriers, and toddlers after Towser. Modern Circe, instead of turning them into animals, has kindly left the difference of a 6-foot leash between them. Every one of those dogmen has been either cajoled, bribed, or commanded by his own particular Circe to take the dear household pet out for an airing. By their faces and manner you can tell that the dogmen are bound in a hopeless enchantment. Never will there come even a dog-catcher, Ulysses, to remove the spell. The faces of some are stonily set. They are past the commiseration, the curiosity, or the jeers of their fellow beings. Years of matrimony, of continuous compulsory canine constitutionals, have made them callous. They unwind their beasts from lamp-posts, or the ensnared legs of profane pedestrians, with the stolidity of mandarins manipulating the strings of their kites. Others, more recently reduced to the ranks of Rover's retinue, take their medicine sulkily and fiercely. They play the dog on the end of their line with the pleasure felt by the girl out fishing when she catches a sea robin on her hook. They glare at you threateningly if you look at them, as if it would be their delight to let slip the dogs of war. These are half mutinous dogmen, not quite Circeized, and you will do well not to kick their charges should they sniff around your ankles. Others of the tribe do not seem to feel so keenly. They are mostly unfresh youths, with gold caps and drooping cigarettes, who do not harmonize with their dogs. The animals they attend wear satin bows in their collars, and the young men steer them so assiduously that you are tempted to the theory that some personal advantage, contingent upon satisfactory service, waits upon the execution of their duties. The dogs thus personally conducted are of many varieties, but they are one in fatness, in pampered, diseased vileness of temper, in insolent, snarling capriciousness of behavior. They tug at the leash fractiously. They make leisurely nasal inventory of every doorstep, railing, and post. They sit down to rest when they choose. They wheeze like the winner of a Third Avenue beefsteak eating contest. They blunder clumsily into open cellars and coal holes. They lead the dogmen a merry dance. These unfortunate dry nurses of dogdom, the cur cuddlers, mongrel managers, spitz stalkers, poodle pullers, sky scrapers, dachshund dandlers, terrier trailers, and Pomeranian pushers of the cliff-dwelling Circes follow their charges meekly. The doggies neither fear nor respect them. Masters of the house, these men whom they hold in leash may be, but they are not masters of them. From cozy corner to fire escape, from divan to dumbwaiter, Doggy's snarl easily drives this two-legged being, who is commissioned to walk at the other end of his string during his outing. One twilight the dogmen came forth as usual at their Circe's pleading, guerdon or crack of the whip. One among them was a strong man, apparently of too solid virtues for this airy vocation. His expression was melancholic, his manner depressed. He was leashed to a vile white dog, loathsomely fat, fiendishly ill-natured, gloatingly intractable toward his despised conductor. At a corner nearest to his apartment house, the dogman turned down a side street, hoping for fewer witnesses to his ignominy. The surfeited beasts waddled before him, panting with spleen and the labor of motion. Suddenly the dog stopped. A tall, brown, long-coated, wide-brimmed man stood like a colossus blocking the sidewalk and declaring, "Well, I'm a son of a gun." "Jim Barry," breathed the dogman, with exclamation points in his voice. "Sam Telfair," cried Wide Brim again. "You ding-basted old Willy Walloo, give us your hoof." Their hands clasped in the brief, tight greeting of the West, that is death to the handshake microbe. "You fat old rascal," continued Wide Brim with a wrinkled brown smile. "It's been 5 years since I've seen you. I've been in this town a week, but you can't find nobody in such a place. Well, you dinged old merry man, how are they coming?" Something mushy and heavily soft, like raised dough, leaned against Jim's leg and chewed his trousers with a yeasty growl. "Get to work," said Jim, "and explain this yard-wide hydrophobia yearling you've thrown your lasso over. Are you the poundmaster of this burg? Do you call that a dog or what?" "I need a drink," said the dogman, dejected at the reminder of his old dog of the sea. "Come on." Hard by was a cafe. 'Tis ever so in the big city. They sat at a table, and the bloated monster yelped and scrambled at the end of his leash to get at the cafe cat. "Whiskey," said Jim to the waiter. "Make it 2," said the dogman. "You're fatter," said Jim, "and you look subjugated. I don't know about the East agreeing with you. All the boys asked me to hunt you up when I started. Sandy King, he went to the Klondike. Watson Burrell, he married the oldest Peters girl. I made some money buying beeves, and I bought a lot of wild land up on the Little Powder, going to fence next fall. Bill Rawlins, he's gone to farming. You remember Bill, of course. He was courting Marcella. Excuse me, Sam. I mean the lady you married while she was teaching school at Prairie View. But you was the lucky man. How is Mrs. Telfair?" "Shh," said the dogman, signaling the waiter. "Give it a name." "Whiskey," said Jim. "Make it 2," said the dogman. "She's well," he continued after his chaser. "She refused to live anywhere but in New York, where she came from. We live in a flat. Every evening at 6 I take that dog out for a walk. It's Marcella's pet. There never were 2 animals on earth, Jim, that hated one another like me and that dog does. His name's Lovekins. Marcella dresses for dinner while we're out. We eat table d'hote. Ever try one of them, Jim?" "No, I never," said Jim. "I seen the signs, but I thought they said table de hole. I thought it was French for pool tables. How does it taste?" "If you're going to be in the city for a while, we will—" "No, sirree. I'm starting for home this evening on the 7:25. Like to stay longer, but I can't." "I'll walk down to the ferry with you," said the dogman. The dog had bound a leg each of Jim and the chair together, and had sunk into a comatose slumber. Jim stumbled, and the leash was slightly wrenched. The shrieks of the awakened beast rang for a block around. "If that's your dog," said Jim, when they were on the street again, "what's to hinder you from running that habeas corpus you've got around his neck over a limb and walking off and forgetting him?" "I'd never dare to," said the dogman, awed at the bold proposition. "He sleeps in the bed. I sleep on the lounge. He runs howling to Marcella if I look at him. Some night, Jim, I'm going to get even with that dog. I've made up my mind to do it. I'm going to creep over with a knife and cut a hole in his mosquito bar so they can get in to him. See if I don't do it." "You ain't yourself, Sam Telfair. You ain't what you was once. I don't know about these cities and flats over here. With my own eyes I seen you stand off both the Tillotson boys in Prairie View with the brass faucet out of a molasses barrel. And I seen you rope and tie the wildest steer on Little Powder in 39-1-2. "I did, didn't I?" said the other, with a temporary gleam in his eye. "But that's before I was dogmatized." "Does Mrs. Telfair—" began Jim. "Hush," said the dogman. "Here's another cafe." They lined up at the bar. The dog fell asleep at their feet. "Whiskey," said Jim. "Make it 2," said the dogman. "I thought about you," said Jim, "when I bought that wild land. I wished you was out there to help me with the stock." "Last Tuesday," said the dogman, "he bit me on the ankle because I asked for cream in my coffee. He always gets the cream." "You'd like Prairie View now," said Jim. "The boys from the roundups for 50 miles around ride in there. One corner of my pasture is in 16 miles of the town. There's a straight 40 miles of wire on one side of it." "You pass through the kitchen to get to the bedroom," said the dogman, "and you pass through the parlor to get to the bathroom, and you back out through the dining room to get into the bedroom so you can turn around and leave by the kitchen. And he snores and barks in his sleep, and I have to smoke in the park on account of his asthma." "Don't Mrs. Telfair—" began Jim. "Oh, shut up," said the dogman. "What is it this time?" "Whiskey," said Jim. "Make it 2," said the dog-man. "Well, I'll be racking along down toward the ferries," said the other. "Come on there, you mangy, turtle-backed, snake-headed, bench-legged ton-and-a-half of soap grease," shouted the dog-man with a new note in his voice and a new hand on the leash. The dog scrambled after them with an angry whine at such unusual language from his guardian. At the foot of 23rd Street the dog-man led the way through swinging doors. "Last chance," he said. "Speak up." "Whiskey," said Jim. "Make it 2," said the dog-man. "I don't know," said the ranchman, "where I'll find the man I want to take charge of the Little Powder outfit. I want somebody I know something about. Finest stretch of prairie and timber you ever squinted your eye over, Sam. Now if you was—" "Speaking of hydrophobia," said the dog-man, "the other night he chewed a piece out of my leg because I knocked a fly off of Marcella's arm. 'It ought to be cauterized,' said Marcella, and I was thinking so myself. I telephones for the doctor, and when he comes Marcella says to me, 'Help me hold the poor dear while the doctor fixes his mouth. Oh, I hope he got no virus on any of his toofies when he bit you.' Now what do you think of that?" "Does Mrs. Telfair—" began Jim. "Oh, drop it," said the dog-man. "Come again." "Whiskey," said Jim. "Make it 2," said the dog-man. They walked on to the ferry. The ranchman stepped to the ticket window. Suddenly the swift landing of 3 or 4 heavy kicks was heard. The air was rent by piercing canine shrieks, and a pained, outraged, lubberly, bow-legged pudding of a dog ran frenziedly up the street alone. "Ticket to Denver," said Jim. "Make it 2," shouted the ex-dog-man, reaching for his inside pocket. End of Ulysses and the Dog-Man, by O. Henry.